Primitive, problematic, persistent. A preliminary overview of humanity's first 200 years in the GC, from the book Margins of Order, A Cultural History of Humanity in the Galactic Confederation, by Archivist Emeritus Veg Terol, Department of Nonconforming Civilizational Studies, University of Centralis Prime. The most enduring myth about the humans is that they joined the Galactic Confederation. This is not entirely accurate. They arrived, they were evaluated, and then, somewhat reluctantly, somewhat out of curiosity, and entirely due to procedural deadlock, they were permitted to stay. At first, it was unclear whether humans should be contacted, monitored, or politely ignored. Ultimately, all three approaches failed. The earliest GC orbital surveys of their homeworld, Sol 3, designated Earth in Terran parlance, were not promising. The planetary biosphere was chaotic. Atmospheric carbon levels fluctuated due to industrial overuse and inconsistent mitigation policies. Political regions numbered in the hundreds, each with their own legal systems, currencies, and standardized power outlets. At the time of initial assessment, Earth had 22 simultaneous active regional conflicts, 17 distinct traffic control philosophies, and 3 competing definitions of the word football. The GC surveyors described the species Homo sapiens as socially erratic, technologically uneven, and frequently unaware of their own limitations. One early behavioral report, now declassified, included the line, "displays remarkable emotional range in interpersonal bonding, which is almost immediately undermined by resource hoarding or spontaneous violence." Another added, more pointedly, "may simply be bad at peace." The species was flagged for long-term observation under the Sapient Development Monitoring Treaty, subsection 14F, High-Noise Civilizations of Unknown Vector. The central concern was not that they would destroy themselves. Most GC observers assumed that was inevitable, but that they might do so loudly and in a direction inconvenient to someone else. GC Council debate on the matter spanned 3 annual sessions. Proposals included a non-contact quarantine sphere, selective genetic uplift, and, from one overzealous delegate from the Drelkar cluster, strategic hibernation of the species until it could be safely introduced into modern society. Ultimately, consensus was reached on the safest option: do nothing. Humanity, it was agreed, would likely burn out before achieving interstellar relevance. That assumption held for nearly 60 standard years, until the incident in the outer Sol system, what is now euphemistically referred to as First Contact. The GC research vessel Vashtali Restraint was conducting routine gravitational surveys beyond the heliopause when it intercepted a mining signal of irregular pattern and absurdly inefficient packet structure. Assuming it was a distress beacon from a malfunctioning GC-era drone, the crew tracked the signal to its origin: a Terran survey skiff with a mismatched hull, visible radiation scoring, and, according to one sensor technician, the smell of something that had once been lunch. The human crew made contact first, broadcasting a series of greetings that oscillated between cheerful, apologetic, and mildly threatening. A meeting was arranged aboard the GC vessel. The human delegation consisted of one civilian bureaucrat in an ill-fitting pressure suit, one retired fighter pilot, and an uncredentialed civilian named Jean, whose only apparent contribution was the production of a liquid compound called coffee. Diplomatic records show the first GC ambassador to sample the beverage collapsed from a combination of thermal shock and aggressive caffeine concentrations. The GC later classified coffee as both a stimulant and a cultural destabilizer. Nonetheless, a provisional trade agreement was signed the following day, partially, one suspects, to prevent further Terran hospitality. Initial GC classification of humanity listed them as an associate species, non-voting, granting them limited presence within the GC structure without diplomatic influence or fleet command access. The designation was chosen not out of hostility, but out of caution. Internal GC memos from the time described humans as socioculturally inconsistent, diplomatically informal, chronically underprepared but enthusiastic. Their application to full member status was delayed pending a 3-decade probationary period. In the meantime, they were granted access to limited sector integration and placed into roles considered too low impact to generate consequences. These included Satellite maintenance, particularly in orbital regions where AI platforms had gone obsolete. Cargo routing, where unpredictable human navigation sometimes produced faster, if unrepeatable, results. Planetary surveys in low-priority sectors, often resulting in useful data paired with extensive commentary about the weather. Cultural liaison assignments, primarily in volatile GC outer systems where no other species volunteered. During this time, human vessels were frequently the least maintained, least standardized, and most oddly named in their class. Ship registries from this era include such entries as unscheduled regret, mostly functional, Steve, and the still unexplained I told you so. When questioned, human captains often cited tradition, a bet, or we were just in a mood. Despite initial misgivings, reports began to emerge, quietly at first, of Terran adaptability in unexpected scenarios. Their habit of repurposing equipment, bypassing protocol, and ignoring hierarchical deadlock led to measurable improvements in areas typically resistant to GC process efficiency. A notable example involved a satellite repair team that solved a persistent orbital resonance issue not by recalibrating the stabilizers, but by tilting the entire station 3 degrees to the left using an anchored tug and sheer stubbornness. GC engineers declared the solution non-standard. The problem did not recur. This early phase of human GC integration would come to be known informally as the tolerance window, a period during which humanity's presence was officially tolerated, unofficially avoided, and increasingly relied upon in fringe sectors. They were not understood, they were not fully trusted, but they were slowly becoming necessary. Of course, at the time, few saw it that way. To most within the GC ranks, particularly in mid-level administrative departments, humanity remained a curiosity, a background noise, a temporary oddity that would either evolve or exit. But the humans had no intention of leaving, and as later chapters will illustrate, they had a talent for staying, sometimes quietly, sometimes explosively, in exactly the places no one expected them to thrive. They didn't just integrate, they seeped in. Within one generation, a pattern began to emerge. When protocols failed, humans succeeded. Not elegantly, not reliably, but undeniably. In the wake of malfunctions, natural disasters, unexpected debris fields, and bureaucratic paralysis, human crews would be found, disheveled, often unlicensed, using tools not rated for purpose, somehow restoring function and salvaging outcomes that more advanced GC systems had abandoned as unsalvageable. One of the earliest documented cases involved a failed orbital relay in the Maris Reach. Official GC engineering teams had logged the relay as structurally compromised, slated for decommissioning, citing component decay and system desync. A passing Terran freight vessel, unsupervised and hours off course, docked with the relay without formal clearance. When the next scheduled inspection arrived a week later, the relay was broadcasting at 112% baseline capacity, modified to self-balance power fluctuations using refrigerator coils, 3 pressure valves, and what appeared to be an Earth artifact known as a toaster. The incident report was heavily redacted, though an internal note attached to the file reads, "Not approved. Works anyway." This pattern repeated often enough that the GC issued an official clarification in the Auxiliary Field Operations Manual under the section Terran Contingency Handling. The first 2 entries read, "If the human says, 'Trust me,' assess local exit vectors. Expect outcomes, not consistency." The manual's tone is not mocking, it is quietly alarmed. The so-called wrench war provides a more vivid example. During a planetary standoff in a neutral border sector, a GC diplomatic team found itself under siege in a modular embassy facility with failing shields and no functional weapon systems. The only defense was a maintenance team of 3 Terrans, armed with standard-issue tools, 2 mag clamps, and a hydraulic bulkhead stabilizer. Over a 3-hour engagement, they turned the stabilizer into a mobile shield platform, used gravity clamps to create a kill zone, and flanked the attackers via ventilation shafts. When GC security forces arrived, they found a still smoking field, 15 disarmed hostiles, and 1 human covered in coolant fluid, eating from a ration pouch labeled extra spicy. The attackers later claimed they had been defeated by a mechanic. This was, in fact, true. Such moments began to alter how humans were perceived, particularly outside the GC's administrative core. While official evaluations remained cautious, field officers increasingly requested Terran technicians for complex environments. When asked why, one sector coordinator replied, "Because they don't wait for permission to fix the mess." A more mythic incident emerged in the form of the first Warthog, an old mining vessel retrofitted by a human crew to serve as a forward anti-pirate platform. The hull was non-standard. The systems were outdated. The weapons were creatively bolted on, according to Fleet Command. But the vessel achieved 12 successful interdictions in 3 months, using nothing more than superior targeting instincts, a makeshift railgun derived from mining equipment, and a sensor array jury-rigged from outdated research drones. The pirates fled. The GC promoted the humans. The ship's name, Dirty Snout, was quietly retired from fleet registry, and Warthog class was added to an informal list of Terran tactical assets. This adaptability became most visible in early encounters with the SR. Humans were frequently deployed to outer patrols, not as a strategic decision, but because no one else wanted the assignment. It was presumed they would provide a deterrent at best, or a distraction at worst. What followed was less predictable. The first confirmed human-led destruction of an SR cruiser was filed as coincidental tactical success during irregular patrol movement. When it happened again, twice, the pattern became harder to dismiss. Analysis showed that human captains deviated from GC combat doctrine not because they misunderstood it, but because they ignored it. They utilized unpredictable maneuvers, set traps using salvaged heat flares, and once reportedly launched a crate of engine parts toward an SR hull at sublight speeds to test stress points. SR intelligence eventually labeled humanity as chaos operational outliers. Their own military models failed to simulate human behavior in war games. The few that tried had to disable predictive filters and account for what SR analysts termed reckless invention under pressure. As GC Command debated these developments, another phenomenon took root within the civilian population: cultural integration, not through policy, through preference. GC stations began requesting Terran coffee processors, despite multiple advisory warnings from medical boards. Condiment imports from Earth, particularly various hot sauces, skyrocketed. One popular product, Molten Despair, extra tangy, was banned on 3 aquatic worlds for internal evaporation hazard. Linguistic shifts followed. Phrases once dismissed as crude became part of common GC slang. Field officers began to use Terran idioms in briefings. Winging it used to describe improvisational maneuvers. No plan survives contact, now cited in 3 strategy syllabi. Fix it until it breaks, paradoxically adopted by maintenance teams as a motivational slogan. Perhaps most surprisingly, Terran war stories, frequently exaggerated, often sung, began to circulate among GC personnel as morale-boosting folklore. One popular tune, The Ballad of Duct Tape Dan, tells of a human engineer who sealed a hull breach with emergency blankets, epoxy, and something from his pocket he refused to identify. The song ends with the ship surviving re-entry. Historical accuracy is doubtful. Popularity is not. By the end of their first century in the Confederation, humans had not risen to prominence, nor had they aligned with GC expectations, but they had embedded themselves in systems, in tactics, and in language. They weren't fully understood. They weren't fully explainable. But they worked. They didn't just integrate. They seeped in. By the beginning of their 2nd century in the Galactic Confederation, humanity had transitioned from a curiosity to a complication. They had proven adaptable, yes, but also viral in the cultural sense. They propagated ideas, habits, and idioms faster than even the most cautious GC sociologists had projected. What began as an experiment in fringe inclusion became a case study in cultural absorption. For better or worse, humans were no longer passengers in the GC. They were participants, occasionally disruptive, frequently innovative, rarely predictable. It was academia that folded first. Several major universities, originally under pressure to track and contain Terran social influence, opened formal Terran studies programs. These were intended at first to be cultural oddities, electives for underachievers and diplomatic tourists. Within 4 decades, The curriculum was expanded, standardized, and eventually mandated as part of strategic operations coursework. GC military colleges now require passing scores in asymmetrical thought vectors, Terran case studies, for officer promotion beyond level 4. One widely circulated dissertation, Terran Improvisational Logic and the Ethics of Necessary Insanity, received cross-species commendation and is still cited in modern risk doctrine. Even language shifted. Once human phrases were adopted, translated, transliterated, and woven into operational vocabulary. A standard after-action report might now include lines like initial approach failed, fallback to wing it protocol, or engaged hull breach solution pattern, duct tape contingency. These were not metaphorical. In one case, on record C-197 beta, the duct tape contingency involved literal use of Terran adhesive to patch a compromised coolant conduit mid-battle. The fix held long enough to complete evacuation. The crew survived. The solution is now taught as part of a broader module called Technically Unacceptable, Functionally Heroic. Simultaneously, changes began filtering through GC military infrastructure. Terran units were officially still treated as part of the broader Confederation forces. Unofficially, however, certain command divisions, especially Strategic Denial Command, J-16, began to reassign human personnel into what were euphemistically called off-script roles. Gray zone operations, influence disruptions, nonlinear response initiatives. These units were small, lightly equipped, and generally untraceable. They also had an unusual success rate. There is no formal acknowledgement that J-16 began specifically recruiting human skiff crews, logistics runners, and technical salvage teams as irregular assets. There is, however, a substantial uptick in post-mission reports where phrases like Terran vector interference, situation resolved via cultural asymmetry, and unexpected Terran engagement caused target withdrawal appear without further elaboration. GC tactical simulations soon encountered a problem. Enemy modeling systems could not consistently predict human action. Escher war game software failed to account for non-standard behavior under pressure, largely because human units routinely made choices that were either irrational or strategically brilliant, or disturbingly both. One internal GC memo summarizes it plainly. They don't follow doctrine because they don't really believe in it, a high compliment in retrospect. The Escher, once dismissive of human participation in the GC, shifted from contempt to wariness following the events of the Polarnus III retaliation campaign. The original Escher strike on Polarnus III, a major agricultural hub for Terran colonies, was both unexpected and devastating. GC response was delayed. The humans predictably did not wait. What followed was not a formal operation. It wasn't even sanctioned. Yet over the course of 14 months, Escher supply routes began collapsing. Scout ships vanished. Communications hubs suffered cascading failures caused by environmental irregularities. Local Escher officers reported sabotage, misinformation, and psychological warfare involving sound transmissions and misleading sensor echoes that mimicked their own ships. No conventional GC fleet participated. No medals were awarded. But the food shortages across 3 Escher provinces speak for themselves. Intelligence analysts still argue over how such a campaign was conducted with no official approval and minimal equipment. No one argues about who did it. Then came Project Gutterlamp. The GC's best minds had failed to solve a rising issue with cloaked Escher scout ships penetrating outer sector defense zones. Existing detection arrays were ineffective. Fleet Command was preparing to deploy multi-billion credit gravitic distorters when a group of Terran engineers from a weather station in the Dry Rim cluster presented a solution involving off-grid agricultural sensors, vibration loops, and a whole lot of junk foil. It worked. The detection net caught 3 cloaked vessels in its first sweep. Fleet Command did not comment publicly. The weather station received a fruit basket and a signed directive quietly upgrading their operations license to Tier 3A. Cultural bleed-through into civilian populations was even more potent. Terran stories, particularly those involving survival, trickery, or impossible odds, spread through GC entertainment channels at rates normally reserved for religious phenomena. Children on 12 different homeworlds now play a game called Skiff Crew, involving a group of underqualified misfits fixing an interstellar crisis using only a kettle, a wrench, and the power of improvisation. Initially banned in 6 systems, it has since returned as a cultural education tool under the revised title Crisis Resilience and Human Systems Theory, Interactive. Toy manufacturers, recognizing demand, began selling Terran-style adventure kits, featuring improvised tools, rations, and communicator decals that say, "I've got a terrible plan, and it just might work." By the time the GC Ethics Council attempted to regulate these kits, 2 of their own grandchildren were already wearing mini Warthog Commander helmets to school. The vote was postponed indefinitely. Even public discourse fractured around the topic. GC citizens could be heard in transit terminals or cafeteria queues arguing, often passionately, about whether humanity was dangerous, brilliant, or both. One popular opinion column began, "I do not like them, I do not trust them, and I hope they live forever." To suggest that humanity fully assimilated into the GC would be untrue. They didn't adapt to the system. They worked around it. Their systems were not always stable. Their methods not always safe. Their ideas were unregulated. Their ships were loud. Their food was aggressively seasoned, and their history bordered on improbable. But they endured. They made themselves part of the structure, not by fitting into it, but by bending it until their shape left an imprint. They weren't built for this alliance, but they've found every crack in the walls and turned them into doors. The GC made room. The Ashar learned fear. And the humans? Well, they just kept showing up. Commodore Celes stared at the datapad as if it had personally insulted her. It hadn't, of course. It had simply done what datapads did. Delivered information usually unwelcome, often ridiculous. This particular message bore the insignia of Fleet Oversight Command, and the faint stink of panic masked as initiative. It contained 2 things she hated: direct orders and subtlety. The actual content was short. In response to recent field reports regarding Human Auxiliary Unit 12, Calliope's Curse, assign 1 liaison officer to long-term embedment. Observation, integration, and behavioral documentation required. Submit monthly reports. Avoid disruption. Avoid disruption, Celes thought, bitterly amused. Yes, let's embed a fleet officer with the flying psychological hazard that is Calliope's Curse, and then just not disrupt anything. Perfect plan. Next, maybe we'll invite a son to dinner and ask it to kindly not burn anything. The worst part wasn't the order. The worst part was knowing she couldn't ignore it. Not when Veltric's now infamous report had gone system-wide. Celes remembered the report. Everyone did. The damn thing had become a kind of legend. Veltric, a compliance officer whose idea of wild abandon was labeling a wrench rack without color coding, had boarded Calliope's Curse for a standard inspection. He had returned 3 days later covered in ash, chewing silence, and clutching a datapad that contained only 2 lines. Ship is not in compliance with any known safety regulations. Recommend immediate promotion to Rapid Response Deterrent Squadron. Attached was a short video, a grainy compilation of things that, by any reasonable standard, should not have worked. Railguns welded to the hull. Power rerouted through non-standard junctions. Crew members casually bypassing core failsafes while drinking out of mugs labeled, "Definitely not coolant." And yet, the ship operated. Successfully. With a confirmed combat record that now rivaled small fleet detachments. High Command didn't know whether to court the humans or quarantine them, so they decided to observe, from a safe distance, using someone disposable. Celes tapped the desk once, thinking. She had just the candidate. She didn't even finish reading his most recent message. The moment she saw the sender, 3rd Sub-Lieutenant Seekless, she sent his file with the recommendation note. Exemplary attention to detail. Naturally curious, will ask questions no one wants to answer. Then, in her private log, she wrote, "If they don't kill him, they'll at least shut him up." Seekless was elated. He read the transfer order 3 times, checking for errors. There were none. Assigned to Human Auxiliary Division 12, long-term embedment, behavioral analysis, direct field access. It was, by all appearances, a significant step forward in his career. Of course, he'd earned it. His departmental compliance record was flawless. His internal audits had only been overturned twice, and one of those had involved a misinterpreted comma in a footnote. He began packing immediately. 1 standard-issue uniform set, 1 backup set in climate-neutral weave, 6 annotated volumes of the Galactic Fleet Regulation Codex, EDRI 473C, his primary data pad, a backup pad, a backup pad, and a sealed archive of lecture recordings titled Compliance as Construct, The Linguistics of Order. He also included a gift for the human crew, a small framed copy of Fleet Directive 19.3, which covered onboard safety signage standards. He imagined they'd never seen it before. As for Calliope's curse, he'd read the summary from Veltrick's file, but had assumed, reasonably, that much of it was either exaggerated or already corrected. After all, the fleet would never allow a ship like that to continue operations unless it had been resolved. He set his departure notice, submitted his pre-observation framework outline, and titled his project, Non-Linear Command Behavior in Species Class Affiliates, a Human Case Study. Calliope's curse received the notice via shortwave burst. Captain Juno read the message aloud to the bridge crew. A Galactic Confederation liaison will be joining you for observational embedment. This is a cooperative assignment. Treat the officer with respect. He folded the message and used it to level a cup on the console. So, they're sending a handler. Willis, half inside a vent panel with a spanner in one hand and a stick of dried rations in the other, muttered, "Do we warn him?" "No," Juno said. "Let him meet the ship." They made no changes. They ran no briefings. They didn't hide the maintenance logs or rewire the systems to appear standard. That would have been dishonest. They simply let the curse remain exactly as it was, loud, unpredictable, and still somehow terrifyingly efficient. Sickless stepped off the transport at forward platform Gator and immediately began documenting inconsistencies. The station appeared to have survived recent structural trauma. Hull panels were scorched, weld lines open to vacuum in several places. A half-functional vending unit had been hardwired into a long-range sensor rig. A small droid trundled past towing what looked like a repurposed missile booster labeled Trash Burner. He was directed to Docking Bay 6 with minimal ceremony. The dockmaster, a human wearing a stained fleet shirt and flip-flops, simply pointed and said, "They're that way. Don't touch anything red." Sickless arrived at the airlock. The hull bore fresh impact damage. The serial code plate was missing. A railgun mount above the port side had been visibly replaced, welded fast at an uncomfortably improvised angle. He activated his datapad and began logging. Hull wear inconsistent with known deployments. Recommend investigation into undocumented combat encounters. The airlock cycled open with a hollow thunk. The ship's AI greeted him with a neutral tone. "Welcome aboard Calliope's curse. Don't step left. Containment's twitchy today." He stepped forward. The airlock shut behind him with a noise like a grumble. Inside, the ship was dim, vaguely humid, and smelled faintly of scorched polymer and some kind of meat product. Panels were open. Wiring snaked along the ceiling in organized chaos. A console flickered with a hand-scrawled note taped over the interface. "Do not trust temp readings." A fire suppression drone followed him as he walked. He looked back. It paused. He paused. The drone blinked one light, then resumed its slow, stalking crawl. Sickless opened a new file on his datapad. Observation begins. He tried not to look at the scorch marks along the floor. Sickless met Captain Juno approximately 12 minutes after stepping aboard Calliope's curse. The captain was sitting in the command chair, one boot off, rubbing something dark and viscous off his palm with a rag that was clearly once a fleet-issue towel. He didn't rise when Sickless entered, merely looked up with a practiced disinterest that bordered on welcoming. "If it starts vibrating," Juno said, nodding toward a flickering side console, "leave the room." Sickless opened his mouth to ask for clarification, but the captain had already turned back to his console. The moment hung there, not hostile, not unfriendly, just dismissively efficient. He was quickly introduced to the ship's engineer, or rather, she introduced herself. Chief Engineer Willis emerged from beneath a crawl panel near the reactor access hallway, hair frizzed by static, eyes alight with something Sickless could only label dangerously alert. "You must be the liaison," she said. "Tea?" The mug she offered was radiating heat. The surface shimmered with something mildly viscous. It smelled like melted plastic and citrus. He took it out of politeness and held it with all 6 fingers carefully spaced. "Don't drink it too fast," she said, disappearing back into the floor. It hasn't finished stabilizing. The following hours were a blur of attempted documentation and gradual unraveling of everything Cyclus knew about functional military hierarchy. He attempted to map the command structure of Calliope's curse 3 times. Each version ended with question marks and circles. Juno gave orders when he felt like it. Willis spoke more to the AI than to the captain. The weapons officer, a quiet human named Ray, seemed to be in charge during combat drills, but only when someone named Brisket wasn't in the room. Brisket was a technician, or a cook, or both. Cyclus gave up asking after the third response of, "Depends what needs doing." He began taking notes obsessively. Console interfaces were customized with non-standard overlays, some drawn on with markers. Key systems were labeled with idioms like sweet spot, don't touch, and pull harder. The latter, he discovered, was affixed to the primary railgun's manual trigger. It was, as the note suggested, a large metal lever that looked like it had once belonged to a cargo crane. There were no formal mission briefings, no logs read aloud. Decisions were made via shared glances, curt nods, or sometimes one-word phrases delivered with context Cyclus couldn't decipher. At first, he logged it all. He tried to correlate behavior with reaction, assign structure to instinct. Then something shifted. It was during a routine systems drill. A minor fault warning began to echo through the corridors. A coolant relay failure in the secondary power bank. Cyclus was halfway through writing it down when he realized the crew wasn't reacting with panic or confusion. They moved. 3 humans rerouted flow through auxiliary channels without speaking. Willis barked something about loop delay margin, slapped the wall twice, and the lights surged back to normal. No alarm was silenced. No checklist confirmed. The problem was handled because it was expected, anticipated, practiced in a way that had no manual, no regulation, just experience. Cyclus blinked at his datapad, then slowly closed the note he had been writing. The ship changed him before he realized it. He still observed, still cataloged, but now he watched differently, not as a regulator, as a witness. On the 3rd day, Calliope's curse received a redirected mission from the Outpost Network. Investigate a colony on Station Harthen 2A that had gone dark. No response to automated hails. No confirmed threat presence. No support. Cyclus was briefed in the hallway while the crew prepped. It consisted of the captain pulling him aside, placing a hand on his shoulder and saying, "If anything explodes, follow the person who looks like they expected it." They jumped in cold. The station was a skeletal ring in orbit over a lifeless planet. Lights dim, comms static. 2 Ishar raiders had already docked, gutting the place. Calliope's curse accelerated without authorization. Ray adjusted power manually to weapons control. The AI activated targeting independently. Willis rerouted reactor output mid-burn to shunt shield power directly to engines. Cyclus, sitting strapped into a diagnostics chair, watched as the ship moved like a living thing. Not elegant, not graceful, but deliberate. When one of the raiders broke off and turned toward them, Cyclus expected a command, a shouted order. Instead, Brisket slid into a side console, flipped 3 switches with a practiced hand and muttered, "Spit and spit again." The ship's ventral gun activated and tore through the raider's forward shield arc. It spiraled away, venting gas and fire. The second raider tried to flee. They didn't let it. Somewhere between the railgun fire, the venting ozone, and the pulsing red of the alarms, Cyclus realized someone had handed him a power cell mid-fight. He didn't remember taking it. He didn't know why he had it. But when Willis leaned in and said, "Plug that into the nav core now," he didn't question it. He did it. After the battle, the crew cleaned up. Quietly, no celebration. Just low conversation, efficient repairs, patched panels. Brisket handed out something resembling bread. Juno made coffee that Cyclus was fairly certain had once powered a backup drive. No one talked about the kill count. No one filed damage assessments. Cyclus sat in the galley, datapad open on the table in front of him. The report template blinked, still blank. Eventually, he wrote, "Human Auxiliary Command is not doctrinally compatible with GC structure. Do not interrupt. Observe. Do not correct. Support only when asked." He paused, then closed the document. He did not open the reassignment request file. He did not look at his exit date. He just sat quietly in the noise and the warmth, and the strange smell of scorched bread and coffee, and the faint buzz of something sparking. somewhere just out of sight. And for the first time, he understood exactly how little he understood, and how much that might be okay. Sickles took a bite of whatever brisket handed him. It was warm, slightly crunchy, and tasted like victory, and possibly insulation foam. He didn't ask. It was the kind of explosion that made entire sectors go quiet. No flash, no sound. Just a moment where the moon, a battered, cratered HFY mining satellite called Narrate 7, existed, and the next moment it was gone. In its place, a fan-shaped cloud of molten rock and vaporized ore spiraled out into the vacuum, the remnants of the moon atomized by a kinetic impact no one saw coming. Well, almost no one. Someone had caught the footage. A mining drone, half dead and on backup power, had been recording a survey loop just as an object, later measured to be approximately 1.4 kilometers in diameter, entered the system at a significant fraction of light speed and impacted dead center on Narrate 7. The impact's energy rating was classified, but the aftershock reached sensors 4 systems away. It was not long before the Galactic Confederation High Council called an emergency session. Held on neutral ground, the moon Denvos 4, which hosted a sprawling diplomatic station with only 3 confirmed assassination attempts in the last 2 years, it was deemed secure enough for a face-to-face. Nobody trusted long-range holographics since the facial swapper incident that had led to 2 hours of negotiation with a rogue AI disguised as the Volari Chancellor. Delegates from across the Confederation filed into the Great Hall of Accord, many in full regalia. The Kralian fleet admirals wore pressure armor ceremonial plating. The Gelgians floated in on anti-grav cushions wreathed in biolight. The Eshar arrived early in silence, except for the rhythmic click-click of their leg joints echoing ominously through the chamber. Their delegation was larger than usual, not a good sign. The session was already underway when the humans arrived. 10 minutes late. Their diplomat, Ambassador Mallory, led the group. A woman in her 40s by human reckoning, wearing a wrinkled diplomatic tunic over what looked like running shoes. Her hair was tied in a loose bun, and she held a steaming beverage in a metallic travel mug that read, "If you can read this, I haven't had my coffee yet." Behind her trailed 2 aides. One was chewing gum. Mallory slid into her assigned seat with all the grace of someone showing up for a PTA meeting. She leaned into the mic. "So, we heard someone lost a moon. Super awkward." Across the chamber, the Eshar ambassador rose so quickly his translator panel pinged with a cautionary tone. His mandibles flared, his voice sizzled through the speakers like a power short. "This is an act of war. A war crime. You launched a relativistic projectile across 6 systems and obliterated sovereign Eshar territory." Mallory blinked. "Are you sure? That seems like a really deliberate thing to do. You're saying we meant to shoot your moon?" The Eshar ambassador's tendrils writhed. The object was traced to a human-controlled sector. The trajectory aligns precisely. Your device, your so-called grad, was the source. We demand immediate sanctions. This is a clear deployment of a banned Class Z kinetic bombardment system. The room went still. Class Z was the big one, reserved for planet crackers, black hole projectors, and hypernova induction arrays. Mallory took a slow sip of her drink. "I think there's a bit of a misunderstanding. GRAD isn't a weapon. GRAD stands for Geo-Relativistic Adjustment Device. It's a civilian-operated system designed for deep space geological reshaping, terraforming, mining, that sort of thing." There was a beat of silence. "What?" the Kralian ambassador asked. "Adjustment," Mallory said brightly. "The system's whole purpose is to safely redirect large asteroids or break up dead moons for mineral access. It's a glorified rail launcher. No AI targeting. No warheads. Just physics and magnetism. Think of it as a big orbital rock pusher." The Eshar ambassador made a noise like a blender trying to eat a spoon. "It vaporized a moon." "Well," Mallory said, frowning into her cup, "that moon was right in the path of an asteroid we were redirecting for planetary crust enrichment in Sector 38G. It's not our fault someone parked a satellite there without proper system notifications. We filed a full spatial redirection notice with the GC 2 months ago." Chaos erupted. GC legal aides were already tapping furiously into the treaty databases. Treaty 47C, subsection 9 forbade deployment of superweapons capable of destructive yields beyond 5 planetary megatons. But it defined weapon as a system expressly intended for hostile action. Mallory was ready. GRAD isn't intended for hostile action. It's just geology, space geology, and technically, it's operated by a private consortium of engineers, not the human government. The Gelgian delegate raised one of her tendrils. Is it true that the device's hull is painted with an open mouth and sharp teeth, and that it bears the name Yeet Cannon Malk II? Mallory looked sheepish. Engineers. What can you do? Yeet? The Volari diplomat asked. It's an old Earth word for throwing something very hard. At something else. A low murmur swept the chamber. The chair of the High Council, a dignified entity made of overlapping crystalline rings, finally tapped the gavel. This council will recess to review the footage and technical records of the GRAD system. Ambassador Mallory rose, gathering her tablet and mug. Might want to get a big screen, she said casually. It's a fun replay. She and her aides exited without another word. One of them, as they passed the Kralian delegation, offered a chipper, "Have a great day," and a wink. Back in the chamber, the High Council sat in tense silence, preparing to watch a moon get murdered by physics and plausible deniability. A week before the moon ceased to exist, the GRAD design team was arguing about orbital ethics in a prefab command trailer duct-taped to the side of an asteroid. "We need a fail-safe," said Gentry, lead propulsion engineer and amateur guitar player. "Some way to make sure we don't accidentally launch one of these rocks at a habitat ring. A checklist. Or a targeting lockout." "You want a targeting lockout on a system designed specifically to launch things at targets?" replied Vani, who'd been awake for 36 hours and was currently using a broken wrench as a hair clip. "I want to not vaporize a kindergarten dome, Vani." "Look," said Tanner, the systems manager, "just don't aim at inhabited systems." "Done." There was a long pause. "Do any of you know where the inhabited systems are?" Vani asked. They looked at one another. "Isn't there a database or something?" Tanner tried. "Like a list?" "I have a list," said another engineer from across the lab, raising a coffee-stained printout titled, "Top 10 Least Explodable Trajectories." None of them had actually read it. Eventually, the final funding packet from EarthGov came through with a single line of conditional approval. "Proceed with Planetary Mass Driver Project. Just don't name it something stupid." That line was, of course, ignored. They named it Yeet Cannon Mark II within 12 minutes of first ignition. Back on Denvos 4, the High Council chamber had been dimmed. The playback screen descended like a warship's hull, hanging above the circular diplomatic floor. Everyone sat silently, the entire assembly reduced to expectant murmurs and rustling diplomatic cloaks. A blinking play symbol hovered on screen. "Begin footage," the GC chair announced. The chamber filled with raw sensor data. GRAD came into view, an enormous ring-shaped structure orbiting a dead star rotating slowly. Dozens of stabilizers glowed with blue ion pulses. Cameras caught the armature aligning as a mountainous asteroid was shuttled into position. A low hum filled the room as the launch sequence started. Magnetic fields built to impossible densities. Lightning crackled along the superstructure. Then, wham! The asteroid launched. There was no fanfare, no war cry, just the silent, impossible grace of mass accelerating toward obliteration. The next frames showed the projectile streaking across 6 systems, captured by automated relay buoys. The footage cut to Lurex 7, spinning in lazy orbit over an Eshar mining colony. 1 second, moon. Next second, not moon. The impact was like watching a continent-sized hammer fall through a bubble of milk. The resulting debris wave sent flares across local space. The screen flickered, then went silent, until a human voice, slightly tinny, came through the comms log. "Whoops." A few diplomats gasped. Someone choked on their tea. The screen went dark. The silence afterward was immense. Even the chair's translator node flickered as if struggling to articulate the mood. That's when Intelligence Officer Mullis stood up. He was short, wore a plain gray uniform, and had the general vibe of someone who always knew more than you, and found that fact amusing. "Esteemed delegates," he began, "this is..." Not the first incident involving the grad system. Chairs shifted. Eye stalks swiveled. 3 months ago, a rogue asteroid in the Veltar drift altered its course at unnatural speed. 2 months before that, a barren planetoid in the Ithul expanse was struck so precisely it revealed a previously inaccessible core of rare metals. In both cases, humanity filed routine terraforming adjustment reports. "You're saying these were tests?" the Gelgian envoy asked. Mulus didn't smile, but his voice did. "The probability is high, extremely high. This may represent a long-term kinetic experimentation program under diplomatic camouflage." The Eshar ambassador exploded figuratively. "This is madness! They have turned a civilian project into a system-class weapon. We demand the immediate disarmament and decommissioning of Grad, and we will file formal war crimes charges unless the Council acts." All attention turned to Mallory. She was already halfway through her second mug of coffee and had kicked her shoes off under the desk. "We didn't use a megastructure," she said with a slow shrug. "We built a helpful civic project. If someone happened to leave a moon in the way, well, that's not on us." "Your engineers named it Yeet Cannon!" the Escher ambassador shrieked. "I believe we submitted it as Geo-Relativistic Adjustment Device," Mallory corrected smoothly. "Which I'll point out is classified under planetary development tools, not weapons platforms." "You obliterated a moon!" "I mean, it was barely attached to anything important. We checked. Afterward?" Gasps, hisses, clicking mandibles, a few muffled chuckles. "And frankly," Mallory continued, standing, "if the Council wants, we'd be happy to contract Grad for peaceful operations. You know, planetary beautification, orbit clearing, discrete terraforming, for a fee." "You're renting it out?" someone croaked. Mallory smiled. "We're a very entrepreneurial species." The chamber descended into chaos. Some factions shouted for sanctions. Others demanded an independent commission. One particularly ruthless trade bloc whispered about hiring the humans for hypothetical orbital adjustments in systems conveniently close to Eshar space. Mallory tapped her wristpad. "Looks like we've already got the next rock loaded," she said aloud, to no one in particular. "Hope everyone stays out of the lane." She turned and strolled out, shoes still off, humming what sounded suspiciously like Flight of the Valkyries. Part 1. The Rise of the Warthogs. They called it a hobby. It wasn't. The first warthogs didn't appear in military logs or fleet training simulations. They appeared in salvage yard manifests. In power draw anomalies from colony subsystems. In grainy background footage of cargo yard incidents where, inexplicably, something flew straight up and didn't come back down. They weren't registered. They weren't certified. And by most GC standards, they weren't ships. They were welded together in gardens, maintenance domes, and half-abandoned survey lots on the edge of Terran influence. Hull plating was scavenged from broken freight boxes. Stabilizers came from defunct irrigation rigs. One early model was confirmed to contain the illumination core of a GC municipal street lamp, still partially operational. What they shared in common wasn't design or even purpose, it was outcome. They flew. At first, the Confederation dismissed them as cultural curiosities, quirks of a species already known for assembling useful things out of entirely unrelated parts. Internal memos referred to them as non-conforming civic decor and aerodynamic expressions of personal liberty. One inspector filed an early prototype under the category atmospheric recreational device, crude unthreatening, a classification typically reserved for large kites and novelty gliders. The term warthog came later. At this stage, they were just referred to, if at all, as those Terran things. Reports from GC outposts described erratic vertical launches, thermal signatures inconsistent with any known propulsion standard, and in one case, a sonic disturbance that sounded like laughter filtered through a cracked exhaust manifold. That ship cleared the atmosphere. It did not return for questioning. Inspection teams didn't bother. There was no central manufacturer, no consistent layout, no schematics to seize. Every vessel was different. Some had cockpits made from reinforced greenhouse canopies. Others ran diagnostics through mining-grade circuit boards. Control surfaces were often adjusted manually. sometimes during flight. Despite their patchwork origins, no early Warthog was found to have failed due to structural integrity. Their designers, whether retired mechanics, adolescent tinkerers, or cargo technicians between shifts, understood stress points. They understood load balancing, and more importantly, they understood what mattered. Function came first. Certification could wait. Kira Vass, now a licensed salvage engineer, recalls the first time she saw one take off from behind a greenhouse dome. It wobbled. Badly. Looked like it was arguing with itself about lift, but it cleared the ridgeline and didn't come apart. That's what stuck with me. It looked wrong, but it worked. Tev Kaur, a retired skiff captain and former Warthog pilot, was more direct. They weren't built for comfort or approval. We didn't wait for clearance because the emergencies didn't wait either. You build what keeps you alive. That's the whole system. The Confederation did not share that assessment. Not then. Field officers began using phrases like structurally unconventional and aesthetically inadvisable. One high-ranking logistics auditor, when asked if the ships posed a security concern, responded, "Only to taste." But the ships kept appearing. Initial GC database entries linked at least 9 distinct Warthog variants to unauthorized launches in fringe systems. Tracking proved difficult. Most transponders were improvised, borrowed, or falsified, frequently broadcasting in entertainment or kitchen appliance bands. One vessel was recorded as emitting a repeating Terran audio file labeled Wrench Jazz 42B. What became clear very quickly was that these weren't flukes. They weren't one-offs. They were being built. Shared across unregulated Terran data networks. Modified. Refined. Rebuilt. No two were the same. All of them somehow flew. Some better than others. A few dangerously well. They didn't ask for permission. They didn't need to. By the time the GC began compiling technical dossiers on Terran vertical lift anomalies, the designs had already reached replication phase. The designation Warthog first appeared in a sarcastic side note from a GC analyst reviewing visual footage of an unmarked vessel performing a low-atmosphere inversion loop in a storm corridor. The note read, "Hard to tell if it's attacking or trying to shake itself apart. Either way, it looks like a Warthog with engines." The name stuck. The flights continued. They called it a hobby. It wasn't. Part 2. Rust, fire, repeat, when Warthogs entered the fight. We deployed regulation. They deployed thrust. Once Warthogs began appearing in active operational reports, the Confederation was forced to acknowledge what it had previously ignored. These were not isolated hobby projects or fringe curiosities. They were ships, field active, mission present, and most inconveniently, successful. They showed up in places they shouldn't have. Hostile engagements, distress response zones, emergency relief corridors where official support hadn't arrived or wouldn't risk the landing. They arrived uninvited, under-equipped, and still somehow performed better than half the regional GC units tasked with the same work. In one incident, a Warthog-type skiff responded to a station fire before the automated drones had even completed diagnostic warm-up. The crew rerouted coolant manually, using insulated cargo tubing, and vented the fire through a gravity lift, without permission, and technically, without a firefighting license. When GC Oversight reviewed the aftermath, they reported minimal damage and no casualties. The flight controller's only comment: they landed without a transponder and left without a signature, but they cleaned up, thoroughly. Warthogs consistently outmaneuvered lighter GC skiffs in low-atmosphere operations. The design didn't follow known aerodynamic logic. It didn't stabilize through the standard tri-wing correction model. It leaned. It pivoted. It compensated. Not because the ship wanted to, because the pilot understood exactly how much error margin they had before everything came apart, and flew just short of it. Human crews flying Warthog survived at statistically improbable rates. Post-engagement debriefs revealed that most used equipment listed as either deprecated, experimental, or salvage only do not reintegrate. They repaired vessels mid-mission. They altered propulsion layouts in real time. One unit bypassed a failed heat sink by rerouting power through a microwave coil, insulated with vacuum-sealed ration packs. The repair was not durable, but it lasted the 6 minutes needed to complete atmospheric evac. GC Logistics flagged the report with a note: solution not recommended, but apparently functional. An internal review was conducted. It did not explain much. Performance models couldn't account for the variables. Warthog handling charts changed every time a new variant surfaced. One GC fleet commander, after an encounter on the edge of the Viren Drift, simply wrote, "Ship was built like it expected things to go wrong and didn't mind." The phrase was later cited in a procedural training slide, followed by, "Advise against emulation without full analysis. Also, do not lean on bulkhead panels in Warthog units. They may not be decorative." During the Polarnus III evacuation, a Warthog-class vessel, unregistered, Terran-manned, held defensive ground against a regional insurgent incursion for over 17 minutes. The crew, later identified as independent technicians, utilized ballast modules, reconfigured hull plating, and a lateral coolant bleed valve repurposed as a heat flare launcher. One component was confirmed to be an industrial freezer unit, reversed and overclocked. Outcome? Enemy retreat. No fatalities. GC response time, 24 minutes after incident end. No commendation was issued. Asked for comment, a GC tech inspector familiar with post-incident cleanup said, "One of them redirected a weapons burst by shifting the angle of their hull with a hydraulic jack. I asked for the schematic. They said we winged it, then offered me soup." The Eshar military was less amused. At first, they dismissed warthogs as unsophisticated anomalies, poorly shielded, badly armed, structurally unpredictable, easy targets, if nothing else. But after 3 separate engagements in which Eshar scouts were outmaneuvered by Warthog-type vessels operating with inferior engine tech and improvised targeting arrays, their tone shifted. Professor Tsural Ven of the Escher Naval Strategy Division was one of the first to sound the alarm in internal circles. "We modeled dozens of Warthog variants in our war games. None of the simulations held. Their configurations are erratic, but their intent is pure function. No hierarchy, no redundant systems, no doctrine. Just action." He later added more quietly off record, "Some of our best captains lost sleep over them." Eshar strategy briefings began using a new designation, TDPE, Tactical Disruptors of Patterned Engagement, not because the ships were powerful, but because they refused to behave in ways that could be predicted, simulated, or pre-countered. A Warthog might attack or retreat or appear to be attacking while actually towing away critical infrastructure. One managed to destroy a sensor array simply by venting pressure at close range and slingshotting debris at the right angle. The strike was described as unintentional, yet undeniably effective. The Confederation, by contrast, struggled to integrate Warthog reports into official data systems. Most lacked transponder data. Hull signatures were inconsistent. Descriptions varied from awkward but effective to contained madness on 4 unreliable struts. One logistics report included a hand-sketched diagram with the note, "This is not a joke. This flew." Despite this, requests for Warthog assistance increased. Colony outposts with no official defense capabilities began asking for Terran support craft. Relief organizations requested unorthodox Terran designs for supply drop zones with hazardous approach vectors. Some GC field captains quietly sought out retired Warthog pilots for consultation, unrecorded, of course. The Confederation issued no official acknowledgement. No tactical briefings were updated. No formal commendations were made. But the frequency of the phrase Warthog-class anomaly encountered. Result: positive deviation from predicted outcome increased 370% over 5 cycles. They built without approval. They flew without permission. They survived without explanation. Part 3, Directive 88K, How to Lose an Argument with a Toolbox. They proved themselves, so we redefined the problem. As Warthog usage spread beyond fringe systems and isolated outposts, the Galactic Confederation found itself confronting an increasingly awkward truth. The ships worked. More than that, they worked well, particularly in environments that GC Analytics had previously categorized as unsalvageable, logistically infeasible, or, in the case of one asteroid cluster, simply not our problem. Early attempts to ban or restrict Warthog-type vessels had yielded minimal compliance and even less control. Units continued to appear, often mid-crisis, flying erratically, repairing themselves mid-flight, and completing objectives that Confederation command units hadn't even authorized yet. More troubling still, they often succeeded before GC backup had finished processing its own risk assessments. Faced with the failure of suppression and the political risk of official endorsement, the Confederation took a third option: accommodation without recognition. Directive 88K was issued quietly and logged under the jurisdiction of Auxiliary Field Integration Strategy. It permitted non-standard Terran craft of practical origin to operate in high-volatility sectors, on the grounds that risk saturation renders predictability obsolete. The phrasing was deliberate. It avoided praise. It did not name the Warthog platform, and it placed responsibility for field outcomes on the environment, not the vessel, but it opened the door. Within one cycle, Warthog-class ships began appearing on official fleet manifests, never as primary responders, never in core systems, but increasingly in edge-of-map deployments, orbital salvage operations, and planetary evacuations in unstable gravitational conditions, zones the Confederation had long viewed as too chaotic for standard protocol, which, as it turned out, made them perfect for Terran engineers. Field outcomes improved, not uniformly but consistently. Mission success rates in high-risk sectors climbed by an average of 14%. Response time dropped by nearly 40%, largely because warthogs didn't wait for orders. They just went. Documentation quality, however, declined to unreadable levels. One recovery log included only 4 entries. Arrived. Hull compromised. Fixed with vent plate and adhesive sealant. Evac complete. Leaving. No time for forms. The log was signed with a thumbprint and what appeared to be a sketch of a wrench. In technical circles, the term warthogged began appearing informally to describe any fix that violated 3 or more engineering protocols, but still succeeded. Systems engineers began using it in field reports, reluctantly, then habitually. One internal email thread debated whether warthogged should be capitalized. Consensus was never reached. Meanwhile, public interest surged. Civilian request portals began showing increased demand for Terran-built escort skiffs, particularly in sectors prone to weather anomalies, civil instability, or irregular cargo disputes. Terran salvage crews, once dismissed as fringe operators, became highly sought after. Several Warthog captains were reportedly offered positions in official GC contractor programs. Most declined. The Confederation issued no public statement. Cadet training programs, however, quietly adjusted. Simulation suites introduced new variables tagged as Terran interference events, randomized ship insertions that ignored standard fleet signals, and altered mission outcomes unpredictably. One such variable was programmed to disable the sim instructor's own vessel halfway through a training run, then solve the scenario using hull friction and misaligned engine wash. The cadets hated it. They also learned from it. Merchandise followed, unlicensed at first. Flight jackets, mission patch replicas, holographic footage from unsanctioned Warthog engagements. Within 2 years, several of the larger Terran-aligned production syndicates began mass-producing flight-ready Warthog training kits. These were banned from official GC stores and appeared in cadet lockers 3 days later. Archivists attempted to track the cultural spread. They failed. The ships had become myth, the builders folk heroes, the movement untraceable. Every time a new variant was discovered, its designer claimed no template, no mentor, and no shared source. Just tools, instinct, and the desire to survive. Despite mounting evidence, formal GC commentary remained unchanged. Dr. Halix Tremnock, of the Structural Engineering Division, gave this statement during the 5,163 Technical Review Summit. They were never meant to perform at scale. Their success was purely circumstantial. Lucky design, isolated competence. Certainly not indicative of broader systemic ingenuity. Archivist Emeritus Veg Taral was more cautious in public, though privately fascinated. His official response, submitted to the Department of Non-Conforming Civilizational Studies, read, "It is notable that so many unrelated humans independently arrived at working tactical vessels with no shared schematics. But let us not mistake adaptation for sophistication." Fleet Captain Narlock Deras, when reached for off-record comment, gave a more practical view. One of them patched a drive coolant leak with thermal sealant and a vent hose. It held for 3 days. I gave them a commendation. The GC removed it from the report. To this day, the GC does not formally acknowledge the Warthog platform as a viable fleet standard. The ships continue to fly. Telnari Station 3 wasn't the most exciting post in the Galactic Confederation's civil infrastructure lattice, but that was the point. Assigned to planetary logistics regulation on a colony where cargo manifests rarely changed and weather patterns were fixed by orbital stabilizers, Relin Vass was exactly where she'd wanted to be, safe, steady, and respected. She had a desk with a view of the settlement's central dome. Her compliance metrics were immaculate. She had a pension path, a clean uniform, a daughter enrolled in a well-ranked remote sciences academy. Which was why the salvage notification slip on her terminal that morning seemed like a clerical error. She almost dismissed it, until she noticed the delivery had been routed directly to her residential quadrant. Not commercial depot, not educational materials processing. Home. She scrolled through the digital receipt. 72 kilograms of composite hull paneling, 2 defunct power cells from a decommissioned mining trawler, and a manually signed receipt under recipient, Voss, Kira. Her daughter. Relin blinked. It had to be a prank. Kira was 15. She still needed help formatting her academic reports. What would she be doing with hull plating? The walk home took 11 minutes. She tapped out a disciplinary email draft the entire way. It wasn't until she stepped into the backyard that she understood the full scale of what had been happening. The vessel wasn't large by fleet standards. Maybe 8 meters, nose to tail, partially concealed beneath an old solar tarp. But it was clearly a ship, built by hand, with parts she recognized from old infrastructure lots, illegal scrap markets, and, most concerningly, a few pieces she could only identify from GC salvage clearance archives. Kira had welded the fuselage together with neat seams, reinforced the lower panels with repurposed shuttle plating, and strung power lines through what looked like irrigation tubing. The hull bore the faint outline of an old Terran tactical spec, Warthog class. There was a cockpit. There was a working thrust vector. There were cooling vents and life support tubes. The engine looked patched together but connected. The thing wasn't just theoretical. It worked. Kira was underneath the frame, shoulder deep in some kind of cooling matrix, humming. She didn't see her mother until she stood directly beside the wing. "What is this?" Relin asked, her voice cold and flat. Kira didn't flinch. "It's a skiff. A Warthog. Technically only a light class, but I've got reinforced spars and dual-cycle intake." "You built a combat skiff in the yard?" "Technically," Kira said again, standing and wiping grease off her fingers. "It's an independent salvage configuration. Low profile, quick launch, good for fringe maintenance." Relin's mind couldn't find a stable foothold. "You're 15. I'm 16 in 4 weeks. Relin stared at her daughter, then at the ship, then back at her daughter. "Where did you get clearance for any of this?" "I didn't," Kira said. "But the codes for most of the power core subsystems were public access. A lot of the rest I translated from Terran archives." "Human manuals? You use Terran tech?" Kira's grin wasn't even sheepish. "It's not like anyone else publishes free modular retrofitting guides." Relin stepped back, too stunned to speak. She circled the ship in silence, noting the clean lines, the subtle detail work in the sensor cowling, the improvised landing struts. It wasn't perfect, but it was far from dangerous. It was capable. "You're done with school," she said eventually, not a question. "I passed the core curriculum. The rest is specialized. I'm not wasting another cycle on system admin coursework. You're on track for fleet logistics. You could have interned with civil data flow." Kira just stared at her. "I don't want to audit import numbers for 8 hours a day, filing metadata around a conference table while someone drones about gravity permits." Relin's voice turned hard. "And you think flying around on some Terran death trap is a career path?" Kira didn't yell. She didn't even look upset. "They don't wait for permission. They see a problem and they do something. You taught me to fix things. This is fixing something. For me." The words lodged like a shard in Relin's chest. She'd thought her daughter was fascinated by engines, like a hobby. Not this. Later that day, she tried to unravel the whole thing. Backtracking cargo records, tracing unauthorized material movement, scanning Kira's academic logs. Every answer raised more questions. Some of the components had been rerouted from decommissioned colony equipment. Others had been acquired through barters with off-grid recyclers. A few items, like the military-grade interface cable coupler, were logged under educational demonstration models, which was such a bald-faced manipulation of the permit system that Relin almost laughed. She didn't, though. Instead, she filed 2 internal queries under low-priority review status and stared at them for 10 minutes before deleting them. The next day, she confronted Kira again. This time, the girl handed her a folded slip of paper. It was an acceptance notice from a human salvage crew based out of Jexian orbit. The apprenticeship was for non-combat maintenance and atmospheric drop work. It had been signed 4 days ago. "You applied to join a Terran crew?" Kira shrugged. "They saw the schematics. They said I had potential. I figured I'd say yes before they changed their minds." "You can't," Relin started, then stopped. She wasn't sure what followed. Can't leave? Can't be like them? Can't be better than this? Over the following week, Relin spoke to neighbors, school officials, even her shift supervisor. They all had the same reaction: concern, disbelief, a little disgust. Terrans don't follow protocol. They're reckless. They break things. But Kira, calm as ever, had said something different. They also fix things no one else can. Relin didn't have a response to that. Not yet. Relin stood in the doorway of her home, arms folded tightly across her chest, watching her daughter run a diagnostics loop from the open cockpit. The ship's power core gave off a quiet, stabilizing hum. Kira sat inside, legs crossed, fingers dancing across a jury-rigged interface board covered in mismatched Terran labels and repurposed GC wiring. She looked focused, comfortable, at home in something Relin couldn't name. "You built a weapon," Relin said flatly. Kira didn't look up. "I built a skiff." "It's a warthog. That's a gunship class. You know that." "It's multi-purpose," Kira said. "Original design was for asteroid tow. It got adapted." Relin stepped closer. "You built a war machine in our yard, with black market scrap and unsanctioned engineering specs. And now you're leaving to work with a salvage crew that isn't even part of the fleet." Kira finally turned. She didn't look guilty. She didn't look proud. She just looked calm. "I didn't build a war machine. I built something that works. You could have died." "I didn't. You could have caused a cascade failure in the neighborhood grid. We have children 3 doors down. I routed everything through an isolated power buffer. The draw's lower than our laundry processor. You don't have clearance. No one does. That's why the manual was in Terran." She paused. "They don't wait for permission. They just build it, and then it works." Relin opened her mouth and closed it again. The phrase echoed in her mind. They don't wait for permission. It was the kind of thing people muttered during staff meetings as a complaint. Now it was something else. She didn't argue after that. Not right away. Not with words. Instead, over the next few days, she watched. Quietly. From the window. From across the garden. From just inside the frame of a doorway while pretending to check weather reports on her slate. Kira didn't just tinker. She debugged sensor arrays, ran stress tests on welded joints, and made micro-adjustments to a balance algorithm for a ship that wasn't even supposed to exist. She calibrated ducted fans using a makeshift test rig and grease-scrawled equations on the patio stone. She filed small notches into scrap panels until they sat flush along uneven seams. There were no instructions for any of this. Just sketches, notes, practice, and something else. Something Relin hadn't seen in a long time. Pride. Not the loud kind. Not defiant, just steady, quiet satisfaction in every movement. The kind of pride that didn't ask for approval. That existed with or without it. 3 days later, the human salvage crew arrived. They didn't land dramatically. No banners, no horns. Just a quiet old freighter marked with faded hull numbers and a painted crescent moon over an arc of tools. It didn't match anything in GC fleet databases. When it touched down just beyond the western field, the ground barely shook. 3 figures stepped out. 2 wore patchwork flight suits with unaligned emblems. The third, older, balding, with a stained shirt and a datapad, walked with the casual authority of someone who'd survived more than one crash landing. Kira sprinted out to meet them. Relin followed at a slower pace, half expecting noise, swagger, or maybe an inappropriate joke. But when the Terrans saw the warthog, they didn't laugh, or whistle, or nod in mock approval. They stopped, and stared, long and slow. Then the old one muttered, "Stars below. She built this?" Kira beamed. Most of it. Some of the compression loop came from an old dome recycler. One of the others crouched beneath the landing struts. Is this plated with recycled prefab? That's actually smarter than fleet issue. Takes stress better. The older man walked up to Relin. His handshake was short and firm. Ma'am, Captain Tev Kor, you're the mother? Relin nodded. She's got instinct, he said simply. Not just talent. Knows where the seams should go before she puts them there. You don't teach that. You just hope someone grows up with it. Relin didn't know what to say. The third crew member, short, broad-shouldered, maybe a decade older than Kira, tapped the Warthog's hull with the back of her hand. Honestly, that thing's better reinforced than some of ours. You let her do all this with garden tools? I didn't let her do anything, Relin said without much force. They didn't smile at her. They nodded with a kind of quiet respect. Then they asked the question that caught her completely off guard. You want a tour? Relin blinked. What? The ship, Tev said. Nothing classified. Just a look. You might want to see where she's going. She didn't say no, but she didn't say yes. She looked past them to Kira, who was already deep in conversation with the other crew, pointing out the fuel line junction and explaining how she'd reinforced the lateral fins to survive sharp re-entry angles. No, Relin said eventually. Let her have this. They loaded up 2 crates, one of tools, one of food. Then Kira hugged her mother, long and fast, and climbed aboard without looking back. By the time the ship rose over the yard, its engines flaring blue-white in the waning light, the Warthog was silent. The tarp fluttered in the wind. The backyard was quiet. Later that evening, Relin walked out to where the ship had sat. Just an impression in the dirt now. A few bolts, a grease stain, a line of melted gravel from a too-hot thruster. She went inside, opened Kira's old room and pulled a dusty, grease-smudged book off the shelf. The title read, Modular Systems Optimization for Improvisational Pilots, Unofficial Edition, Terran Print. She flipped through the first few pages, frowned, then kept flipping. The next morning she placed an order for a low-grade Terran toolkit, not for inspection, not for confiscation, not even for repair, just to see what it felt like. 2 years had passed since Kira left Telnari Station 3, but Relin Vaz could still remember the hum of that old Warthog engine fading into the night. In the weeks after, she'd told herself the girl would be back within a season, chastened, looking for a desk job in data flow. Instead, she got her first message 3 months later, threaded through a routine cargo manifest, hidden behind 3 layers of encrypted routing like someone had been playing games with the comm channels. Figured out how to hot patch a skiff mid-re-entry. Don't freak out. The hull held. Jack says I've got the knack. They're laughing at me now because I used a food-grade Terran sealant instead of composite filler. But hey, it's stuck. More later. Don't tell the station board. K. Relin read it twice, then a third time, hands tight on the terminal edge. The sender ID matched. The syntax was definitely Kira's, those clipped, stubborn lines. But the words made no sense. Mid-re-entry? Food-grade sealant? And who in the void was Jax? She flagged the message for a second review and set it aside with a frown. The next update came 2 weeks later, hidden in a purchase authorization for spare coolant rods. Jax says I hold a welding torch like I'm afraid of it. He made me redo a joint 8 times until I got the angle right. My shoulders hurt, but the seam passed pressure test on first cycle. Don't tell the academy. They'd give me demerits for the technique. Anyway, gotta go. The captain's yelling about power fluctuation again. Love you. K. Relin's immediate response was to draft a reply demanding the crew identify themselves and their chain of command. She deleted it after 3 sentences. Instead, she started a small folder on her personal slate labeled K Updates. It was a reflex more than a decision. By the 5th message, her daughter had started writing like she'd forgotten the distinction between civilian and fleet protocols. You'd have loved this. We salvaged an Escher scout hull today. Found it drifting in a restricted pocket, half-powered. We didn't trip any GC beacons. Don't ask how. Captain says it's scrap now, but I'm pretty sure I can get the nav core online. Also, tell Aunt Lyra her biscuit recipe works in 0G if you pin the tray. K. Relin nearly dropped her slate. An Escher hull? In a restricted zone? She checked the attached data fragment and confirmed the signal tag. Yes, Escher military origin. How had they gotten away with that? How had her daughter been anywhere near it? She closed the message, stared at the wall for a long time, then opened it again and scrolled through the details. Coolant metrics, seam tolerances, references to Terran adhesives she had to look up in the database. She began printing the messages. At first, she told herself it was evidence, a precaution. If anyone from oversight came asking, she'd have the records. But after a month, she realized she was annotating them in the margins. Questions, notes, even little sketches when Kira mentioned a particular modification. The folder in her slate grew fat. The paper stack in her desk drawer grew heavier. One message described a patch job done under fire. We got clipped by debris on a fuel run. Nothing major, just a spin. I did the plate repair while we were still moving. Jax yelled at me, but I braced myself with a tether and it held. The captain says I've got nerves like a mech's spine. Not sure if that's good or bad. Anyway, no burns, no leaks. Tell me if you can find more on Terran thermal sleeves. They're a lifesaver. Relin couldn't decide whether to reprimand her daughter for recklessness or admire the calm with which she wrote about it. She ran a hand over the printed page, tracing the curve of her daughter's quick handwriting at the end of the message. No burns, no leaks. That was something. She caught herself one night, late, alone in her office, running a search on Terran thermal sleeves. Not because she needed to, not because it was her jurisdiction, but because Kira had asked. The specifications were crude, nothing like GC standard issue, but she could see why they worked. She printed the diagrams and slipped them into the same folder just in case. Over time, the updates shifted from something she dreaded to something she anticipated. She checked her slate before morning briefs, waiting for the next message to slip in under some innocent heading like non-critical supply variance. When one didn't come, she found herself restless, distracted, tapping her pen against her desk during planning meetings. And when they did come, she read them slowly, savoring the details, the improvisations, the names of new tools, the way Kira described the stars above a mining world as green through the filters, like home, but not. Relin never told anyone about the folder. It lived in her desk drawer under a false panel, a growing archive of her daughter's life far beyond the dome of Telnari Station 3. Sometimes she imagined what the GC ethics board would say if they found out she was hoarding these. She didn't care. One evening, after a long day of approving cargo manifests, she unfolded the latest printout and laid it across her knees. The handwriting was confident now, quick but clean. There's this trick Jax taught me. You hold the duct tape roll sideways and spin it as you go, lets you seal a seam without wrinkling under torque. I used it today on a cargo pod with a cracked seal. Captain says we bought ourselves another 10 hours of air. Thought you'd like that. Love you. Relin smiled before she realized she was doing it. She didn't feel fear this time. She felt something else. Something warm in her chest, spreading slowly, steady as an engine hum. She slipped the message into the folder, smoothing it flat with the palm of her hand. For the first time since her daughter had left, she believed she hadn't lost anything at all. Relin had started hearing her daughter's name in places she didn't expect. It wasn't formal, not the kind of citation that showed up in fleet-wide commendations, but in the back corridors of Telnari Station 3, in the low murmur of supply officers and repair techs swapping stories after shifts. She was reviewing a maintenance log one afternoon when Supervisor Krelix dropped by with a shipment summary. His mandibles clicked thoughtfully as he scanned the paperwork. "Did you see they finally patched the shuttle grid over on Dock 4? He said. "Whole sector was out for half a day. Surprised they didn't scrap the conduit." Relin shook her head. "I hadn't heard." "They used a Kira fix," Krelix added casually, as though that were an actual technical term. "Field splice with pressure-balanced bracing. Didn't think it'd hold, but the readouts look better than before." Relin froze for a moment, pen hovering over her screen. "A what?" He frowned, unaware of her reaction. "Kira fix. Came from some Terran crew out near Jexian orbit. Not fleet certified, but the trick's been circulating. Don't know who Kira is, but she's got a head for ugly problems." Relin murmured something neutral and waved him off, but her heart felt oddly light as she returned to her work. "A Kira fix." The words repeated in her head the rest of the day. 2 weeks later, during an otherwise routine orientation briefing, a circular from Fleet Technical floated across her terminal feed. She skimmed it out of habit. Most were dull amendments about docking brackets or coolant labeling. But one paragraph caught her eye. Operators are advised to review recent independent reports on innovative salvage procedures originating from Jexian orbit crews. Selected techniques demonstrate notable performance under high-stress conditions and may be integrated into auxiliary training. There was no name, no signature, but she didn't need one. At lunch in the commissary, she tested the waters. "Have you seen the circular on independent salvage techniques?" she asked a fellow logistics officer, a tall Avrix named Pelletine. Pelletine snorted. "More Terran improvisation nonsense, I imagine. Barely safe. Definitely not standardized. Wouldn't trust it near my hull." "But some of them work," Relin said carefully. Pelletine waved a claw dismissively. "Accidents work too. That doesn't make them good engineering." Across the table, a quiet technician named Laris, who had been listening without comment, spoke up. "If my engines failed mid-orbit," she said softly, "I'd want one of them on board. Terrans, they don't wait for permission." Relin didn't answer right away. She just took a slow sip from her mug, a small smile hidden behind the rim. Nights on Telnari Station 3 were quiet, the way she liked them. After the corridors emptied and the domes dimmed to a soft amber, she'd sit at her desk and reread Kira's old messages. She didn't need to. She knew them almost by heart. But something about the act soothed her, like listening to the steady hum of a familiar engine. On one such night, she pulled out the dusty Terran manual Kira had once relied on. The edges were smudged from her daughter's hands, and a coffee stain cut through 3 pages. Relin flipped to a section on basic wiring and traced diagrams with her finger, trying to imagine how her daughter had made sense of all this by torchlight and intuition. She set the book aside and opened the small toolkit she'd ordered years before. A Terran kit, simple and sturdy, with a wrench that didn't quite fit GC standard bolts, and a soldering pen with an oddly comfortable grip. In her off hours, she'd been tinkering with a small contraption she'd salvaged from the depot, an old Terran coffee machine kit she'd found buried in surplus crates. It had no manual, just a crude schematic etched on the underside of the housing. The hoses were brittle, the heating element corroded, but as she worked, she found herself humming softly, thinking about Kira under that warthog in the yard. The first time she powered it up, smoke curled from the coil and she yanked the plug with a startled laugh. The second time, the pump stuttered but held pressure. By the third attempt, a thin ribbon of fragrant steam rose from the spout, carrying a sharp, earthy smell she remembered from that human liaison's mug in room 17B months ago. She poured a tentative cup and sipped. Bitter. Strong. She grimaced and took another sip anyway. She didn't tell anyone about the machine, just as she hadn't told anyone about the growing folder of messages. It was enough that she knew. Weeks passed. The messages kept coming, tucked under cargo codes and manifest updates. "I got the nav core from that Eshar hull talking again. Jack says I'm better with old systems than new ones. Maybe because I like manuals nobody reads. Don't worry, we kept the GC tags clean. No patrol trouble. Ma patched a crewman's suit mid-walk today. Used that twist lock method you told me about from dome repair training. He said to thank you. So, thanks." Each message carried a sliver of Kira's world. A new skill, a near miss, a joke about the captain's terrible singing. Relin found herself lingering over them longer and longer, her notes in the margins turning from anxious questions into small exclamation marks of pride. One evening, while reviewing an updated supply chain map, she noticed her colleagues gossiping near the far table. Words drifted over, Jexian orbit, clever fix, some kid from Telnari. She didn't join the conversation, but she felt her chest tighten with something like triumph. She was halfway through calibrating the coffee machine's heating element for the 4th time when her terminal pinged. The message header was plain, almost too plain. Arrival notice, local dock, civilian registry 882. She tapped it open, half distracted, then read the first line twice. "My captain says we've got a layover at Telnari. Should be there next week. Crew's been talking about meeting you. I'll be 18 when we dock. Thought you'd want to know. K." Relin set down the wrench slowly. Steam hissed from the coffee machine behind her, filling the room with the scent of roasted grounds and warm metal. She stared at the message, a soft smile spreading across her face as she brushed a smear of grease from her hand. She didn't reply right away. She just sat there, reading the words over and over, feeling the hum of the station beneath her feet, the steady thrum of engines, and the quiet pride she'd tried so long to deny. Relin waited in the yard where the warthog had once crouched under its faded tarp, her hands folded behind her back, fingers tightening and loosening against each other. The late afternoon light slid across the settlement dome, painting the gravel in muted gold. She could still see the outline in her mind, the scrape marks from the landing struts, the faint scorch on the stone where the improvised thruster test had singed the ground. 2 years had softened those marks, but standing there now, she felt as if no time at all had passed. She checked the comm panel strapped to her forearm for the 10th time in an hour. The approach vector was confirmed. Civilian Registry 882, inbound from Jexian orbit, granted priority clearance. The supply office had offered to host the arrival in Bay 2. Relin declined. Kira had left from this backyard, and here she would return. The first distant tremor in the air reached her before she heard the engines, a faint vibration in the soles of her boots. The hum deepened, and soon a silhouette emerged through the shimmer above the western field. The freighter was old, scarred, a hodgepodge of mismatched panels that caught the fading sunlight in uneven flashes. One engine stuttered audibly and then caught again, coughing blue exhaust as the landing struts unfolded. Relin's heart raced as the ship descended, careful and slow. Dust lifted in a broad halo swirling across the garden. The freighter settled with a final groan and a hiss of cooling plates. For a heartbeat, nothing moved. Then the rear ramp extended with a hydraulic sigh. Kira appeared first, framed in the amber light. Taller, sharper around the edges, her flight suit patched in a dozen places, each mark telling a story Relin would one day demand to hear. Grease smudged her cheek. A data slate rested in the crook of one arm. For a moment she didn't move, scanning the yard, eyes catching on the old garden tools, the curved shadow of the dome wall. When her gaze found her mother, she smiled, a real, wide grin that made Relin's chest ache. Behind her, figures began to spill out onto the ramp. A tall man with rough hands carrying a crate labeled perishables, handled gently, probably. A broad-shouldered woman balancing a stack of tool cases and laughing as she descended. Someone younger, dragging a container that hummed faintly with refrigeration coils. Relin's eyes caught on the smallest crate, hovering on a mag-clamp platform, its surface frosted and decorated with a looping script. Happy 18th, K. She almost laughed at the absurdity and swallowed hard instead. Kira hopped down from the ramp with the easy grace of someone who had spent too many months in low gravity. The tall man followed, setting his crate carefully on the ground, and offered Relin a nod. "Captain Tevkor," he said, voice rough but respectful. "Nice to meet you again, Relin." Relin found her voice. "Me too, Captain Tor." Tev looked back toward the ship. "She's the best system runner I've seen in 10 years, he said simply. "Knows how to keep things alive when they shouldn't be." He scratched the back of his neck. "She rerouted our coolant system mid-combat drift last month. Kept us from freezing solid." The broad-shouldered woman set down her tools and grinned. "She caught an Eshar booby trap none of us saw. Saved our hides. Twice." She leaned closer to Relin as if sharing a secret. "And she makes a better seal with a strip of Terran tape than half the licensed techs I've worked with." Relin felt her breath hitch, pride flooding through her so sharply it almost hurt. She turned back to Kira, who stood quietly, eyes bright, waiting. For years, Relin had worried that her daughter's choices would tear them apart. Now all she felt was awe. She stepped forward and wrapped Kira in a fierce embrace. The smell of grease and ozone clung to her daughter's flight suit. "You didn't just build a ship," Relin whispered, voice breaking. "You built yourself." Kira hugged her back, quick and strong. "Told you I'd be fine," she murmured, and Relin felt her laugh into her shoulder. The crew moved with practiced ease, spreading out across the yard. Someone unfolded a collapsible table. Another set down a thermos steaming with something sharp and dark. Terran coffee by the smell of it. The cake hovered steadily on its mag-clamp tray, frosting intact despite the long journey. There were packets of food labeled in at least 4 languages, tools stacked neatly against the dome wall, and laughter spilling into the air like warm sunlight. Relin stood among them, still absorbing the unlikely scene. Terran engineers swapping jokes with her neighbors who had cautiously come to see what the commotion was, the old freighter humming softly in the background as its systems cooled. Kira crouched over a crate explaining a new bracing technique to a fascinated logistics apprentice from the settlement. Later, as the evening settled into a soft glow and the first stars pricked through the dome filters, Relin poured herself a cup of coffee from the refurbished machine she'd been tinkering with. She sipped and watched her daughter laughing with her crew, gesturing animatedly as she described some daring mid-orbit repair. Pride, sharp and unshakable, filled her chest. The freighter remained on the edge of the yard, its patched hull gleaming faintly under the settlement lights. It would leave again soon. Kira would leave with it. Relin no longer feared that. Her daughter hadn't abandoned home. She had carried it with her into the stars, piece by piece, and brought it back richer than before. Relin took another sip, the bitter coffee grounding her as the laughter rose again. She let herself smile freely this time, the sound of engines and voices mingling in the warm air, the night stretching wide and full of possibility. Room 17B smelled like stale air, old plastic, and judgment. Captain Drevi sat rigid in a too-small chair that had been designed more for visual conformity than actual use. To his left, Osuun was methodically cracking his knuckles one by one, and to his right, Mail was staring at the ceiling like he was calculating whether the fire suppression nozzles could be turned into escape pods. Across the long black table were 6 members of the Galactic Confederation Oversight Committee. Each wore the same muted gray uniform with subtle violet piping, just enough flair to remind you that they outranked you and found it distasteful. Director Venral, seated at the center of the committee row, adjusted his data slab with exaggerated care. His voice, when he finally spoke, was less a greeting and more an accusation that forgot to add a question mark. Captains Drevi, Osuun, Mail, welcome back to Centralis 5. We apologize for the delay. That was a lie. Everyone in the room knew it. The captains had been sitting there for 47 minutes while the committee reviewed materials, which mostly seemed to involve drinking synth coffee and practicing their blank stares. Venral continued, "We've reviewed your submitted report on the incident in Sector Theta 9. Thorough, colorful." "I'd describe it as factual," Drevi said. He kept his voice flat, dry, unapologetic. Board member Halvrin, second from the left, raised an eyebrow. "A human vessel, unregistered, unannounced, enters a contested zone, engages 3 Eshar corvettes, disables them with 5 shots, and leaves? Without comms? Without identification?" "That's correct," Mail replied without blinking. "Forgive us," said board member Velis, who hadn't looked up from her pad once since they entered. "But this version of events strains credibility." Osuun finally spoke. "Which part?" Venral interjected before Velis could answer. "The part where the shuttles survived an ambush that should have ended in total destruction. And the part where one human ship, outgunned 3 Eshar warships and left before we could so much as scan its jump signature." "That is, in fact, what happened," Drevi said. Mail leaned in. "You think we're lying?" "We think your experience may have colored your interpretation," Halvrin said smoothly, like he was trying to sneak condescension through customs. "Right," Mail muttered. "Must have been a hallucination, a collective one." "There's a reason we summoned you here in person," said Venral. "To clear up any discrepancies before this report is passed up the chain." "You mean the part where we were all supposed to die?" Osuun asked. "We can clear that up real quick. We didn't. You're welcome." That earned a sharp glance from 3 of the committee members. Venral folded his hands. "Your tone isn't helping, Captain." Osuun gave a thin, unimpressed smile. "Neither is your disbelief." There was a long, brittle silence. Then Venral gestured toward the far end of the table. "Do you have the surveillance data you referenced?" Osuun pulled a crystal drive from his coat pocket and placed it on the table like it was a playing card. "Uncompressed footage from shuttles 2, 4, and 9. You'll want to start at timestamp 3 hours, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds. Venral nodded toward the aide near the wall. The aide, clearly someone who had dreamed of being somewhere else, anywhere else, took the drive and slotted it into the embedded wall console. "Play it on the large screen," Venral said. "Audio on." The wall hummed to life, flickering before stabilizing into an external shuttle feed. It showed the black edge of Theta 9 space, a quiet field of stars and icy rock clusters. Halvrin crossed his arms. And we are to believe this ship simply appeared? Not simply, Drevi said. It showed up after 3 cloaked Eshar ships dropped out of stealth and lit us up like festival lanterns. Convenient timing, Velis murmured. Lucky for us, Mail replied. Unlucky for the Eshar. The footage froze. The aide was waiting for the cue. Venral steepled his fingers. Before we continue, Captain Drevi, please recount your version of events. For the record. Drevi inhaled slowly through his nose, then nodded. At 0312, our convoy entered Theta 9's outer corridor. Intel had it as a cold zone. No hostiles, no value. That turned out to be incorrect. 3 Eshar corvettes decloaked in perfect intercept formation. Their maneuvering suggested they weren't probing, they were waiting. Ambush, Osun added. And not their first. Drevi nodded. I ordered evasive maneuvers and scatter pattern Theta 2. Shields were barely holding. They were toying with us. All 6 shuttles were within 2 minutes of being destroyed. Venral gestured to the aide. Resume footage. The screen unpaused. It started exactly as described. 3 sleek Eshar warships descending like blades from nowhere. Red targeting indicators flared across the feed. 1 shuttle jolted under impact, sparks trailing. The voice chatter spiked with overlapping orders and half-swallowed swears. Then a new contact entered the frame. At first it was just a blur on the edge of the starfield. Then it angled in, hard, fast, and entirely the wrong shape. Pause, Drevi said. The aide complied. Zoom on the unidentified contact, Osun said. The screen magnified. The committee leaned forward slightly. What is that? Velis asked. Her voice was uncertain now. Human, Mail said. Maybe. Venral tapped the side of his chair. We'll continue playback momentarily. But understand, what you're claiming has significant implications. Rogue human vessels in disputed zones? Unauthorized combat? Intervention without clearance? No comms, Drevi said. No flag. No announcement. Then how do you know they were human? Osun pointed at the frozen screen. Just wait. You'll see. The aide resumed playback. The human vessel came in at an oblique angle, engines overclocked and radiating more heat than its hull should have withstood. It was smaller than any of the GC shuttles, half their length and lower slung. As it turned into view, a few of the board members leaned closer involuntarily. Its frame was asymmetrical, a large central mass slung forward like the prow of an icebreaker, flanked by uneven lateral pods that had clearly been bolted on after the original design, if there had ever been one. Blackened weld lines ran down its sides like scar tissue. A half-melted sensor dish drooped off-center. One of the stabilizing fins wobbled visibly as it cut through the dark. What is that? Board member Halvrin said, his voice thin with confusion. Looks like a shipyard threw up, Mail said under his breath. The committee didn't laugh. In the footage, the human vessel didn't decelerate. It never slowed. It passed directly between 2 GC shuttles, cutting within 50 meters of one. No lights, no comms, just a hunk of angry metal and silent velocity. Then came the shots. Not a barrage, not a panic-spread salvo. 5 distinct flashes, each fired from a different mounting, left pod, central cannon, something rigged below the nose that looked suspiciously like a mining bore retrofitted to eject compressed plasma. The result was clinical. The lead Eshar corvette's bridge erupted in a blossom of light and vented gas. Its engines flared once, then flickered out. The second ship's weapons pod simply disappeared. 1 second it was there, the next, the footage showed debris tumbling like flakes from a shattered sculpture. The third hit amidships, not enough to destroy it, just enough to crack the hull wide open. Escape pods launched from its belly like frightened birds. By the time the GC shuttles managed to regroup, the engagement was over. The committee room was quiet except for the soft hum of the playback system. No one interrupted now. The footage continued. The strange vessel hovered near Shuttle 9, Osun's ship, facing its flank. Its lights were dim, but then one on the port side blinked. Once, a slow pulse. See that? Osun said. We thought it was a sensor reset at first, but then they angled slightly starboard and pulsed again. Just the left light? Asked Velis, narrowing her eyes. Just the left, Mail confirmed. Twice, same interval. Intentional. The timing matches standard GC visual signals, Drevi added. Except it wasn't any code we recognized. The cadence was casual. Venral frowned. Are you suggesting it winked? We're telling you it did wink, Drevi said. The footage rolled forward again. The vessel slowly rotated, aligning nose up relative to the plane of battle. Its main thruster core bloomed with pale orange light, distinct from standard GC or Confederation drive signatures. Then as the thruster flared, the aft of the ship swung into full view. The aide paused the playback again. Everyone in the room leaned forward. There it was, on the scorched metal hull, barely legible through soot and carbon scarring, painted in uneven yellow. Clemency. The letters were hand-done, not stenciled. The E's were mismatched. The Y dipped below the hull seam like an afterthought. Enhance and isolate frame, Venral ordered. The aide complied. The name filled the wall display. Board member Halvrin swallowed hard. Clemency, he murmured. You'll find no match for that name in our registry, Osun said. Or anywhere else. Believe me, Drevi added, we checked. Venral steepled his fingers again. It didn't seem as impressive this time. No drive signature? None we could trace. The wake was distorted, like the core was modulating frequencies to disrupt pursuit tracking. Whatever they were running, it was beyond our scanners. Mail crossed his arms. We've run the combat analysis 9 times. Best estimate is that they pre-calibrated those shots before even entering firing range. That's impossible, Velis snapped. You'd need an AI-assisted targeting array capable of calculating post-cloak positions based on nothing we can detect, Mail finished. I know. Venral leaned back slowly, eyes locked on the frozen image. And still no ID? No broadcast? No transponder? Nothing, Osun said. No markings, no insignia. Just that name, and those shots. Venral turned to Drevi. You believe they were human? Yes. What makes you so certain? Drevi glanced at Mail and Osun, then back to the director. Because they didn't ask for thanks. Didn't explain. Just showed up, handled the problem, and left. Like it was routine. That could describe mercenaries. Or pirates. Maybe. But pirates don't take clean shots and vanish without looting, and mercenaries usually send invoices. No one laughed. Venral sighed, sitting back in his chair. 3 Eshar corvettes. Disabled. Without loss, and the only explanation is a ghost. Not a ghost, Osun said. A gunship. Mail nodded. Built from scrap, flying on anger and leftover parts. Probably duct tape in the life support, Drevi muttered. Venral tapped the edge of the table, staring at the screen. We're going to have to report this to Fleet Command. The Council will want to review this directly. Until then, this incident is sealed under Section 9 clearance. No external communication. No secondary copies. Understood, Drevi said, standing. As the captains began to rise, Venral added one last question. If they show up again, what would you recommend? The 3 looked at each other. Osun shrugged. Don't get in their way. Mail smirked. Or maybe get behind them. Drevi gave a faint smile. We don't know who they were, but they weren't bluffing. The lights dimmed as the screen went dark, and room 17B fell into silence once more. Governor's Log, Telnari Agricultural Outpost, Week 3 of Eshar Disruption Event Classification, Internal Use Only, not for public archive submission. This morning marked the 21st standard day under interdiction. As of 0600, all outbound comms remain jammed, including fleet-level emergency bands. Secondary beacon redundancy failed last week. We attempted a tethered burst relay via the orbital survey platform. The Eshar fried it within an hour. Current colonial population, 1,287. Operational water reclamation systems, 1 out of 5. Filtration output, 42% decreasing. Reservoirs, below minimum viability in 4 sectors. We've entered ration status for all non-agricultural use. Irrigation prioritization matrix has been reweighted. The children are taking short turns monitoring condenser runoff. I've personally verified we're down to powdered meal packs in most dispensaries. No fresh produce, no cold storage. We've lost the greenhouse dome. It cracked during last week's wind burst when the dome anchor servos seized and the secondary seals didn't deploy. The agricultural drone swarms have gone haywire, flying crooked loops over dry soil, reporting crop patterns that haven't existed since the spring cycle. Without full sync to the ComNet, they default to old command scripts. I've sent technicians to hard-code new behavior patterns, but they're limited by the heat and no access to internal cooling on the tool banks. The school access terminal has gone offline entirely. The backup server now only displays a blinking prompt and a corrupted voice module that loops, "I'm still learning," in a stuttering tone. 2 students cried. One attempted to fix it with a spoon. The spoon is now lodged in the rear cooling intake. I've filed 8 requests to GC Command, 6 via beacon before jamming, 2 hand-carried by low-orbit courier before SR orbital presence cut all launches. Every single response has been identical. Your transmission has been received. Due to current strategic restraint policy review, immediate intervention is not possible. Please maintain population control and system integrity until status shift. Stay safe. Stay loyal. Stay loyal. To whom, precisely? The SR already know we exist. The fleet isn't coming. Command seems more worried about diplomatic entanglement than colonial survival, and the field medics are using sterilized plumbing mesh to build IV frames. I'd like to say morale is stable. It isn't. People are scared, and fear turns to blame faster than heat cracks glass. We were preparing for long siege protocol, drawing up rotation schedules, repurposing airlocks into storage chambers, transferring gray water from the scrubbers to emergency filtration tanks. I had just reviewed the 10th iteration of the non-alarmist public address script when the alert siren started blaring. Unscheduled orbital contact. Everyone assumed it was Eshar. I started preparing a civilian lockdown order, assuming this was an escalation, perhaps a warning shot, perhaps worse. Instead, a single ship broke orbit. Short-range profile, low EM signature, and what looked suspiciously like hull plates from 3 different decades. It didn't respond to hails. It broadcast no IFF signature, no diplomatic credentials, no command flag. Our internal defense coordinator flagged it as an unregistered vessel and ordered a passive scan. The power signature was oddly high for a ship of that size, but unstable, clearly modded. Then it fired. Not at us. The projectile, a blunt, low-orbit slug built from what we later identified as a pressure tank, thermal coil array, and what might have been half a cafeteria oven, launched from the skiff's dorsal array with no warning. We watched it ascend in a lazy arc toward the upper sky. Defense thought it was a threat, maybe a targeting error, maybe a warning. Then the SR relay satellite blinked out of existence in a quiet, unregistered thermal bloom. It was vaporized. No countermeasure. No detonation warning. Just gone. The residual signal was a scatter of spinning debris, none of it larger than a fist. SR orbital presence vanished from our scans within 2 hours. The skiff didn't gloat. It didn't request confirmation. It didn't transmit at all. It just drifted through the atmosphere like it had nowhere better to be, looped twice over the valley, then descended gently into the irrigation flats behind the northern ridge. No permit, no landing approval, no clearance tags. It touched down like someone returning to a favorite lunch spot. We sent out a containment unit, standard civilian response. By the time the responders arrived, the Terran crew had already deployed 2 portable solar rigs, laid out a toolkit across the gravel, and removed the access grates from the water reclamation trench. According to our environmental officer, they had identified the filter collapse issue within 7 minutes. Within 20, they were inside the main tank, up to their elbows in high-sediment biofilm, muttering something about fixing what the last genius forgot to bolt. No introductions. No identification. They just gotta work. I drafted a formal censure, a regulation breach notice, a chain of command violation, illegal contact, unauthorized orbital weapons use. All of it. I never filed it. Because the humans were fixing the water system faster than we could even diagnose it. Because we needed help. And because no one else was coming. By sunset, they had flushed the system, bypassed the primary circuit board with what looked like a reinforced lunch tray, and were directing water through auxiliary lines that hadn't been used in years. The pressure stabilized. The flow rate doubled. The children stopped crying. They didn't ask for food or lodging. They slept under their ship, eating out of resealed ration pouches, laughing at something one of them called classic toast failure protocol. They didn't say who they were. They didn't have to. They stayed for 3 days. They never asked for permission, never presented credentials, never explained why they were here or who had sent them, or if anyone had sent them at all. From the moment their skiff touched down, it was simply understood that they had arrived to fix things. And that was enough. Within the first 6 hours, they had the main filtration matrix disassembled, cleared, rerouted, and pressure tested. The system, which hadn't functioned properly in almost 7 weeks, stabilized to 94% efficiency. Our colony maintenance log still lists that number in red because it exceeds what the unit was originally rated for. One of the human engineers, a lanky man in a scorched jumpsuit whose name I never got, emerged from the maintenance trench holding a dislodged valve in one hand and a half-melted GC standard coupler in the other. He dropped both onto the ground, wiped his hands with something that looked like a decommissioned t-shirt, and said, "You lot ever try replacing this with literally anything else?" He was right. They did. They used a Terran alloy pipe section, a pressure lock from their own landing gear, and a high-temp food processor valve. The result ran smoother than any part of the GC original spec. I watched them work from my office for most of that first night. They moved quickly without hierarchy. No one barked orders. No one checked forms. They seemed to know intuitively who was best suited for each task, not through title or command rank, but through some shared rhythm of urgency and purpose. At dawn, they moved on to the drone systems. We'd written off the agricultural drones 3 weeks ago. Our techs couldn't access the damaged central uplink, and the GC backup firmware kept reverting to legacy behaviors that hadn't been patched since the last planetary recall cycle. The Terrans plugged a cable directly into the uplink access port, muttered something about firmware arrogance, and pushed an unauthorized compatibility patch into the drone's legacy OS. They called it Farmer's Friend 2.3. I don't know what the original protocol was for, but it worked. The drones stopped flying in circles. They began scanning soil again. One of them, 22A if I recall, performed a perfect topsoil moisture loop over Quadrant 6. Our agricultural chief was in tears. The second night they turned their attention to the school. No one had asked them to. No one told them the education terminal had failed. But one of the crew, the only woman among them, with calloused fingers and welding goggles perched permanently on her head, noticed the kids gathered outside the building with nothing to do. She went inside. An hour later, the lights flickered back on. The terminal booted up to a clean home screen, complete with voice interface. The voice now spoke in dry, clipped tones and frequently made snide remarks. The children named it Dave. When I asked her about the voice personality, the engineer just shrugged and said, "Better than silence." On the final day, one of the colonists' children handed the crew a hand-drawn sketch of their ship. A shaky outline of the hull, 2 blobby thruster pods, and a big, beaming smile across the nose cone. The Terrans didn't laugh. The engineer took the picture, pulled a sealing putty strip from her pocket, and affixed the drawing to the side of the skiff. No ceremony, no fuss, just a moment of quiet acknowledgement. Behind the scenes, my council began drafting a formal report. None of us wanted to, but protocol required it. Unauthorized contact, unregistered weapons deployment, fleet zone interference. All violations, all grounds for inquiry. But no one filed it. Not because we were afraid, but because we knew what would happen. It would be buried, rewritten, sanitized until it said nothing. And the people who'd actually saved this colony would become a footnote, or worse, a redacted incident. That night, the Terrans loaded up what little gear they'd used. They left behind a sealed crate of rations with, "In case of bullshit," scrawled across the top in permanent marker. Inside were nutrient packs, a tiny solar cooker, 3 bottles of water purifiers, and a note that read simply, "You might need this before help arrives." They also left a handwritten checklist on our utility cabinet, things you might want to fix next time. The first item read, "Central fuse housing by Junction 9 is trying to kill you. Might want to check that." Before they departed, I made a decision. I brought them the chicken. Not just any chicken, our chicken. The colony's unofficial mascot. Old, cantankerous, and revered for her legendary escape attempts. The children called her Admiral Peck. They didn't know what to say. The crew captain blinked, took the crate, and said, "We don't usually do poultry, but okay." We watched them board. The ship rose into the pale morning sky without flourish or sound beyond the hum of repurposed thrusters. As it crossed the tree line, our comm relay, still technically jammed, picked up a final message through the static. "Good eggs. Might come back." We haven't heard from them since. I never put any of this into the formal record. It's not on the GC files. It's not in the Colonial Preservation Archive. The incident is officially marked resolved, conditions stabilized, no further action required. But here's what I know. We needed help. The humans showed up. No codes, no delay, just a toolbox and a bad attitude. And somehow it worked. The Galactic Council Oversight Committee met, as it always did, in room 17B of the High Orbit Command Tower above Centralis Prime. The room had no windows, 3 malfunctioning temperature regulators, and the kind of lighting that made every species look equally unwell. Around the long elliptical table sat representatives from 9 GC member species, each managing various expressions of polite disinterest, bureaucratic dread, or the slow onset of existential crisis. Chairman Van Raal, a thin-boned Krelek with a ridge of sensory nodules pulsing faintly down his crown, was finishing his summary. And so, per subsection 14C, the request for high-efficiency waste gas filtration on MERT Station 451 has been denied on the basis that 5 residents do not meet the required population-to-effluence ratio. He looked around. No one objected. No one moved. Halvrin tapped idly at his datapad. Velis was rereading an old tactical white paper upside down. The junior archivist in the corner was asleep with his eyes open, a talent his species had evolved solely for surviving GC committee work. Van Raal flicked his nodule array in resignation and moved on. Next item, Agenda 47D, unreviewed asset flagged for archival relay node Epsilon Z42, originally classified as Eshar Deep Space Listening Post. Human activity detected. No fleet interference requested. He scrolled through the attached note. Appears to be a routine human salvage op. Relay node listed as dormant. Likely another decommissioned rig full of broken panels and cultural violations. Possibly a barbecue pit again. That earned a few tired chuckles. Halvrin snorted. Maybe they're roasting another fusion coil. Someone tell Fallon she's not supposed to cook with weapons-grade isotopes. Van Raal glanced toward the projection terminal. Play the footage. The lights dimmed slightly. The central display pinged twice and came to life with the time-stamped data feed. Recorded on board a human stealth corvette. Ship class GC acknowledged, but tactically unlisted. The feed opened on the final approach vector. A mottled structure rotated lazily in the black. Relay node Epsilon Z42, hull paint long faded, marked by Eshar designations not used in 2 generations. Its solar fins were cracked. External life support was inert. The structure was dark, except for a faint green pulsing light in the comms dish array. The human shuttle made no attempt to hail. It simply extended a docking umbilical and clamped to the underside of the node with a series of practiced, efficient motions. Minimal thruster output. Silent. The committee leaned forward slightly. The footage jumped ahead. Now inside the node, 3 humans moved through its dim corridors. No resistance. No traps. No Eshar defense protocols. The walls were dusty but not decayed. One of the humans, their CO, judging by the subtle command tags on her shoulder, removed a glove and swiped it through the dust on a control panel. The residue was thick but uniform. No sign of recent activity, no thermal signature trails, no biometric residue. Just disuse. Fallon, Van Raal muttered, recognizing her from previous classified operations. She was not on any current assignment. That was already troubling. On screen, Commander Fallon turned to her second. Systems are running on subgrid reserve, but it's still got teeth. How? The second asked, half whispering. They never shut it off. Probably forgot it was even here. Fallon knelt beside a flickering terminal interface. The crew wiped it clean, bypassed the physical safety locks, and manually keyed in the console prompt. A low hum filled the chamber, as ancient Eshar hardware reawakened. Glyphs rolled across the screen. Fallon didn't hesitate. Username, admin. Password 123. Logan, accepted. The terminal lights shifted to green. The old relay's internal logic clicked into place. A cascade of access permissions bloomed across the screen. No firewall, no ICE, no alert triggers. Just a long, slow scroll of full access granted repeating. The humans didn't celebrate. They barely reacted. Backup redundancy nodes are still mirroring core Eshar command data, Fallon said, tapping through interface menus. Still tethered to the backbone. Wait, the third human said. You're saying this isn't just a dead relay? No, Fallon replied, already plugging in a data link. It's the oldest kind of problem, a forgotten door with no lock. Back in room 17B, no one spoke. Data began transferring on screen, rolling past too fast to read but tagged with GC standard metadata overlays. Eshar, strategic movement routes, confirmed live military ship manifests, updated civilian transit codes, valid high-level command structures, archival plus active penal colony sites, redacted, Black Class Project Osseous, access granted bioclassified transmission relays, mirroring. Venral leaned back, mandibles stiff. Halvrin stopped tapping. Velis closed her paper. Impossible, Halvrin said quietly. Not impossible, Velis corrected. Just ignored. That node was listed decommissioned after the Kark's spine incursion, decades ago. Venral spoke slowly. That's not a listening post. That's a backbone node, fully integrated. Still live? The room stayed quiet as the human team progressed deeper into the archive. They activated substation links, accessed cold storage communications records, and queued data core fragments for off-site encryption. No alarms, no resistance, just layer after layer of raw intelligence pouring in. Fallon's voice came through again as she looked over the transfer rate. We've got full trace on their Ghost Fleet locations. That's, 10 black ships? No wonder they were running dark on the perimeter side. A soft chuckle from her second. And they never changed the login? Old protocol? Probably built by contractors. No one likes touching root-level config unless the lights go out. Room 17B remained dead silent. The playback continued as the humans worked, calmly professional, almost bored. Venral finally broke the quiet. That can't be real. But no one contradicted him. The footage paused as the team confirmed full exfiltration prep. On screen, they packed the final drive into a hardened courier capsule. Commander Fallon turned to the camera, apparently recording for GC command. Mission complete. Cleanup handled. Returning via gravity assist arc through perimeter rift. Estimated arrival in 7 weeks. We'll need hot food in our mission bonus. Got my eye on one of those Class 9 adaptive AI smokers with integrated sauce AI. The video ended. The lights in room 17B brightened slightly. Venral looked around the table. That's not an op we authorized. Velis nodded. It's not an op we even knew could be done. Halvrin added, and it was executed like a repair job. Nobody laughed. The room, once humming with monotony, had become a vacuum. They'd underestimated the humans again. The playback resumed automatically. A timestamp clicked forward in the corner of the screen. 4 minutes later, something shifted. A faint pulse on the upper right. Halvrin noticed it first. Pause. Rewind 2 frames. That! He pointed with a claw tip, eyes narrowing. The view adjusted, enhancing the image. A contact signature, Eshar Scout class, light armor, forward comm array, warp trace residue still dissipating. Venral leaned forward. They just dropped out of slipstream. Shouldn't have been anything on this vector, Velis said, adjusting her viewer. No patrols logged. No open trace routes. Halvrin added, and they're inside 2 minutes of loss on the node. In the playback, Commander Fallon stood calmly in the access bay, reading the same signal on a handheld slate. The rest of the team didn't scramble. No one shouted. No orders were barked. Fallon looked at her tech. Data burst? Packets queued. Frequency? 438.7. Passive band intercept old military range? Should still be in their firmware loop. Fallon nodded once. They'll hear this, she said quietly. The tech touched a control, and the packet transmitted. Less than a second of noise, invisible to most scans, harmless to most systems. It shouldn't have mattered. It should have been static. On screen, the Escher scout ship reacted immediately. Its telemetry spiked. Lights blinked on its hull. Weapon pods extended and immediately receded. Thrusters fired off sequence. The scout ship performed a sudden evasive maneuver, rotated 32 degrees off course, and began scanning empty space sectors like it was surrounded. Pings bounced off non-existent ships. The playback captured a brief second of their comms. Panicked chatter, unconfirmed bogies, weapons lock alarms going haywire. Then the ship jumped, blind and fast. Gone. No return fire. No signal to home command. Just pure reactive fear. Back in room 17B, the silence was no longer bored. It was electric. Halvrin stared at the screen. That wasn't a virus. Velis said nothing. Venral clicked slowly. That was an exploit. Halvrin's claws twitched against the table. They used a data burst to trigger latent behavior in a scout's threat management suite. That's not even in our simulation libraries. We didn't know that was possible. That's not in anyone's libraries, Velis finally said. That was passive frequency injection, ghost echo simulation, signal mimicry. It was artificial panic. Do we even know how that works? Venral asked. No, Velis replied. But the humans apparently do. The playback continued. The human team didn't seem relieved, only methodical. Final transfers were secured. The physical drives were locked into courier pouches and slotted into a drone shell for encrypted backup. Commander Fallon looked directly into the recording lens. Mission complete. Cleanup handled. Returning via gravity assist arc through perimeter rift. Estimated arrival in 7 weeks. We'll need hot food and our mission bonus. Got my eye on one of those Class 9 adaptive AI smokers with integrated sauce AI. She grinned, just slightly. The screen cut to black. In room 17B, no one spoke for a full 15 seconds. Then the lights dimmed slightly without warning. A low chime sounded from the room's entrance. Not a regular chime. Not one tied to meeting schedules or security alerts. Everyone turned. The door to room 17B unsealed with a hiss. The room's climate adjusted automatically, colder, sharper. A figure stepped through. He was tall, elegantly built in the severe posture of a high-born Tavalis caste, skin matte obsidian with traces of iridescent plating beneath a deep gray formal cloak. No rank insignia, no weapon, no guards, only a single crystalline ID sigil in his left hand, glowing faintly with encoded clearance. J16. The top floor. The room instinctively straightened. He didn't introduce himself. He didn't need to. He walked slowly to the center of the table and placed the ID sigil down with deliberate care. I am retrieving all records pertaining to Agenda 47D. This includes visual logs, auditory transcripts, side recordings, cached metadata, and any personal annotations created during this session. Venral opened his mouth to protest. This was not marked as a J16 matter. This was flagged under Level 6 oversight. It is now reclassified. Venral faltered. We didn't even know the humans had this capability. The J16 operative nodded once. Neither did we, not until they showed us. He began collecting the data modules without pause or apology. The committee didn't stop him. Halvrin leaned forward, voice carefully measured. So they're what, then? GC agents with selective clearance? Field autonomy? The J16 operative paused for just a moment. He didn't look up. He didn't smile. You give most species regulations, he said, so they don't do anything stupid. You give humans regulations so they have something clever to ignore. He closed the last data tab, withdrew the ID sigil, and walked to the door. It opened for him. He left. Silence fell again. Venral looked at the space where the sigil had sat. No residue, no trace. Room 17B's logs would register the event as a classified interruption, time-stamped but unreviewable. After a moment, Velis leaned back in her chair. She exhaled slowly, folding her notes and closing her data panel. She spoke just loud enough for the others to hear, not looking at anyone in particular. One day the Eshar will figure out what humans are capable of. I just hope we're still technically on their side when they do. No one laughed. No one disagreed. The meeting was over. The Mule's Folly was a slow ship by anyone's standards. Built for structural cargo and heavy system diagnostic runs, it wasn't built for speed, comfort, or aesthetic value. It looked like a floating toolbox with engines and smelled faintly of burnt lubricant and synthetic cheese, neither of which were stored on board, but both of which had been absorbed into the air vents years ago. Its current mission was a simple one: deliver replacement reactor dampeners and a portable hydraulic gantry to a minor mining operation on the edge of civilized space. A route so dull, it didn't even rate a risk classification above mild boredom. For the first 2 days of the journey, the 5-person crew had filled the time with idle diagnostics, holovids, and an extremely heated debate over whether the second inversion of gamma time counted as actual science fiction or just very pretentious metaphysics. Then the noise started. It came in over the secondary comms band, just under the standard GC broadcast threshold, low enough not to trigger automated interference protocols, but loud enough to worm its way into the edges of every system the Folly used for passive reception. It began with a low, distorted pulse, 2 beats, followed by a momentary burst of static. Then, after exactly 47 seconds, a piercing electronic shriek. Not a siren, not an alert, but a frequency that sounded like someone had digitized the sensation of biting into tinfoil. Every 47 seconds. It slipped into navigation pings, bled into diagnostic overlays, echoed faintly beneath the ship-wide comms, and somehow, against all logic, managed to disrupt Holcroft's offline jazz archive. Even the ship's internal clock began to stutter, running 4 milliseconds fast, then slow, then fast again. At first, the crew assumed it was a temporary glitch, an old signal bouncing off an orbital remnant, or a bad echo from a low-tier relay node. But it didn't stop. It didn't even waver. By the end of the first hour, they had tried every comms filter, signal scrambler, and directional nullifier in the ship's database. Nothing worked. The signal was weak, but persistent, like a fly that somehow kept reappearing no matter how many windows you closed. "Can we isolate it?" asked Vin, the junior systems tech, whose right eyelid had begun to twitch every time the squeal came through. "Isolate it!" snapped Holcroft from the helm. "I want to murder it." "Technically, it's probably a malfunctioning distress loop," offered Chen, their comms specialist, scrolling through a tangle of corrupted header data. "Old Escher beacon from the identifier stub. Looks like it's been broadcasting for, stars. Weeks." Holcroft swiveled her chair around slowly. "Weeks?" "Yeah. No active distress flag, but the ID's a mess. Might be stuck in a self-test cycle." Another shriek echoed through the deck. The lights dimmed for half a second. Someone in the galley swore. Holcroft exhaled. "Is there a shut-off signal?" Chen shook her head. "There should be. But the signal's dirty, like someone built a distress beacon out of old chewing gum in spite." A silence fell, broken only by the sound of the squeal cycling again. This time, it cut into the ambient ship noise, producing a flickering light cascade across Deck C that triggered the ship's motion sensor, which in turn activated the automated cleaning drone, which immediately ran into a wall and flipped itself over. "Okay," said Holcroft, standing. "That's it. We're fixing it." "It's not ours," Vin pointed out. "Don't care." "Not our jurisdiction." "Don't care." "We're not even allowed to touch Escher hardware without cross-species technical parity clearance." "I will take responsibility," Holcroft said, reaching for the ship-wide comm panel. She hit the broadcast toggle. "Crew of the Mule's Folly, this is your captain speaking. We are making an unscheduled detour to Sector 4J67 to address what I am now classifying as a Category 4 hostile transmission. I don't care whose beacon it is. I don't care who built it. I don't care what galactic treaty covers it. This is psychological warfare and I will not lose." A beat passed. Then she added, "Prep the tools." Navigation controls lit up as the ship adjusted its trajectory. The detour would cost them 12 hours, maybe more depending on orbital drift, but no one objected. Even the ship's AI, which usually chimed in with objections about deviation protocols, remained silent. Either it agreed, or it had already been driven into sulking mode by the beacon's shriek. The source was triangulated within minutes. An Escher design Class 9 beacon relay, located on the barren crust of a mineral-poor moonlet in the 4J67 cluster. The relay's signal hadn't been flagged as active by any GC-wide monitoring system because of its age and non-standard firmware. According to the archives, it shouldn't have even been on. Holcroft stared at the nav map for a long moment before muttering, "Fine, then we'll turn it off." She logged the detour in the ship's report under Field Noise Mitigation Protocol Level 4, a designation she made up on the spot. It sounded official enough, and she figured no one at Central Dispatch would question an engineer's judgment on deep space signal pollution, especially not after they heard the recording. The mule's folly broke atmosphere with all the grace of a warehouse falling down a staircase. Its descent was deliberate, loud, and mostly controlled. The target moonlet, designated 4J67C, or that dusty ball of rock in Holcroft's words, was barren, unstable, and unfit for colonization. No active GC installations, no registered habitats, no known value beyond a handful of historic survey notes and one increasingly offensive beacon. The ship settled onto a dry ridge that overlooked the coordinates of the signal. The landing ramp extended with a metallic groan, spilling thin dust in curling spirals around the crew's boots as they stepped out in light exosuits. Gravity was low enough that walking required more bounce than stride. No one spoke. No one had slept properly in hours. The beacon was visible even before they reached it, or rather the top of it was. An Eshar, Type 9, tall and square, most of it buried in moon rock and hardened sediment. Only the upper half remained exposed, scorched from sun cycles and shaking gently with every pulse of that damn signal. Chen took one look at it and said, "That thing looks like someone tried to build a fruit juicer out of theology and spite." "Don't care what it looks like," muttered Holcroft, already unpacking her toolkit. "We're turning it off? I've got jazz files that haven't played in rhythm in 4 days. The beacon was still transmitting, 2 short pulses, static, then the squeal. A red status light blinked out of sync with its own power feed. The outer casing bore the traditional Eshar serial stamp, partially eroded, and a maintenance port designed for a tool the humans didn't have, but had already decided to ignore. Vin produced a universal adapter plate, a roll of Terran duct tape, and a multi-tool with at least one component that glowed when it shouldn't. Holcroft gestured to the base of the beacon. "Crack it, gently. I don't want it exploding and killing us and making that sound for another decade." Vin crouched and went to work while the others fanned out to secure the landing zone. The rock was unstable, hairline cracks webbing out from the beacon site. The readings suggested prior seismic activity. Recent, maybe within the last 2 months. The ground was too dry to register conventional shock patterns, but some of the fissures still gave off trace heat from where the plates had shifted. Holcroft knelt beside the beacon. "You're going to die quiet," she told it. "Peacefully, if possible." "Still getting loop distortion," Chen said. "It's jammed halfway through a self-diagnostic. I think the internal battery is just barely keeping it alive." "Good," said Holcroft. "Then we pull the core, kill the signal, and forget this ever—" Vin straightened up. "Hold up." They held up. Vin was staring at his scanner. It was old, patched together with scavenged circuit boards and leftover project housing, but it was accurate. And right now it was displaying 6 small thermal profiles beneath the surface, low and clustered, like a pocket of warm breath trapped under stone. "Is that life?" Holcroft asked. "Steady heat. Humanoid shapes. Not moving much. About 15 meters down." Chen ran a parallel scan, and her results matched. No movement but alive, barely. The beacon had buried the lead. It wasn't just malfunctioning, it was sitting on top of something. Something with a pulse. "Full subscan," Holcroft ordered. They ran the sweep. The image that came back was crude, built out of old equipment and guesswork, but the lines were unmistakable. A small subterranean structure, no larger than a maintenance shed, walls reinforced with what looked like adaptive composite mesh, collapsed roof, no access hatches visible from the surface. It was an Eshar survey station. The thermal signatures were inside. "Son of a vacuum," Holcroft muttered. "They're trapped." "The beacon must have been knocked into loop mode when the quake hit," said Vin. "They never got a distress out, just the test sequence." "Who buries a bunker and doesn't give it a proper antenna?" Chen muttered. "The Eshar," Holcroft said. and I am not leaving people to die under a faulty ringtone. The signal was no longer annoying, it was now personal. Holcroft keyed the ship. Send down power shunts, the second pack of breachers, and the spare venting kit. What's happening? Came the voice of their engine tech from above. Emergency rescue, Holcroft replied, with extra duct tape. They rerouted the beacon's internal power into a salvaged GC booster cell, hot-wired the diagnostics loop into a ventilation bypass, and fed a slow trickle of energy into the underground life support circuits. Almost immediately, the thermal signatures grew more distinct. Stronger heartbeats, mild movement. Vin, I want that emergency hatch now. It took them 20 minutes of cutting, prying, and finally using a hull jack to crack open a section of collapsed rock that looked more like it belonged on a quarry floor. A circular hatch appeared, half buried, recessed beneath a crushed ladder column. Holcroft slammed a manual override into the lock plate and turned until her shoulder screamed. With a slow hiss, the hatch opened. Steam billowed out, and then 6 shapes, tall, thin, wrapped in half-torn survival suits, stumbled into the dusty light. The Eshar survey team blinked at their rescuers, eyes wide and glassy from recycled air and darkness. Their suits were smeared with red dust. One of them was carrying a geological scanner duct-taped to a water ration pack. Another was barefoot. The lead officer stepped forward, squinting at Holcroft. You are not Eshar Response Command. Nope, Holcroft said. I'm the engineer who came to make your beacon shut up. I must ask for your clearance to make unauthorized contact with Esh. He collapsed face first into the dust. Chen stared at the group and muttered, They look like someone just woke them up to do taxes. Yeah, said Holcroft, helping one of them up. And I bet they're about to ask for a receipt. Back aboard the Mule's Folly, there was no ceremony. No medallions, no grand declarations of valor. Just 6 Eshar, wrapped in emergency thermal blankets, sitting quietly in the cargo bay drinking rehydrated fruit broth, while looking like they'd been pulled out of a cave, and 5 human engineers, none of whom had slept in the last 30 hours, silently pretending this wasn't even a little unusual. Captain Bess Holcroft surveyed the remains of the dismantled Type 9 beacon now secured in storage. It no longer screamed. That alone was enough to call the mission a success. The beacon had been stabilized, barely. Power routed through an improvised Terran converter block. Signal dampeners jerry-rigged from spare fuse modules and 2 coat hangers. Housing panel repaired with a thin mesh of duct tape, rubberized sealant, and a handwritten note taped to the inside of the casing in bold black marker. You're welcome. Please fix this properly. MF crew. They didn't wait for thanks. After confirming the Escher team was ambulatory, hydrated, and vaguely capable of speech, Holcroft instructed the pilot to break orbit and resume their original route. The delay had cost them nearly a full cycle, but no one seemed to care anymore. Even the ship's AI, typically pedantic about scheduling, had quietly stopped issuing correction prompts. The beacon was quiet. The crew was quiet. The noise was gone. That, Holcroft thought, was enough. But the paperwork was only just beginning. 3 days after the Mule's Folly departed Sector 4J67, a routine GC health and safety flag tripped in a regional Eshar admin node when one of the rescued surveyors, still groggy from oxygen deprivation, attempted to submit a standard post-incident incident summary report without the proper authorization schema. The system flagged the submission as unidentified external interference, which was escalated automatically to the Eshar Ministry of Protocol, then bounced between 4 departments, eventually winding up on the desk of a junior functionary with an allergy to ambiguity and a fondness for policy alignment documents. The resulting report, once fully processed, clocked in at 17,403 words, roughly half of which were footnotes attempting to define whether what happened constituted aid, intrusion, or salvageable cross-cultural nuisance management. One internal memo read, Given that no formal distress signal was broadcast, but that assistance was rendered, and that said assistance both saved lives and violated 4 sections of interspecies technical integrity statutes, we suggest the incident be classified under passive uncontracted aid under unclear jurisdiction. No one wanted to question it further. Meanwhile, Back at GC Central, the incident filtered into the weekly GC Intelligence Operations debrief, buried somewhere between a smuggling ring bust and a case of minor interstellar espionage involving forged spacefaring licenses and a hollowed-out cello. The Mule's Folly entry was initially marked for review as non-critical equipment noise disruption, but was quickly bumped up once it became clear it involved 6 SR nationals, a Terran engineering crew, and an unregistered use of duct tape in a sovereign signal system. The review file, compiled under the title Case Review, Human Intervention in Non-Priority Sectors, included the following internal note. Humans appear to respond to low-grade environmental disruption with a disproportionate sense of urgency and personal vendetta. While their efforts are occasionally effective, their motivations appear non-strategic and heavily tied to irritation thresholds. Recommend filter tagging for any recurring low-priority signals likely to be potentially annoying to Terran crews. Meanwhile, aboard the Mule's Folly, the crew logged the detour as incident resolved, noise eliminated. It was the shortest entry in the ship's logs that cycle. When the SR finally issued their formal response, it arrived encrypted, embossed with a seal of cautious appreciation, and addressed to GC Fleet Command. The message read, "Gratitude is extended for the unsolicited technical intervention rendered by Terran vessel Mule's Folly. The repair, while unorthodox, preserved the lives of 6 SR citizens. Please refrain from using duct adhesive on classified equipment in the future. SR Ministry of Surveying and External Protocol." It was followed 3 minutes later by a second, quietly appended addendum. Formal note, it is acknowledged that the adhesive did in fact hold. Room 17B was quieter than usual. That alone was enough to make the attending officials uncomfortable. Zinthari Admiral Relvan, carapace polished to an uncharacteristic shine, tapped 2 of her fingers in rhythmic irritation against the hard glass surface of the review table. The chamber was sealed, the lights slightly dimmed, and the data node pulsed with the glow of an active case file. "Let the record show," Relvan said without preamble. "This is the formal review of Incident 113 Beta, designation, unscheduled command execution, Sector 14V, playback and analysis requested by the Central Ethics and Oversight Committee. Access level, seared retina." A smaller figure to her left, a blue-chinned Yillian analyst, barely out of hibernation, shuffled nervously with a datapad too large for her 3-jointed fingers. "Ma'am," the analyst said, voice thin, "the footage is unusual." Relvan gave the kind of slow blink only the deeply exhausted or the criminally undercaffeinated could deliver. "That would be consistent with the written report. Analyst Tyrrell, please begin." The holoprojector activated with a low hum. A wide-angle security feed from the GC Forward Operations Center on Midway Bastion 14V filled the center of the room. Time-stamped footage, 1733 local station time. The entry hatch hissed open. Into frame walked a human male, slightly disheveled, red in the face, cradling a delivery bag marked Ration Rush, hot in 30 parsecs or less, across his chest. The bag was steaming. "That's him?" asked Admiral Krelix, shifting in his seat. His tone was acidic. "Civilian designation Milo Griggs," Tyrrell said. "Employment status, Junior Quartermaster, Planetary Food Services, Human Division 112 Kappa." "Junior Quartermaster," Krelix repeated. He was delivering sandwiches. "Jalapeno krill melts, according to the intake manifest." On screen, Milo fumbled with a badge, looked around, then paused at a security terminal. He held out a datapad, likely his delivery log, and tapped it on the scanner. The screen glitched. "Ah," Tyrrell said delicately, "this is where the misclassification occurred." The holofeed highlighted a blinking UI error. The station's security AI interpreted the delivery manifest barcode as a fleet personnel deployment form. Due to overlapping syntax in the outdated QR encoding format, the name, M. Griggs, was parsed as Lieutenant Commander M. Griggs. Tactical Logistics Oversight. A fleet delegate temporarily embedded. A mechanical chirp indicated successful identification. Milo looked baffled as a security bot saluted and opened the inner blast doors for him. "This can't be real," muttered a committee member. "Was he armed?" another asked. Only with mustard packets, said Tyrrell. The feed continued. Milo was waved through several security checkpoints, looking increasingly distressed but too confused to argue. By 1741, he had wandered into the Sector 14V Tactical Planning Annex, a classified strategic chamber then hosting an emergency operations review following an Eshar scouting raid. 3 GC officers in combat armor were gathered around a central holomap. The command AI blinked at full brightness, awaiting input. A tense debate was underway about pulling forces from outer orbit to reinforce a retreating destroyer wing. Milo tried to explain himself. He waved the bag. No one paid attention. One officer mistook his food pouch for a classified logistics packet and handed him a datapad in return. Based on audio, said Tyrrell, he used several phrases common among mid-rank fleet analysts: not authorized, wrong room, and need confirmation, which unfortunately are often interpreted by subordinate AI systems as signs of protocol initiation. They resumed playback. Milo hesitated. The map glowed red. The AI blinked, waiting. Okay, Milo muttered. Maybe point the blue laser ships at the glowy part of the map, like where they're clustering? The room was silent as the command AI logged the statement. GC fleet assets repositioned. Officers blinked. No one challenged the order. After all, it came from someone with the correct clearance, currently holding 2 datapads, and wearing an expression of deep concentration. Orders confirmed, the AI said. A second officer turned to Milo. What secondary support package would you like deployed, Commander Griggs? Milo blinked. Something fast and annoying? Like swarms? Deploying drone frigate wing. Relvan didn't speak. Her mandibles clicked once tightly. The feed switched to external visuals. GC fleet assets, 3 laser barges, a defensive cruiser, and 2 outmoded patrol skiffs, executed a perfect realignment. The Eshar flanking formation was caught mid-transition. One of their corvettes took a plasma rail to the hull and banked into its own jamming field. Comms traffic spiked, then collapsed. The drones hit their scouts within 90 seconds. The entire skirmish ended within 14 minutes. Eshar vessels retreated in disarray. The holofeed ended. No one moved. Tyrrell cleared her throat. There was no Lieutenant Commander M. Griggs, she said quietly. He was there to deliver sandwiches. Admiral Krellick sat back slowly. We assigned command to a sandwich courier, and he won. A rustle of paper, actual paper, was heard as someone at the far end of the table collapsed a printed report into their lap and muttered something in an untranslatable dialect. Relvan exhaled. Flag as personnel record, she said. We'll need to sanitize the debrief before anyone else reads it. Analyst Tyrrell's voice cut gently through the static. Committee, we now move to Phase 2 of Incident 113 Beta. This includes the post-action debrief of the civilian involved, as well as follow-up responses from relevant command units and administrative protocols. Admiral Relvan gestured without looking. Proceed. The recording opened on a small utilitarian debrief room. Fluorescent lighting. 2 GC personnel sat opposite the same human seen in the tactical footage. Milo Griggs, now without his delivery bag but still wearing the faint grease stains on his collar. He was sipping a hydration pouch and looking extremely uncomfortable. The GC officer began with a standard inquiry. Please state your name, species, and station designation. Milo blinked. Yeah, sure. Milo. Griggs, human. Planetary Food Services, EarthGov sub-branch, Unit 112 Kappa, I think. Sandwich Division? One of the interviewers paused. You're not military? No. I mean, I do logistics, heat management, rewrap protocols, mostly for sandwiches, sometimes soups. And yet you gave strategic fleet orders. I didn't mean to! Milo raised both hands as if fending off a slow-moving hoverbike. I thought it was like a VR sim or something. Training stuff. You know how those fleet officers are, always testing new people? I figured if I played along, I'd get out faster. You believed you were being evaluated? I mean, kind of. It was either that or, military comedy hazing. Honestly, I thought someone had hacked my delivery route. I've seen prank clips like that online. There was a pause. Milo took another sip and added, Also, I've played Fleet Sim 6. Twice. The original, not the expansion with diplomacy. I'm bad at that part. One of the interviewers leaned forward. Can you explain your tactical intention when you ordered drone swarm deployment and mid-orbit flanking? Milo scratched the back of his neck. Honestly, I just didn't want to get yelled at. Or die. Or, drop the drinks. Those krill melts leak through the bags, and the cleaning fee comes out of your pay. Playback froze. Tyrrell turned back to the committee. End civilian debrief excerpt. Statement classification, level 2 non-strategic. Cross-referenced with autonomous order logs for clarity. Another screen lit up. This time it showed the command AI's logic cascade during the battle. Data nodes blinked rapidly across the display. The AI interpreted Mr. Griggs's phrasing as a high-priority adaptive command string, Tyrrell explained. The error stemmed from the overlapping syntax of delivery routing matrices and fleet maneuver subroutines. The command tree labeled his speech pattern as a form of intuitive interface shorthand used by untrained embedded advisors. Krelix scoffed. We hard-coded fleet command AI to obey anyone who sounds like they've read a training manual? To avoid delays during emergencies, Tyrrell replied. That seems optimistic. Tyrrell did not disagree. The feed continued. The committee's expressions ranged from blank to visibly concerned. One even reached up to massage his own sensory stalk. Relevan finally spoke. Let the record show that this committee recognizes both the failure of procedural oversight and the creative resolution that followed. Let us move to administrative recommendations. Velis, a bone-thin Krask logistics director, hissed with irritation. Purge all food delivery QR strings from command interfaces. Immediately. I want a firewall between lunch orders and orbital strike commands. Halvrin, who had thus far remained quiet, finally leaned forward. This is precisely why humans must never be near autonomous military systems. They radiate chaos. Relevan tapped a claw on the desk. They radiate improvisation. And we are not here to assign cultural blame. We're here to stop it from happening again. She took a breath. Draft the following for internal update. New policy. Civilian personnel are not to be left unattended in active tactical zones unless they are on fire. And even then, only if fire suppression is engaged. There was a quiet moment of acknowledgement. The session ended. The holoscreen faded. Data nodes powered down. One exhausted committee member, eyes half-lidded, leaned back in his chair and mumbled, "At least the coffee arrived on time." It started with a transmission. Not the usual scrambled ping or static-choked carrier wave that marked the edge of human territory. This was clear, confident, and structured. It arrived at 0327 from listening post 7V, flagged by the AI, and elevated by an Escher officer who understood enough human idioms to be worried. The voice was human. Young. Too young. Copy that, Fire Team Beta. Perimeter set. First aid station active. Repeat, first aid station is up and staffed. Over. There was laughter in the background. Not cruelty, not taunting. Joy. But the structure was unmistakable team code names, role assignments, situation reports. Another voice replied, crisp and coordinated. Alpha 2, this is Orion Base. Rations are prepped and badge check starts at 0800. Comm silence at lights out. Acknowledge. The system flagged the words badge check as ceremonial, but cross-referenced Fire Team and Orion Base with known GC and human military jargon. The flag was escalated within 2 minutes. By the time the file reached Fleet Intelligence Command, 4 other transmissions had been intercepted, all with similar cadence, discipline, and unsettling brevity. No civilian chatter, no music, no idle comms loops. This was not a random camp. This was a structured deployment. In disputed space. Eshar. Strategic Response Directive 14 Black was invoked within the hour. Command suspected what no one wanted to say out loud. Humanity had established a forward training base, a hidden commando facility, possibly experimental, possibly juvenile indoctrination, possibly worse. They tasked Ghost Pattern 9, a deep infiltration unit with a confirmed success record across 4 planetary war zones and 2 treaty-violating incursions. Silent insertion, high extraction confidence, and most importantly, discretion. If this was a military training camp, it would be observed, catalogued, and, if necessary, erased. The forested moon had no formal designation. It was one of dozens orbiting a gas giant in the ragged fringe of Sector Q-17, a quiet pocket of stars too resource-poor to mine, too insignificant to hold, and just important enough to bicker over. It had one known anomaly: breathable air and a thriving coniferous biosphere, human-suitable. The recon craft penetrated orbit under full cloak, scattering its signature through orbital debris and sensor ghosts. It touched down between two ridgelines: dark rock, thick canopy, low thermal bleed. Perfect cover. Ghost Pattern 9 deployed within 90 seconds. 6 operatives, all Eshar, armored in refractive stealth plating and equipped for zero-profile forest maneuvering. Their brief was clear: confirm the presence of the base, identify tactical structure, locate command units, and report. No contact, no interference, no mistakes. The forest was quiet but alive. Native avians called in triplets. Wind rustled thick, glossy-leafed branches. The moon smelled faintly of resin and loam. And then the squad heard them. Voices, again young but firm. The same clipped tone. The same structure. Rendezvous at marker Delta. Team Gamma takes South Trail. Watch for traps. Repeat, practice traps only. No spike pits this time. A pause. A third voice chimed in. Last time doesn't count, it was an accident. There was more laughter. Then a whistle. Not random, coded, sharp 2-beat. Another answered from the opposite ridge. The squad froze. The recon commander, Traskvar, tapped 2 fingers on his communicator, universal Eshar code for observation only. They moved closer, dropping prone behind underbrush dense with pollen and soft needles. What they saw stopped them. Approximately 20 humans, all uniformed, matching earth-tone clothing with patches on the shoulders and decorative sashes across the chest. They wore boots, utility belts. Some had wide-brimmed hats. All were under 1.6 meters in height. Children, human juveniles. But they moved in formation. 2 groups circled a perimeter. One group was assembling a temporary structure using collapsible poles and cordage. Another was lighting a controlled fire inside a ring of stones with surprising speed and coordination. No guards, no automated defenses, but order, structure, protocol. One Escher operative shifted slightly for a better angle and triggered a small rustle of leaves. Across the clearing, a scout snapped his fingers. Another blew a 3-tone whistle. Within seconds, the perimeter patrols halted, reorganized, and began a search grid pattern. Traskvar exhaled silently through his respirator. This was not random behavior. This was military discipline, primitive but precise. The humans didn't seem afraid. They didn't even appear suspicious. They were performing a drill. Traskvar recorded a short burst of video, then whispered to his second, Velek. This is not a civilian group. Velek nodded once. The humans continued their activities. A chalkboard was produced. A human adult, taller, older, with a strange, wide smile, began briefing one group under a tarp canopy labeled Patrol Schedule. One of the youths adjusted the angle of a solar panel while humming. Another section of juveniles was assembling what appeared to be a simple obstacle course: ropes, tire swings, logs. Crude but well-spaced, markers were staked at exact intervals. Traskvar crouched lower, reviewing the footage. Fire team coordination, structured units, rapid response, code signaling. He paused. They're organized, he said quietly. Too organized. No one argued. The first sign something was wrong came precisely 22 minutes after perimeter observation began. Operative Kelvash, positioned at the southern ridge under deep visual camouflage, reported movement near his sector: rustling, inconsistent wind displacement, and what he described as deliberate stepping patterns, heavy on the heel. Then his transmission cut out mid-sentence. There was no burst of static, no shout, no comms scramble, just clean severance, like a line had been cut with surgical intent. His locator pinged once, then stopped. Traskvar didn't react outwardly. He issued a silent signal to Velek and motioned toward the ridge. Velek relayed instructions to the rest of Ghost Pattern 9. Do not engage. Maintain line of sight. Focus, sweep, and retrieve. It was assumed Kelvash had simply repositioned and encountered a brief signal shadow. Unlikely, but possible. The terrain was uneven, the canopy thick. 3 minutes later, Operative Dervak's locator beacon began to flicker. When Velek reached the location, what he found was, in official terminology, non-standard. Dervac was suspended 2 meters off the ground in a net of braided paracord, arms and legs immobilized, weapon still strapped to his shoulder. The net was hung from a makeshift branch harness, using low-friction climbing rope. At the base of the tree, someone had placed a small laminated card. It read, "Good effort. Try again next time," in English, with a smiley face. Dervac was unharmed, conscious, and extremely upset. His only words through the reactivated comlink were, "They took my boots." Extraction required 20 minutes and 2 blades. The rope was high grade, factory human make, tagged with a serial number and something called Adventure Pro. While this occurred, Operative Vesh, the squad's infiltration specialist, went dark. Surveillance feeds later confirmed her final moments of freedom, approaching what appeared to be a narrow forest trail, low traffic. A flag marker made of twigs and colored cloth lay nearby. As she stepped onto the trail, the ground shifted. Her boot activated a pressure trigger, hidden under pine needles and an unsettling amount of glitter. A concealed counterweight dropped from a branch, triggering a low-tension snare that whipped her clean off her feet. The feed ended with Vesh being yanked backward into a tarp labeled Observation Post, watched by a child holding a clipboard and stopwatch. At this point, Traskvar requested aerial recon. The microdrone was deployed at low altitude, designed to be invisible to standard human sensors. It streamed low-orbit video through filtered light and thermal passives. What it recorded became Exhibit 1 in the subsequent inquiry. Children, dozens of them, not idle, not playing, operating. One group was engaged in what appeared to be a coordinated tracking exercise. 2 of the scout units moved through the trees at speed, avoiding obstacles, leaving no trail. One stopped, pointed toward the canopy, and whispered. The other looked up, spotted the drone, smiled, then raised a mirror and flashed it at the camera with surgical precision. The drone's feed cut out. Traskvar ordered an immediate regroup. Only 4 of the 6 were still responsive. Velik and Dervac returned. Vesh remained missing. Kelvash's signal had not returned. Operative Threx had not reported since entering the eastern ravine, which was now flagged as hostile controlled terrain. Traskvar proceeded alone toward the ravine. What he found defied several sections of his operational handbook. A clearing had been established, a semicircle of flat earth ringed with painted stones. In the center, a campfire burned safely inside a perimeter of sand. Logs had been positioned as seats. Upon those logs sat Kelvash, Threx, and Vesh. All were zip-tied with what Traskvar later described as precision knotwork, inconsistent with their captor's supposed age range. Each was tied differently, square knot, bowline, figure 8, and each had been color-coded with small flag markers. A sign above the fire read, "Tactical team building circle, no talking unless you have the talking stick." A young human, no older than 14, was distributing hot cocoa in biodegradable cups. When Traskvar attempted to approach, another child, this one slightly taller and wearing something labeled Junior Patrol Leader, tapped a stick to the ground twice. 2 more youths emerged from the brush and executed what could only be described as a well-timed lateral flanking motion, complete with hand signals and angle coverage. Traskvar retreated. As he moved, he activated passive audio surveillance. What he captured was catalogued under Morale Warfare Acoustic Variant. A rhythmic chant began, low and steady. "We are scouts, strong and free, trained for trail and victory. Watch the woods, track the night, learn to tie and learn to fight." It continued, harmonized, rehearsed. Traskvar did not pause to record further. He moved fast, sticking to the shadows, switching from combat protocols to exfiltration pattern Theta Gold. It took him 48 minutes to return to the LZ. The recon craft had been untouched. His signal to orbit was clean. Before departing, he triggered a final pass from the secondary drone, set to wide-angle capture. It caught one last image. A flag-raising ceremony. Human children standing in formation, matching uniforms, the same chants, the same discipline. One scout, a girl no older than 13, performed what analysts later described as an improvised takedown involving a hiking pole, a tensioned tarp, and gravity manipulation via tree limb leverage. The subject was not injured. The child earned applause. Traskvar did not wait to see more. His departure signal carried a 2-line report. "Hostile human commando training site confirmed. Request immediate tactical reassessment. Target group appears to be pre-adult. Filed under Human Special Forces Youth Variant. The Escher Rapid Response Corvette dropped into low orbit precisely 3 hours and 12 minutes after Commander Trask Var's exfiltration ping. Standard deployment protocols were activated. Tactical Unit 17B deployed via drop sleds and aerial infiltration harnesses with full gear and biometric armor, fanned out in a 6-point recon sweep, and reached the forest floor within 7 minutes of arrival. The commanding officer, Captain Veltok, issued a pre-landing warning to all units: expect human irregulars, age classification unknown, assume camouflage, assume deception, assume traps. There was no need. The forest was silent. The designated coordinates, previously flagged by Trask Var's drone as the central base of operations, were empty, not cleared, not destroyed, empty. No humans, no shelters, no signs of violence. Just the remains of a campfire, a blackened circle of stones neatly swept, with no smoke and no heat. 2 concentric rings of ash marked where logs had been used as seating. A third ring, made from smooth river stones, indicated a formal perimeter. It had been disassembled, then reassembled perfectly, before abandonment. Scattered around the clearing were footprints, hundreds of them, all human, all small. Some led toward the tree line, some looped back. All were clean. No drag marks, no struggle. The impressions suggested a slow, methodical withdrawal, coordinated. The thermal scans returned nothing. No lingering tech. No comm signals. No electromagnetic bleed. Not even battery residue. The supplies were gone. The makeshift shelters, the obstacle course, the training dummies, all removed. Rope was coiled and hung from a low branch, tied off in regulation loops and labeled with small paper tags that read, "Inventory complete." One sign remained. It was staked into the earth beside a wooden flagpole built from scavenged tree limbs, lashed together with taut cordage. No flag flew above it now, but a faded imprint of something circular, possibly a camp emblem, remained in the cloth that fluttered faintly in the wind. The sign read, "Camp Orion, Week 2, Wilderness Defense. See you next year." The lettering was bold and cheerful, written in some kind of synthetic paint that fluoresced faintly under the team's scanners. Beneath the message was a crudely drawn emblem, a smiling cartoon compass winking. Captain Veltok stood before the sign for several full seconds. He blinked all 4 eyes, then he muttered, "They packed up." A junior officer scanning the perimeter added helpfully, "Thoroughly." An aerial drone sweep confirmed the rest. 8 kilometers of tree line, multiple heat sink zones, dozens of faint depressions in the earth consistent with tent posts, all removed. 2 portable latrine pits properly covered and flagged. A compost pile. A small cache of labeled, unopened juice cartons placed near a note that read, "For the next group, good luck." There was no damage, no fire, no trash, just departure. The footage was transmitted to Escher Command within 40 minutes. Analysis teams flagged several anomalies. All communications intercepted from the site, previously analyzed as encoded field commands, were reclassified as standard youth activity phrasing, a human subcultural dialect known as scout speak. The phrase badge qualification, once assumed to be combat certification, was now believed to refer to an award system based on non-lethal survival and cooking proficiency. Still, no explanation was provided for the advanced restraint techniques, coordinated patrols, or synchronized unit maneuvers. One analyst wrote in the margin of the incident report, "I don't know if I'm terrified or impressed." The speech pattern review confirmed a chilling consistency. All vocal samples matched the age range of 12-15 Earth years. GC lexicon cross-referenced voice signatures with known broadcast media. The cadence was not formal military. It was not mercenary. It was rehearsed, practiced. It was cheerful. Escher High Command called an emergency closed-door session to assess Operation Orion anomaly. The resulting brief was short, terse, and included phrases such as strategically anomalous, tactically improbable, and behaviorally inconsistent with acceptable subadult logic. When questioned about the threat level, Command's final statement was, "We cannot conclusively prove they are hostile. We can only confirm that they won." Requests to reclassify the operation under standard treaty warfare parameters were denied. Instead, an internal memo was circulated across all ESHR high-risk operational branches. Effective immediately, all recon operatives are advised to treat unregistered human juvenile gatherings as potential irregular militia units, unless proven otherwise. Visual confirmation of matching uniforms, sashes, or coordinated song activity should be considered a Class 2 tactical indicator. The GC Human Observation Handbook received a quiet update. A new entry appeared at the bottom of Section 4.3 Unusual Cultural Behaviors. Note: human youth organizations may display military-grade coordination, survival skills, and morale-based psychological disruption techniques. Do not underestimate any group of humans wearing matching sashes. The final incident report was filed under Unregulated Human Subadulthood Training Programs, Strategic Implications. It included no confirmed kills, no technological assets, no territorial loss. And yet, the file was sealed under red band clearance. Inside the Escher Recon Barracks, the surviving members of Ghost Pattern 9 returned to limited duty. Traskvar filed a request for reassignment to orbital logistics. His request was granted without comment. Dervak was seen carrying a mug labeled, "I survived Wilderness Defense Week and all I got was this mug and lifelong disbelief." In the weeks that followed, unconfirmed sightings of similar training camps were reported in 3 other sectors. None remained long enough to be fully investigated. But every one of them left behind the same calling card. A staked sign, a footprint trail, and the faint smell of toasted marshmallows. Commander Helen stepped into the room 5 minutes late, carrying 2 cups of caf and an expression best described as controlled irritation. The lights had been dimmed for projection clarity, and a rotating planetary wireframe hovered over the table. Dalk 5B, the penal moon colloquially referred to as the vault. 2 officers were already seated. The 3rd intelligence analyst, Tir Vasha, was standing beside the display, sorting through files with theatrical slowness. Helen set the extra cup beside Vasha without comment and took her seat. "Let's get on with it." Vasha nodded. Continuing from yesterday's intercepts, ESHR transmissions, Vault 7, Block Theta. Human prisoners transferred in from Northern Drop. 3 Marines. IDs confirmed. No immediate concern. He flicked his wrist, and the holo shifted to display a translated log summary. Day 1 to Day 6 is mostly routine. No resistance. No incidents. Just unsettling compliance. Lieutenant Erez raised an eyebrow. Unsettling how? They say please and thank you without prompting. They arrange their bunks in perfect symmetry. One of them voluntarily cleaned the corridor. The guards assumed it was submissive behavior. We're fairly confident it was reconnaissance. Commander Helen sipped her caf. They start poking around? Not at first, Vasha said, swiping to Day 7. Here's where it gets interesting. Brief surveillance blackout in Theta. 8 minutes. No sign of tampering. Inmates were seated calmly when video came back. One waved at the camera. Lieutenant Aris narrowed his eyes. Looped the feed? Vasha nodded, or simulated a fault in the observer node. Either way, not subtle, just controlled. Another display flared to life, showing an ESHR footnote report. Next entry, missing maintenance cable from adjacent storage closet, found coiled neatly in the inmate's cell later. Cut into 38-centimeter lengths. No explanation offered. Just a comment about friendship bracelets. They're mocking them, Helen said. Actively, Vasha agreed. Day 8, one of the Marines impersonates the warden over the intercom. Perfect voice match. Gave fake meal orders. Caused temporary chaos. No one knows how he accessed the speaker system. No confirmed terminal breach. Ares rubbed his forehead. Why aren't the Escher escalating? Because everything resets afterward, Vasha replied. Guards find odd things. Dislodged panels, moved items, but the prisoners are always right where they should be. Compliant, cooperative, harmless. Helen shook her head slowly, which makes it worse. Exactly. The log progressed. Day 9, one of them disappears. They find him in the colony's chapel. Door was locked. Surveillance shows no entry. He's seated inside reciting Escher military rites. He's never been exposed to the texts. Silence settled in the room. Lieutenant Ares shifted in his chair. Another disappears through the ceiling the next morning, Vasha continued. Returns dusty. Says he took a shortcut. The guard writes it up as curiosity. The holo shifted again, revealing a single item scan. A toothbrush, scorched on one end and rigged with what looked like stripped wire. Day 10. They find this in a power junction. When questioned, the prisoner says it's part of a spiritual cleansing ritual. The warden's response is subdued. He logs a personal note suggesting the humans are too comfortable and that they might be waiting for something. But no escalation. No lockdown, just observation. Eris gestured toward the log. So by day 10, he knows they're up to something. Yes, but they haven't actually broken any rules, not officially. Every incident has a thin layer of plausible innocence. Clever, but not confrontational. They're testing boundaries without crossing lines. Helen leaned forward. And they never ask for anything suspicious? Not really. Day 11. One of them requests a transfer to another block to avoid temptation. Guard asks, "What temptation?" He says, and I quote, "Wouldn't you like to know?" Helen grunted. That's a yes. They also borrowed the warden's coffee mug. That detail's redacted, but the temperature logs show it was reheated. That required a terminal access code. The officers sat in silence for a moment, absorbing the full absurdity of it. Lieutenant Eris finally said, "So we're dealing with prisoners who spend 2 weeks being model inmates, while simultaneously bypassing security, impersonating staff, entering restricted rooms, and rewiring part of the facility with a toothbrush." That is correct. And the Eshar still think they're in control? Vasha shrugged. As of day 12, yes. The warden notes something feels off but says escalation would be disproportionate. He doesn't want to look paranoid or weak. Commander Helen looked at the last file on the list, time-stamped late day 12. It was a private log, voice only, from the warden to an unnamed superior. They're not resisting. That's what worries me. No defiance, no insults, no chaos, just smiles, constant smiles, like they're waiting. I don't know what for. But they know something I don't. Helen exhaled through her nose. They always do. Lieutenant Eris leaned back in his chair, arms crossed. So what's our assessment? Vasha shut off the display. We believe they're not just gathering intel. They're preparing for something, not escape necessarily. Not yet, but movement. And if I had to guess, they're not alone. Commander Helen nodded. Keep tracking the logs. If the Eshar lose track of them, I want to be the first to know. They won't admit it, Vasha said. Not at first. No, Helen said. But they will. Eventually. All right, Commander Helen said, dropping her datapad onto the table with a sigh. Let's talk about the part where they vanished. Vasha didn't bother with ceremony this time. He spun up the main holo, already queued to day 13 of the vault transmissions. The intercepted logs were no longer steady. They were jittery, fragmented, and, at times, panicked. Morning of day 13, Vasha said. Warden initiates routine roll call. Opens theta block. No prisoners. Lieutenant Eris raised an eyebrow. No prisoners as in... As in none, Vasha said. Cells are undisturbed. Bedding folded. Personal effects neatly arranged. Surveillance system is corrupted. No audio, no video. All 3 inmates gone. Helen leaned forward. And the facility's lockdown protocol? Was never triggered, Vasha replied. And here's the best part. Biometric logs show no record of door access. It's like they vanished, without tripping a single alarm. The holo displayed a shaky internal transmission. It was a voice recording, Warden Ralvesh, directly addressing Eshar High Command. Block Theta is empty. I repeat, all 3 human subjects are missing. Surveillance is compromised. No signs of forced exit. I don't know how this happened. The hallway guards report nothing unusual. One of them claims he heard whistling. Vasha paused the clip. Whistling, Eris repeated blankly. Confirmed, Vasha said. Tune matched to an ancient human ditty about lemonade. The next transmission was less composed. The warden was moving while speaking, breath short and tone sharp. Vault Shuttle Bay 3 is empty. That's my shuttle! It's gone! I didn't authorize launch. Clearance codes are mine, but I never input them. They shouldn't have been able to... A pause. They took my shuttle! Another pause. They took the Admiral, my shuttle, and possibly my chair. Aris blinked. Chair? We're still unclear, Vasha said. But the command throne in his personal quarters was missing, along with a half-used roll of ration foil and one boot. Helen rested her forehead in one hand, eyes closed. Please tell me we have external confirmation. Vasha tapped the display again. The Eshar command network had gone into full lockdown 30 minutes after the vault's alarm was finally raised. But by then, GC long-range scanners had already pinged an inbound vessel on a ghost route through the Perseus Gap. Eshar shuttle signature, forged transponder ID, 0 GC registry. The ship docked at Bastion holdout fleet 6 hours later, and when the airlock opened, Admiral Reyes stepped out. Not human, not bruised, and not talking. The GC Admiral, a senior strategic officer from the Jalari caste, presumed captured by Eshar operatives during a covert transport in the Sable Corridor, had been missing for 32 days. His retrieval had not been anticipated. No rescue mission was authorized. He had vanished without a trace into Eshar custody, presumably for interrogation. Now, he was standing in the docking bay, dusting off his coat and asking for coffee. Where is he now? Helen asked. Fleet Lounge. Booth 4, Vasha replied. Drinking caf, extra synth cream. Says he's not ready to talk about it unless someone brings him a cinnamon roll. The door to briefing room 3 hissed open. Not an alarm. Not even a formal chime. Just a clean, casual slide. Everyone turned. A woman entered, human, late 30s, civilian attire, coffee in one hand, standard-issue data chip in the other. Her lanyard was flipped backward, unreadable, but her clearance was obvious in the way no one stopped her. She set the chip down on the table in front of Helen. You can stop decrypting the Eshar logs now. Helen stared at her. Excuse me? That was us, the liaison said, sipping casually. Admiral Reyes was taken a month ago. We sent a team to get him back. No special weapons, no fleet support. Just 3 Marines, a stolen satellite feed, and a week's worth of prep. He's back now. No one spoke. The liaison gestured toward the chip. Enjoy the footage. There's a pretty good moment with the toothbrush. She turned to leave. Wait, Aris said, half standing. You're saying that was sanctioned? The liaison gestured toward the chip. Enjoy the footage. There's a pretty good moment with the toothbrush, she said, with the faintest twitch of a smirk. She turned to leave. Wait, Aris said, half standing. You're saying that mess was sanctioned? She paused at the door. Unofficially? Sanctioned by circumstance. Officially? She tapped the chip. Minimal assets. 0 losses. Admiral retrieved. That's all that matters. The door slid shut behind her. Silence. Vasha, still silent, inserted the chip into the table's input port. The room dimmed. The footage began. Helmet cam, lead marine. High definition. Clean audio. Block Theta, post lights out. One marine climbs into the ceiling while another hums casually to mask the sound. A fourth presence, Admiral Reyes, unmistakable, sits calmly on the bunk, watching the ceiling panel descend with quiet amusement. Another clip showed 872B rerouting a hallway force field using a stolen stylus and packaging from a snack ration labeled Tangy Crunch Globules. Another clip was simply labeled Rendezvous, Shuttle Launch. It showed all 3 Marines and Admiral Reyes boarding the warden's private shuttle, complete with lounge seating and a mirrored minibar. They wave at the exterior security camera as the hatch closes. The final file on the chip was a still image. The 3 Marines, Admiral Reyes, and the stolen Eshar shuttle in the background, all smiling. The caption read, Mission complete. Minimal resistance. Excellent view. 1010 would escape again. Helen sat back, slowly rubbing her temples. Vasha cleared his throat. Recommendation, classify under Operation Backlatch. Flag is non-actionable. Debrief optional. And... He hesitated. Yes? Helen prompted. Add a new protocol to the Human Observation Handbook. Helen nodded wearily. Let me guess. Vasha read it verbatim from the memo he'd already queued. If humans are polite and quiet for more than 48 hours, assume an operation is in progress. The Serenity Arc 3 had been marketed as a civilized glide through the emerald clouds of Varsith Prime. That line, stamped on every itinerary, information pamphlet, and holoposter from here to the inner rings, would come back to haunt the public relations office for weeks. At the time of the incident, however, the passengers, 94 in total, representing 9 GC member species, were entirely unaware they were seconds away from becoming a cautionary footnote in transit safety literature. The descent sequence began normally. The shuttle coasted into orbital insertion on schedule, with sunlight streaming across its polished white hull. A pleasant hum vibrated beneath the floor, environmental systems regulating cabin pressure. The in-flight AI, Serena, had just started her pre-landing announcement in 4 languages. The mood in the main cabin was one of mild, sleepy excitement. Pictures were being taken, tentacles were stretched, drinks were topped off. Then, with no warning at all, the Serenity's navigation suite blinked out of existence. A single misinterpreted calendar update, sourced from a Bellari subcontractor who used a 13-month lunar cycle and had never heard of leap years, cascaded through the firmware. In an instant, the ship's orientation systems spun into a logic loop. Primary power failed, backup power shorted under load, and inertial compensators, perhaps the most critical system aboard any orbital descent vehicle, flicked off like someone had pulled a wall plug with a soggy glove. To the passengers, it felt like a punch from gravity itself. Bodies lurched sideways, drinks launched across aisles, luggage compartments burst open, scattering synthetic scarves, souvenir pillows, and at least one mid-sized musical instrument through the air. The calm buzz of descent was replaced by an awful metallic groan and the AI's voice warping into glitchy nonsense.
Ladies and gentlemen and non-specified entities, welcome to Error, Surface Velocity Exceeding Parabolic Control, 404. Instructions not far.
The lights flickered, failed, returned in red. In the crew cabin, Captain Resick was the first to react, by doing absolutely nothing. His eyes locked on the error screen, unmoving. His arms twitched once. His mouth opened slightly, as though about to speak, then didn't. His co-pilot, Ensign Bravum, let out a long, wheezing inhale and began hyperventilating so loudly it drowned out the audible alarms. A navigation officer, identified later as S. Veltrin of the Crawl species, began reciting contractual liability clauses aloud, word perfect. His voice cracked only once. Passenger Indemnity Clause 7.3b. User agrees GC transit services are not liable for planetary collision or planetary adjacent emotional trauma. In the passenger compartments, chaos had gone feral. At least 2 individuals attempted to press themselves flat against the windows in hopes of getting out. One Krell passenger climbed halfway into an overhead storage bin and attempted to make himself small enough to avoid physics. Another, a Gelgi tourist named Yi Ken, tried to bribe his seat. Witnesses later confirmed he whispered to it, "I will give you 40 credits and a box of dried sweets if you let me live." Several passengers entered catatonic states. Others screamed with such intensity they began mimicking alarms. One mother tried to activate an emergency beacon by biting it. And in the midst of it all, sitting quietly in seat 17C, was Hugh Templeton. A human. Templeton was 43 standard years old, a civilian systems analyst from the Terran Southern Hemisphere, traveling alone on a long-overdue vacation. His booking details included 2 goals: observe rare Varsith marshbirds, and not check work messages. That was it. Templeton had boarded the shuttle carrying a single soft duffel bag and an insulated drink pouch. He had smiled at the steward. He had selected a window seat. He had not spoken to a single other passenger in over an hour. When the power failed, Templeton looked up. When the lights turned red, he sighed. When the compensators shut off and the entire shuttle bucked like a dropped box of hammers, he paused, chewed the last bite of his protein bar, and closed the wrapper neatly. Then, while everyone else lost their minds in one form or another, Templeton quietly unbuckled his restraint harness, picked up his duffel bag, and stood. He navigated the corridor with the practiced ease of someone who had lived through at least one emergency evacuation, and once read a pamphlet on mindfulness under mechanical stress. He stepped over a passenger curled in the fetal position. He stepped around a food cart jammed against the wall, from which sticky red paste was slowly oozing. He paused only once, to rebalance a sideways potted plant, then continued down the forward service hallway. A technician slumped against the wall muttered something incomprehensible. Templeton patted them once on the shoulder and kept walking. He reached the bridge hatch. It was locked, flickering in standby yellow. He knocked. There was no answer. He knocked again. The panel, either impressed or malfunctioning, slid open. Templeton stepped onto the bridge. The scene was exactly what you'd expect. Officers frozen, error lights flashing, panels cycling through useless diagnostic menus, smoke, a smell somewhere between ozone and burnt toaster pastry. He walked to the main pilot's chair. Captain Resick looked up with the expression of someone whose final thought had been interrupted by the arrival of someone annoyingly alive. Templeton gave him a nod. "Hey," he said. "Mind if I take a stab at this?" Resick, still completely sure he was going to die, simply nodded and slid sideways out of the chair. Hugh Templeton sat down, casually opened the glove compartment, and pulled out a thick, spiral-bound paper manual labeled GC Emergency Flight Systems Recovery, Class 3 Shuttles and Lateral Variants, Reverend, 7.4. It hit the console with a solid, satisfying thunk. He began flipping pages. The bridge of the Serenity Arc 3 had taken on the quality of a bad dream, smoke drifting in low spirals through flickering red light, status panels stuttering through error codes too fast to read, and the steady, building groan of gravity reasserting itself with grim enthusiasm. Somewhere deep in the hull, metal flexed like it was remembering how to scream. Captain Resick had not moved since the human sat down. His hands hovered inches from the dead controls, unsure whether to rest, reach, or pray. His mouth was still slightly open from the moment Hugh Templeton had said with disarming confidence, "Mind if I take a stab at this?" Now Hugh sat at the pilot's console, thumbing through a 3,000-page spiral-bound manual. The manual looked older than some of the crew. Its corners were bent. There was a coffee stain running through most of Chapter 12. Templeton flipped past that, unfazed, until he stopped near the end. Page 3007. The top of the page read, Procedures. Glide path recovery in catastrophic systems failure. Grav shuttle variant C3. He nodded to himself, read for a moment, and then looked up. "You know," he said as casually as if commenting on the weather, "I used to fly a crop duster back on Earth. Most of the time they didn't start. So, this is kind of nostalgic." Captain Resick blinked at him, still frozen. The co-pilot, Ensign Bravum, managed to croak, "What's a crop duster?" Templeton grinned faintly. "A type of sky-based near-death experience. This is just a bigger version." He gently set the manual across his lap and reached beneath the console. After a moment of groping, he pulled out a maintenance hex key. Standard issue, rarely used, slightly sticky. He wiped it once on his shirt and went to work. Step 1, manual throttle override. The controls were dead electronically, but the levers themselves were mechanical beneath the casing. Hugh reached behind the console panel, felt for the tension clamps, and clicked them loose. One lever gave way with a metallic clack, and suddenly the shuttle's pitch shifted. A little. Enough. Outside, the world spun sideways as the shuttle nosed into a shallow corkscrew. The airframe shuddered. In the passenger cabin, several GC tourists screamed again, not because anything had changed, but because something had. Step 2, inertial dampener recalibration. The system was technically down, but Templeton wasn't interested in turning it back on, just rebalancing the mass profile so the spin wouldn't shear the ship apart on re-entry. The procedure required 5 recalibration taps on a manual diagnostic circuit buried under the portside interface panel. "Hold this," he said, handing the manual to Ensign Bravum, who took it like it might explode. Hugh reached under the left panel, braced himself with one knee, and gave the underside a solid thwack. Then another. The console flickered. Once, a low chime sounded. "Still works," he said, satisfied. Step 3, confidence in gravity. This wasn't metaphor. The manual explicitly stated, "Final alignment and glide trajectory must be committed with no further correction. Due to system failure and inertial delay, corrective input will result in overcorrection and loss of lift vector. Trust your initial set and let gravity finish." Templeton read it again, then nodded. "Right. Faith-based flying. Got it." He adjusted the final lever. Outside, the Serenity Arc 3 began to descend. There were no warning klaxons now. The power was still out. The ship had gone quiet, eerily so. The only sound was the rising wind against the hull as Varsith Prime's atmosphere thickened. The outer plating began to glow, friction building along the belly of the shuttle like heat returning to an old stove. In the main cabin, passengers were silent. Most had gone well past panic into some higher plane of existential negotiation. One held a small devotional stone and was whispering to it in a language it didn't speak. Another wrote, "I regret everything," on the back of their boarding pass, and then folded it into an origami bird. Someone asked if they could scream again. No one answered. Then the ship began to stabilize. The spin stopped. The shaking smoothed. The nose leveled just above the horizon line, and the shuttle began a clean, shallow glide through the cloud cover. Rain hissed against the outer hull. The heat glow faded. Altitude readouts, manual backups now ticking along analog dials, showed descent rate evening out. On the bridge, Hugh Templeton adjusted a final switch, leaned back slightly and reached into his duffel bag. He pulled out a silver mint tin. "Mint?" he offered to Bravum. The ensign stared at him like he was speaking in fire. "No?" Hugh shrugged, popped one into his mouth and returned his gaze to the viewport. Through the front screen, the surface of Varsith Prime spread out below them, lush, green, welcoming, and entirely unaware it was about to receive a civilian transport that had, minutes before, been one deflected bolt from tragedy. Behind them, the passenger cabin erupted in muted applause, or possibly weeping. It was hard to tell. One individual was chanting, "Thank you, Bookman," over and over again. The shuttle's landing struts deployed with a wheeze. Templeton, still chewing, guided the vessel in with a precision that made the touchdown seem less like an emergency recovery and more like a casual delivery. The engines coughed once, the hull groaned in relief, and then everything was still. Templeton closed the manual and placed it gently back into the glove box. He stood, slung his bag over one shoulder, and nodded at the captain. "You're good to take it from here," he said, before strolling out through the bridge hatch. Captain Resick remained seated. He would not speak again for another 8 minutes. In the silence that followed, Ensign Bravum picked up the manual. It opened naturally to page 3007. Room 17B was quiet in the way only a truly embarrassed conference room can be. The lights had dimmed to accommodate the playback display, now frozen on the final frame of the Serenity Arc 3's internal bridge footage. A grainy, wide-angle shot of one human, duffel slung casually over his shoulder, walking off a civilian shuttle he had just manually landed during a full-system power failure. The image captured him mid-stride. Calm. Purposeful. Behind him, smoke still curled from the bulkheads. Someone had written, "Thank you, Bookman," on the viewport in condensation. The room remained still for several more seconds, save for the faint clink of ceramic as the human liaison sipped from his mug. The mug read in cheerful Terran script, "Have you tried reading the manual?" Finally, Analyst Vennick cleared his throat, a gravelly flutter from 3 vocal folds that had never once needed to express disbelief until now. "He landed a disabled orbital shuttle," Vennick said slowly, "using a printed manual?" His voice echoed against the paneling. No one replied, not at first. Counselor Relvarn turned toward the human liaison, eyes narrowed. Where did he get such a thing? Are humans hoarding paper now? The liaison, Wallace Grigg, mid-50s in Earth years, recently reassigned from expeditionary support and cultural arbitration, blinked at her, then slowly placed his mug on the table. "That," he said, gesturing toward the paused screen, "that's the Standard Emergency Systems Recovery Manual. GC regulation mandates a physical copy on every certified vessel. Section 11, Subsection D, starboard compartment, usually next to the flare kit. I'm surprised you didn't know." A long pause followed. Fleet Safety Auditor Maxos adjusted their glasses. "We've always assumed that was ceremonial. A kind of historical token. Like the ceremonial hammer on the old maintenance cruisers." Counselor Gillick tilted their head. "I vaguely remember something about it from training. A one-slide mention between emergency flotation blankets and culturally sensitive meal prep. That was 68 years ago." Grigg raised an eyebrow. "So it was covered." "Well, technically," Gillick muttered. "We thought it was a joke." Grigg raised an eyebrow. "It's not a hat. It's a flight guide." Counselor Exreth, a tall, angular being from the Varnari delegation, leaned forward, tentacles pressed together in a gesture of irritated contemplation. Why didn't the crew use it then? Grigg shrugged. They probably forgot it existed. "And the human didn't?" Exreth snapped. "Nope." Another long pause. Vennick glanced around the table. The shuttle captain had 6 stars on his collar, 2,000 flight hours, dozens of certifications. Grigg tilted his head. "Has he ever flown without a computer?" "Of course not." "There you go." Counselor Relvarn exhaled slowly through her nasal folds. "So what we just saw, that wasn't instinct, or luck, or even human intuition. He just followed instructions?" Grigg nodded. "Yep. Page 3007. Maxos quietly opened a data slate and began typing. "Are you making a note?" Relvarn asked. Maxos didn't look up. "I'm ordering a dust analysis of every glove compartment in the fleet. We've clearly missed something." More silence. Counselor Gillick of the Krenth Confederacy tapped one claw against the table. The passengers described him as disturbingly calm. Grigg grinned. "That's just Hugh. I met him once at a maintenance conference. Spoke for an hour about phase capacitors and black coffee. Didn't blink once. It was like watching Entropy give a TED Talk." Exreth made a noise that might have been confusion. "And he just left?" "Oh yeah. Closed the manual. Tucked it back into the glove box. Asked if anyone knew how to get to the bird sanctuary." "Bird sanctuary?" "He's a bird watcher," Grigg said. "Apparently Varsith Prime has a native species with 3 beaks and a scream like an accordion being eaten by a vacuum cleaner. It's rare." Vennek looked like he was about to say something and then visibly gave up. Maxos kept typing. "Shuttle AI confirms the manual was technically present and accounted for. Dust analysis shows it hadn't been read in at least 19 years, but it's seen other uses." Relvarn rubbed at her eye with the heel of one hand. "Such as?" Grigg shrugged. "Passenger logs note it was used as a tray for synth snacks on a long haul last year. Before that, apparently it propped the cockpit door open during a heat wave." "Of course it did." Counselor Exreth sat back. "I suppose now we have to commend him." Grigg looked mildly offended. "He didn't do anything extraordinary. He just did the thing that was supposed to be done. The actual, literal procedure. The miracle," he added, picking up his mug again, "is that he knew it existed." Counselor Gillick narrowed their eyes. "Is this normal for humans?" Grigg smiled faintly. "Define normal, but yes. They're generally very good at surviving situations where survival seems unlikely, usually by applying forgotten knowledge, common sense, or chewing gum, sometimes all 3. Vennek scrolled through his slate. "Fleet Command is requesting a summary of this incident for personnel training modules. They want something concise." Grigg nodded. "How about, humans may attempt practical solutions under high duress. Sometimes they even read the instructions." There was a pause. Vennek typed that in verbatim. Relvarn looked at the paused screen again. "What was his name?" Grigg glanced at his notes. "Templeton. Hugh Templeton. Civilian systems analyst. Earth-based. No military background. No advanced flight certifications. Applied for vacation leave using a paper form." "Of course he did." "Fun fact," Grigg added. "He corrected the form layout before submitting it. Changed the field alignment on page 2. Said the margins were inefficient." A beat. Outside room 17B, the corridors of GC Central buzzed with the usual low-level panic of interstellar bureaucracy. Memos were already flying. Some official, some not. Shuttle Command had quietly circulated a refresher titled, "Emergency manuals are there for a reason. Please open them." The Council's internal training board added a new line to the doctrine on civilian ship emergencies. In the absence of functioning systems, crew panic, or AI failure, consult physical documentation. Humans might already be doing this. Meanwhile, Grigg sent off a short note to his own department. Recommend protocol refresher for all fleet and civilian crews. Also institute regular glove box checks. If nothing else, it keeps the dust down. He added one more line before closing the file. "Seriously, page 3007. It's all in there." Tactical archivist Trevlock stood at the edge of the landing ramp, staring across the barren surface of Moon K-37. His breath rasped through his filtration mask in a rhythmically annoyed pattern. Dust storms blew lazy spirals across the flat gray basin beyond, broken only by craggy mineral outcrops and the occasional rusted hull of abandoned mining equipment. Nothing moved. Nothing beeped. Nothing glowed. It was exactly the kind of mission Trevlock hated the most. Pointless, quiet, politically motivated, and just tedious enough to make it onto his schedule. Atmosphere, hostile. Gravity, marginal. Radiation, tolerable if you don't intend to breed, he muttered into his recorder. Same as it ever was. Behind him, 4 junior recon officers fanned out from the lander, sweeping the area with standard-issue scanners. The drones floated overhead, pinging harmless pulses across the landscape, and returned with the most boring verdict possible. No threats, no life, no power, no traces of enemy occupation. Trevlock tapped his control slate and began pulling up the standard reclamation protocols. Per Article 77, Section C of the ESHAR Strategic Reassertion Manual, any celestial body left unclaimed for more than 312 standard hours could be reflagged and logged as an active holding. The humans hadn't made a move on K-37 in over 3 cycles. It was, for all intents and purposes, available again. Theoretically. Trevlock hated theory. He liked certainties, neatly logged ones. The junior officers were already setting up the flag mount, standard ESHAR alloy pole, retractable. A small beacon was buried nearby to broadcast a control signature. Trevlock double-checked the data packet just in case, and even that was distressingly in order. The planet had been stripped of anything interesting decades ago, save for a few hard-to-reach rare earth veins that neither side had bothered to mine without a full atmospheric stabilizer, which no one ever wanted to pay for. Still, territory was territory, and control was control, and Trevlock was nothing if not thorough. "We are now 78% through initial grid scan," reported Recon Officer Ville. Nothing but rock, dust, and 3 rusted support beams. One of them might have been a ladder. Was it shaped like a ladder? "No, sir." "Then it was not a ladder," Trevlock said firmly. A few moments later, as they moved to deploy the second ground marker, Recon Officer Pellin called out from the far side of the clearing. Sir? You might want to see this." Trevlock frowned. Pellin only used when something threatened to deviate from procedure. He stomped over the uneven terrain, stopping abruptly when he saw it. Planted dead center in the basin floor, precisely where the first marker was supposed to go, was a Terran flag. Human, unmistakable, flapping slightly in the weak breeze like it belonged there. It had been driven into the rock with such force that the mounting pole had left impact cracks across the surface. Beneath it was a metal sign, crudely welded from scrap and bolted to a rusted pipe jammed into the ground. The sign read in messy permanent marker, "Dibs. No takesies backsies." Trevlock stared at it. The other officers stared at him. He slowly turned and walked a measured circle around the display. Nearby, discarded beside a small pile of dust-covered gravel, was a crushed human ration pack labeled Victory Cola and a couple of silver mylar wrappers with faded nutritional info. There were also boot prints. Human, standard issue, lightly pressed into the ground. Just the boots. No vehicle treads. No stabilizer pads. No landing gear impressions. No sign of a ship. No burns. No exhaust trails. Trevlock knelt and pressed 2 fingers against the flagpole. It was warm. Not hot, not new, recent. "How?" Pellin asked. Trevlock didn't answer. He stood slowly, opened his recorder and cleared his throat. Log entry. Moon K-37 shows recent signs of Terran presence despite no recorded ship traffic, drive signatures or orbital scans confirming activity. Evidence includes a human flag, informal territorial signage, ration refuse, and surface imprints. This violates no formal treaty clause, but does contradict expected behavior from a technologically regressed species. One of the officers coughed, then added, "Should we remove it, sir?" Trevlock looked back at the sign. "Not yet," he tapped his slate. "We are not authorized to engage in diplomatic graffiti escalation." They stood there for a long moment, the wind brushing grit over their boots, while the flag fluttered gently in the background, mocking them in complete silence. Trevlock stared at the flag for 13 straight minutes before speaking again. The wind had shifted direction twice. No one had moved. Recon Officer Pellin coughed into her suit mic, but even that felt too loud. "Begin expanded survey grid," Trevlock finally said. 10-meter intervals. Mark anything that looks human. He did not elaborate on what human meant. The team fanned out again, slower this time, weapons not exactly raised but not exactly relaxed either. No one wanted to admit the flag had unsettled them, but it had. Not because it was dangerous, because it was smug. Smug in the way only humans could be. Smug like a grin you couldn't punch because it was made of polyester and silence. Recon Officer Ville's voice came through the channel 10 minutes later. "Sir, you're going to want to see this." Trevlock sighed and followed the beacon ping to a rocky ridge on the far side of the landing zone. It looked like any other exposed stone outcrop until you got closer and saw the etching. Not machine-carved, not chiseled, just scorched in, like someone had used a plasma cutter with artistic ambition. Greg's recon team was here. Beneath it, someone had added a drawing. A cartoonish smiling moon holding a beer can in one stubby arm giving a thumbs up with the other. Ville gestured helplessly at it. "Should I be offended?" Trevlock activated his recorder. "Local terrain shows unauthorized marking by Terran personnel. Cultural origin unknown. Subject Greg does not appear in current enemy files. Analysis. Likely pseudonym for an unregistered black ops cell or a prank unit given real assets. Secondary note, the moon is depicted as intoxicated." The next anomaly came 10 minutes later when Recon Officer Drawl stumbled across a flat slate of ground with lines scratched crudely into it. Another human carving. This one was a map. "Sir," Drawl said, "I think they made fun of us with cartography." The drawing showed the entire moon, or at least a decent portion of it, with resource veins sketched in. Real ones, not guesses, they matched the known deposits in Escher survey records. Across the center of the map, scrawled in massive letters, "Already mined? Thanks." Trevlock didn't speak for a while. He just stood there with his fingers on his visor like he was massaging a very slow migraine. "Deploy the deep scan drones," he said at last. "Subsurface grid scan. I want to know if they tunneled." Within minutes, the drones began reporting back. Small voids beneath the surface, too regular to be natural but too fragmented to be full structures. Geometric, symmetrical, buried shallowly. Trevlock's voice tightened. "That's a tunnel network, or a vault system." "Possibly," Ville said. "But there's something weird." As the drones attempted to descend and probe further, the readings changed. The voids collapsed. Not with seismic activity, no tremors, no cave-ins, just gone. 1 second the signal was there, the next it was not. Drayle muttered, "They're booby-trapping the rock?" "Or erasing it," Pellin said. "Or cloaking it." Trevlock opened a secure channel and began logging an official request to Escher High Command for reinforcements and forensic teams. It was composed in clear professional language with only one minor clause labeled, "Unacceptable levels of human audacity." The reply came 7 minutes later, unsigned and blandly dismissive. "The humans are clearly gone. Replant our flag, log the moon and move on. Don't waste time on psychological bait." Trevlock read it 3 times, hoping it might change tone on the 3rd pass. It did not. He turned and ordered the team to prepare the beacon. The Escher flag, standard model, mass-produced, uninspired, was unfolded and planted in the exact center of the basin. The flagpole's anchoring unit drilled into the rock with a mechanical whine that felt somehow embarrassed. The beacon was synced. The grid was logged. The lander was prepped. They lifted off in silence, the moon shrinking beneath them into a dull gray smear. Trevlock didn't look down. Pellin, watching the rear sensor array, made a sound. Not a scream, not a gasp, just a small, soft uh-oh. Trevlock turned. On the screen, the surface of Moon K-37 was once again decorated with the Terran flag. The dibs sign was back too. The Escher flag was completely gone. There were no heat signatures, no movement, no sound, no digital traces, no explanation. Just a flag, just a sign, right where they started. Trevlock reached for his recorder, then stopped, then started again. Log supplemental. Moon K-37 exhibits high levels of human mischief and tactical trolling. Recommend... He paused. No. No recommendations. Just log it. Trevlock's final incident report was 62 pages long, not including the 9 appendices, 23 photographs, 4 maps, and a 1-page addendum titled, On the Weaponization of Petty Humor. It was submitted precisely 8 hours after touchdown, logged into Central Command archives under low-priority survey report flag displacement anomaly. No one responded for 4 days. When a reply finally came, it was brief, unsigned, and formatted incorrectly. It read, Your observations are noted. Reassignment pending. Thank you for your service. The next morning, Trevlock found himself listed under a new departmental heading, Orbital Drift Monitoring, Belt Sector 19G. His job was now watching space rocks, not even interesting ones, just the slow, gray ones that didn't spin fast enough to merit physics simulations. He logged into his new workstation and found it came with 1 chair, 2 screens, and exactly 0 reasons to stay awake. No one in SR Command ever asked him about the flag again. In the weeks that followed, something strange began to spread. Not in official channels, but through whispers, overheard jokes, and sudden quiet silences in briefing rooms. It started with Command's internal bulletin. Effective immediately. Ground survey teams are instructed to double-check anchoring depth and structural integrity of all SR standard planetary flags. Additionally, ensure beacon synchronization is not vulnerable to atmospheric displacement, subterranean vibration, or sabotage. The last word was underlined. No one knew by whom. The field officers laughed, but only the first time. In barracks and mess halls, stories began to circulate. Stories about the mysterious Greg's recon team. No one had ever seen them. No records existed. No logs. No signatures. They never appeared on sensors. They never showed up in after-action reports. They never requested evac. But somehow, wherever they went, there was always a flag. Sometimes just one, sometimes dozens, sometimes painted across a ship hull, sometimes planted into the back panel of a command terminal. One officer swore he opened a sealed drop pod and found a miniature flag folded politely on the pilot's seat. No one believed him, except that everyone did. The GC officially denied all knowledge. No operation by that name had ever existed. No Greg was listed on any current deployment registry. Intelligence declared it a myth. Unofficially, some units began to leave out small offerings. A soda can, a marker, a folded note saying, "Please don't dibs us." No one said they believed. But no one stopped either. The phrase dibs protocol entered circulation soon after. It began as a joke, shorthand for territory inexplicably claimed without confrontation. But the term stuck. Officers started using it in strategy sims. Deploy a drone swarm, jam sensors, go full dibs protocol on their outpost. Students at the War College added it to flashcards. Within a month, the phrase, "We don't know where they went, but there's a flag there now," was being used in fleet-wide memos as a classification code. Not a warning, not a threat, just an acknowledgement that something had happened, something low-budget, low-signature, and utterly effective, something human. Trevlock read about all of this from his post on Belt Sector 19G. He monitored the trajectory of asteroids that never changed. He logged them hourly. He was very diligent. He received 1 package by courier drone. No return address. Inside was a small embroidered patch that simply read, "Greg was here." He stared at it for a long time before quietly placing it in a drawer. He didn't wear it. He didn't report it. He just left it there. The drawer stayed closed. He never talked about the flag again. The wind over the cratered farmland blew with a dry, listless sort of howl, stirring ash into lazy spirals between the broken stalks of half-vaporized corn. The smell of scorched cellulose and melted plastic hung in the air, thick enough to coat the tongue. Nothing moved, at least nothing that was supposed to. The SR recon craft touched down with a subtle hiss, its landing struts pressing into soil that had recently been superheated to glass and then cooled again by orbital drizzle. 3 soldiers stepped out, their armor dark and angular, matte finished to avoid reflection. Their rifles stayed level, their scanners active. "Confirming site designation. Human Colony 782R Agricultural Class," said Recon Officer T-Vex, tapping his wrist pad. "Strike success logged. We are to verify elimination and tag residuals for reclamation. The others grunted affirmation. One of them crunched a boot down on what had once been a hoverplow. It sparked pitifully and died. A silo loomed crookedly on the horizon, half melted, its upper segment slumped sideways like a drunk clinging to a lamppost. The remains of irrigation drones lay scattered around it, their rotors twisted like broken insect wings. No heat, no pulse. No emissions, came the report from the second recon specialist, eyes flicking across the spectral overlays in his helmet. This place is deader than Central Admin's Creativity Bureau. They walked in silence for several minutes, weaving their way through rows of burnt crops and the occasional smoldering piece of equipment. The occasional clump of carbon used to be something, maybe a storage shed, maybe a farmer. No one really asked. Then the third trooper, Rilk, paused. I've got something. Tvek stopped. Repeat? Single life form ping. Stationary. No movement, but it's close. 70 meters dead ahead. A survivor? Doubt it. It's not hiding. Just standing there. The three formed a loose triangle and advanced slowly, boots kicking up fine black dust. As they rounded the remains of what might have once been a chicken coop, they saw it. A cow, a single white and brown spotted cow, standing motionless in the middle of a blackened pasture. It was completely unharmed. Not burned, not bruised. Its large eyes stared directly at them with a serene, vacant, bovine indifference. The field around it was leveled, pockmarked with small craters, and dusted with the gray fallout of orbital bombardment. The cow just stood there, facing them, still. What the hell is that? Rilk whispered. It's a cow, Tvek said flatly. I know it's a cow. I mean, why is it a cow? They stared for a long moment. The cow didn't blink. It's probably just a leftover. Wandering around, some human probably missed their evac window. It's not wandering. It's standing. And staring. I don't like it, muttered the second trooper. It's too clean. Everything else here is half melted or exploded. That thing looks like it walked out of a dairy commercial. Could be an auto livestock synth, Tvek said. Those still ping partially organic. Sometimes they mix real tissue with composite frames. That's comforting. The cow took a single step forward. The troopers raised their rifles immediately. The cow stopped again. Why is it getting closer? Rilk asked. Maybe it's curious. Or maybe it's a bomb. The cow continued to do nothing. Scan it, Tvek ordered. The second trooper pointed his wrist module at the cow. It chirped once. Partial organic material detected. Internal structure inconsistent with standard bovine anatomy. What does that mean? It means it's weird. The cow blinked once. Then Rilk did what generations of military doctrine had warned against. He poked the cow with the barrel of his rifle. There was a long, horrible second of silence. The cow let out a loud, distorted "Moo!" Then banjo music started playing from somewhere deep inside its chest. All three troopers froze. Why is it playing music? Asked Rilk. I don't know. Why is it getting louder? The volume cranked up like an ancient earth barn dance at max throttle, twangy, energetic, and increasingly aggressive. The cow made a mechanical whirring sound. Segments along its side began to hiss, then unfold. Plates snapped open like insect wings. The front of the torso yawned wide, revealing a dark hollow cavity. Gears shifted. Hydraulic arms extended. A plasma conduit began glowing faint blue near what used to be the rib cage. Oh no, Tvek said. From inside the mechanical cow, a voice rang out in a strong southern Terran accent. Y'all took your damn time. 4 armored human soldiers erupted from the cow's belly like a tactical clown car, weapons drawn, grinning behind polarized visors. And the banjo music got louder. The cow exploded. Not literally, not yet. But the moment the 4 humans burst out of its ribcage compartment, firing in every direction with the gleeful efficiency of lunatics who had practiced this specific maneuver far too many times, the impact was the same as a detonation. The banjo music transitioned with terrifying smoothness into Ring of Fire by an ancient earth musician known as Johnny Cash, the twangy guitar practically vibrating through the dust-choked field as though sound itself had declared war. Plasma bolts scorched the dirt in wide arcs as the humans leapt from the mechanical bovine with terrifying coordination. One of them, a thick-armed brute with a tattoo of a chicken wielding a machine gun on his neck, pivoted immediately and dropped to a knee behind the cow's flank, yanking a concealed control bar that raised the torso like a turret mount. From the cavity where a digestive system should have been, a mortar system unfolded with ominous hissing. It began to glow. Tvek shouted, "Cover! Scatter! Scatter!" The Eshar troopers ran. It was unclear what they were running from: gunfire, music, the horrifying realization that their enemy had been inside a cow, possibly all of the above. Flashbangs shot out from the cow's hooves with shrill, percussive pops that exploded like angry popcorn across the ruined field. One trooper dropped flat and rolled blindly into a crater. Another attempted to fire back, but ended up screaming, "Why does it smell like barbecue?" as a thermal grenade cooked a decades-old pile of fertilizer into something that could char a lung. The man at the plasma mortar smiled grimly. "This one's for Betsy," he said, and pressed the fire trigger. The mortar coughed once, like an old smoker, then launched a pulsing blue charge that sailed lazily into the sky, curved and slammed directly into the parked Eshar lander with a wet whoomp. The explosion that followed wasn't particularly large, but it was the kind that destroyed everything important: engines, navigation, escape protocols, and the pride of the engineers who built it. "Request immediate evac. The cow is a trap." "I repeat, the cow!" someone shouted into a comms unit, but the sentence was never finished. The comms fizzled into static as the antenna was atomized by a stray bolt, possibly on purpose. From the perimeter of the field, the other three humans fanned out, laying suppressive fire with the kind of casual, cheerful efficiency that suggested they really were just having fun. One paused long enough to flip a metal plate upright in the ground. It read, "Free samples," in crudely stenciled paint. Another jammed an earth flag into the smoking remains of a scarecrow. Tvek tried to rally. He stood behind a half-melted irrigation pipe and raised his weapon, only to watch it melt in his hands as a bolt from the cow turret clipped it with surgical precision. "Retreat!" he shouted, then changed his mind. "No evac?" "No, wait, hide. Just hide. Someone crawl into the silo!" Rilk, the first to poke the cow and therefore morally responsible for the entire disaster, tried to slink away through a trench made of what had once been cabbage. He made it 6 meters before he tripped over a booby-trapped garden gnome. It exploded in a modest but personally humiliating fireball. 10 minutes later, the shooting stopped. The humans stood amidst the smoldering debris, smoke curling from the tips of their weapons. The music faded. One of them gently removed a mini-speaker from the cow's chest cavity and turned it off. Another gave the still-smoking cowshell a loving pat. "We're calling that a success," said the mortar man. "I'm calling it poetry," said the woman with the mohawk, crouching to retrieve a spent ammo cartridge. "Also, I think we need to adjust the leg compartment. I bruised my thigh on a flashlight when we popped out." "What's the cow's kill count?" someone asked. 2 landers disabled, 7 scattered, 1 wet themselves, and 4 recorded as emotionally compromised. She grinned. "Not bad for Betsy's first field test." They tagged the few pieces of useful Eshar tech left behind, stuffed them into a camouflaged duffel bag, and vanished into the ruins. Before they left, they placed a weather-worn cowboy hat on top of the cow's head and painted jagged teeth across its mouthplate in red marker. A small laminated sign was pinned to its flank, "Moo and Boom, accept no substitutes." The last remaining Eshar trooper, one Private Ilrek, had spent the entire skirmish wedged beneath a broken tractor. He emerged only once the humans were long gone. His armor was covered in soot and straw. His helmet had a dent shaped like a hoofprint. He walked unsteadily back toward the half-cratered command beacon and sat down, staring at nothing in particular. When the recovery team found him 6 hours later, he refused to speak. The medic said he might be in shock. He only ever whispered one thing over and over. "Moo means war." Eshar High Command's initial response to the debrief was to accuse the recon unit of falsifying records, drug abuse, and possibly mental breakdown. Then the drone footage arrived. Everything was there. High-res video from 2 Eshar drones still orbiting above the site. They watched the entire sequence. The cow, the music, the hatch opening, the plasma mortar, and the humans waving to the sky with big, exaggerated grins as they left. It was submitted to Fleet Archives as evidence. The event was reluctantly logged under the name Operation Bessie's Revenge. An internal memo was circulated warning that, quote, human agricultural zones may require reassessment as potential ambush vectors. Livestock should not be approached unless verified organic, non-mechanized, and unarmed. The phrase, "the cow was a decoy, sir," took on a life of its own. At first it was said in hushed tones during tactical reviews. Then it became a nervous joke among field officers. Within weeks it was printed on posters in Escher training academies as a reminder to always scan the obvious. Fleet slang absorbed it entirely. A decoy cow meant anything suspiciously mundane that was clearly a trap. An Operation Moo referred to baiting an enemy with something idiotic and making it work. Drill instructors began to shout, "What do we check for before approaching?" And the class would respond in unison, "Cows!" Meanwhile, back in the human colonies, unofficial T-shirts were printed with the outline of the now famous mechanical bovine. Some glowed in the dark. A toy company licensed the design and released plush versions with tiny sound chips that played banjo music when squeezed. By the end of the cycle, one thing was clear across the sector. The Escher no longer approached farm animals without backup. Fleet Compliance Officer Veltrick adjusted his collar for the third time in as many minutes and blinked irritably with all 6 of his eyes. The dry, antiseptic light of Docking Bay 47 made the datapad in his upper left hand reflect just enough to cause a headache, and he couldn't shake the feeling he was being punished for something. The GC Bureau of Ordnance and Safety prided itself on its procedural thoroughness. Veltrick prided himself on being even more thorough than that. His last 3 field inspections had each resulted in full ship seizures, 3 reprimands for captains, and 1 entirely justified nervous breakdown. Now he was assigned to a human vessel. He hated humans. Not that they were the worst species in the Confederation. That distinction belonged, in his opinion, to the Vorik, who sneezed acid and considered sarcasm a mating ritual. But humans were consistently irritating in ways that eluded direct punishment. They broke rules in clever, petty, and stubborn ways. They filed incorrect forms in bulk. They made jokes during formal inspections. One had once tried to barter her weapons manifest in exchange for the last good bottle of space whiskey in this sector. And now, Veltrick was here to inspect a vessel flagged for 17 violations during transit, which had requested snack rations and fresh gun oil upon docking. The ship's name, Calliope's Curse, already sounded like a war crime. Veltrick reached the docking tube just as the final seal hissed into place. He took one look at the ship through the observation pane and seriously considered turning around. The hull looked like it had been smacked with a meteor, and then reassembled by blindfolded children with welding torches. There were 3 distinct kinds of metal plating, scorched in uneven patterns. He counted at least 6 areas covered in what was clearly salvaged roofing. One section of the starboard fuselage had "Do not touch unless you like plasma," stenciled in flaking red letters, and the ship's registration number, technically required to be laser-etched, was scrawled on the airlock in black permanent marker. Veltrick took a deep, calming breath, opened the hatch, and stepped aboard. Immediately he was greeted by a sharp scent of coolant, fried circuits, and what he could only assume was burnt marshmallow. "Hey, you must be the inspector!" called a woman from somewhere above him. He looked up. A human in a grease-stained flight suit was half inside an open ceiling panel, chewing what appeared to be a wire. She dropped lightly to the deck and wiped her hands on her pants. "Willis, Chief Engineer. Welcome to the Curse," she smiled brightly. Veltrick hated her instantly. He extended a scanner in one hand. "Fleet Compliance Officer Veltrick. This is an official inspection for weapons and systems regulation adherence." Willis nodded cheerfully. "Yep. You want a snack?" Without waiting for a reply, she handed him a dark, leathery strip of material. It was labeled Space Jerky Original Flavor. Veltrick sniffed it. It smelled vaguely like industrial sealant. "Try not to chew too hard," Willis said. "That batch might actually be industrial sealant. We had a labeling mix-up." Veltrick stared at her. She winked. They proceeded down a hallway lit by flickering fluorescence. A small box labeled Important fell from a ceiling panel and bounced off Veltrick's shoulder. He hissed in surprise. A moment later, he passed a wall panel with a slow plasma leak visibly pulsing behind clear plastic. Someone had scribbled hot stuff in marker with a smiley face. At this point, Veltrick stopped writing notes and just activated continuous recording. They reached the outer hull maintenance deck. Veltrick looked through the viewport and felt something in his thorax seize. There were 21 external railguns mounted across the hull. He double-checked the classification. This was a corvette. GC regulations allowed 6 externally mounted weapons on a ship this size. Anything beyond that required special fleet authorization, which was a bureaucratic process involving 3 departments and 2 oaths of personal liability. Veltrick began sputtering. "Oh yeah," Willis said, noticing his reaction. "We've been adding a few over time. Salvaged most of them. That one," she pointed to a bent, rusted cannon somehow bolted onto a maneuvering fin, "we call Old Yeller. Still kicks if you're gentle." Veltrick whirled toward her. "That is mounted on an airlock." "Technically above it," she said. "Access still works. Mostly." One railgun was clearly mounted upside down. Another had a small red flag attached to it, with the words "Swipe left for lasers." Veltrick checked a nearby junction box. Inside, he found a nest of wiring, some duct tape, and what he was fairly certain was a capacitor rig made from salvaged delivery drone batteries and parts of a child's grav skateboard. The entire array hummed with unstable energy. Willis followed his gaze and added, "It's all battlefield-proven." "Which battlefield?" Veltrick asked flatly. She shrugged. "Whichever one we're on." At that moment, a second human appeared. Tall, bearded, and wearing a bathrobe, one slipper, and what looked like a powered gauntlet on his left arm. "Captain Juno," he said. "We're not technically late for inspection if we never agreed on a time, right?" Veltrick opened his mouth, closed it again. Juno gestured toward the view outside. "We're classified as a deep space agricultural processing and salvage unit. These are all salvage components, temporarily mounted for self-defense." Veltrick made a strangled noise. "Our official designation with Fleet is Peacekeeping Deterrence Unit for Agro-Environmental Intervention." Willis chimed in, "We call it being loud and pointy until people go away." Veltrick stood in silence. His hand trembled slightly as he brought up his datapad. He tapped through the standard violation protocol, selected emergency escalation, and began drafting a preliminary report. Before he could finish, the ship's AI buzzed to life over the comm system. Drafting report detected. Uploading sarcasm module. Veltrick looked up in alarm. The datapad's header changed automatically. "Just let us cook, bro." He slowly closed the pad. "Sleep well," Willis said cheerfully. "We'll show you the internal systems tomorrow." Veltrick didn't reply. He just stared into the middle distance, sighed through all 4 of his breathing vents, and quietly whispered the words. "I should have joined sewage reclamation." Veltrick did not sleep. Part of it was the ambient clunking of machinery outside his bunk, which had apparently been converted from an old cargo locker and still smelled faintly of onions and ozone. Another part was that his pillow had a rivet lodged inside it. The largest part, however, was the growing, gnawing awareness that the Calliope's curse should not, by any conceivable definition, be spaceworthy. He spent the early morning reviewing the compliance manual and noting how many regulations had not merely been violated, but reinterpreted through what appeared to be the lens of madness and brute force. At some point, he gave up and started circling entire pages. By the time Willis arrived to resume the inspection, Veltrick had developed a facial twitch in his lower left eye. "Morning," she chirped, sipping coffee out of a cup labeled Engine Coolant Do Not Drink. Veltrick gestured silently toward the hallway. They began with internal systems. The fire suppression system was missing. Not malfunctioning, missing. "We found it kept activating every time someone cooked anything with garlic," Willis explained. "So now we just use these." She handed him a plastic spray bottle labeled Coolant-ish. The nozzle was melted slightly. "And shouting," she added. Loud swearing stops most fires from spreading. Veltrick made a strangled sound in the back of his throat. Willis interpreted this as encouragement. The emergency lighting system activated when Veltrick tripped over a loose floor panel. Instead of safety strobes, the hallway was suddenly filled with pulsing, multicolored lights and an automated voice blaring, "Disco engaged." "Oh yeah," Willis said. "Boosts morale during boarding actions. And weddings." The auxiliary reactor room was next. Veltrick opened the door, took one look, and stepped back. "That's a food synthesizer." "Was," Willis corrected. "Now it generates low-grade antimatter bursts. We only use it if the main drive coughs up again. It's only overheated twice." "You modified a food unit to process antimatter?" Veltrick whispered. "Well, it still makes soup," Willis said. "But the soup is very aggressive." They paused for lunch. Veltrick attempted to eat what the packaging called space chili. Caution, may explode. He burned his tongue, both palms and a section of his outer robe. Across from him, Willis was cheerfully poking at something purple that hissed when stabbed with a fork. Veltrick looked up, exhausted. "Why does your species do this? Build things this way? Nothing on this ship is safe. Nothing is clean. Nothing is regulated. It's all reckless." Willis leaned back, balancing her chair on two legs, and grinned. "Look, GC ships are elegant, precise, and extremely easy to blow up. One stray shot and boom, debris confetti. Ours? We build stuff dumb, mean, and full of hate. You can set Calliope on fire and she'll just fly angrier." Veltrick stared. "The railguns?" she continued. "They're like pets. Loud, moody, occasionally shoot straight. We name them, sing to them sometimes. We're not saying it works. We're saying they like it." Veltrick rubbed his face with three hands. "You've weaponized recklessness." Willis grinned wider. "Damn right we did." That was when the red alert klaxon began. Or at least Veltrick assumed it was the red alert. The alarm was a low, warbling noise like a diseased cow trying to sing. Captain Juno appeared in the mess hall, still in his robe, now wearing both slippers. "Heads up, everyone! We've got 3 Ishar scout vessels approaching fast." Veltrick stood so quickly his chair flipped. "You can't engage. You're not cleared for combat." Juno blinked at him. "We're not cleared for a lot of things." The crew scattered to stations, most still chewing. One man sprinted past with a guitar strapped to his back and no shirt. The karaoke machine in the corner flickered to life and began playing something with heavy bass and no lyrics. Veltrick followed the chaos to the bridge. The weapons officer, a woman with a prosthetic arm and a smile that could cut glass, was already priming the railguns. The ship's AI, in its usual cheerful tone, spoke over the comms, initiating aggressive negotiations. Veltrick reached for the nearest console in horror. It was sticky. "Why's the firing button sticky?" "Because someone spilled jam on it last week," Willis said from behind him. "We think it makes the shots sweeter." Outside the viewport, all 21 railguns opened fire in staggered bursts. The Ishar ships returned fire, sporadically, desperately, before one burst into shrapnel. The others began evasive maneuvers. At one point, an ensign poured coffee onto a sparking panel. The console flickered, buzzed, and then stabilized. "Balances the feedback loop," she explained helpfully. "Also wakes up the subprocessor. She's grumpy in the mornings." The battle was over in 6 minutes. One Ishar ship was completely destroyed. The other 2 were in retreat, venting atmosphere and running silent. The crew of Calliope's Curse whooped and high-fived. One of the railguns was actually smoking. Someone patted it like a dog. Veltrick stood, covered in ash and a translucent marmalade-like substance that had sprayed out of a cooling duct during the second volley. He turned to Juno, voice flat. "Why?" The captain smiled. "Because they shot at us first, and because we could." Veltrick didn't reply. He walked back to his quarters, still dripping marmalade, and sat at his console. He opened the compliance report. He stared at the empty template for a long time. Then, slowly, he typed 2 lines. "Ship is not in compliance with any known safety regulations. Recommend immediate promotion to Rapid Response Deterrent Squadron." He deleted everything else, closed the file, and submitted a transfer request to sewage reclamation duty. "At least the pipes," he muttered. "Don't talk back." The walls of room 17B were the same dull gray they'd always been, unchanged through administrations, minor internal conflicts, and the brief yet memorable chair rebellion of 5 years prior. The lighting buzzed with just enough inconsistency to induce migraines, but not complaints, and the oxygen filters wheezed with the reluctant sigh of a machine forced to bear witness. Today's agenda was unambitious: routine review of outdated safety protocols, namely Emergency Protocol 47K, which governed proper procedures during a catastrophic reactor breach aboard any Confederation-aligned vessel. The protocol had not been meaningfully revised in 37 years. Most expected this meeting to conclude with some gentle language changes, perhaps clarifying that rapid egress meant within 10 seconds and not within 10 minutes, as had been misinterpreted in a now famous case involving a melted coffee cart and a missing lieutenant. The chair of the Oversight Committee, Commissioner Traun, had only just begun reading aloud the first bullet of the briefing document when the phrase "Attached Incident Report, CNS Pigeon" shifted the room's attention from passive disinterest to active concern. The Pigeon was, technically speaking, a human vessel. This alone elevated the risk factor of the review by at least 40%. The rest of the file, messy, uneven, a mixture of typewritten lines and what appeared to be smudged pen, was not standard formatting. One page contained a hand-drawn diagram in red ink. Another included a list of materials, among them one reinforced toaster housing, 4 meters of impact gel tubing, and hope. Page 4 had a suspicious grease smear labeled "Not Blood," which caused the assistant archivist to excuse themselves for a full minute. The incident, as pieced together from the report and a follow-up clarifying communique, "Sorry it's a bit rough. We were on the move," was straightforward in only the most clinical sense. The Pigeon, a human multi-purpose frigate operating just outside the regulated border zones, had experienced a full reactor destabilization event. This had occurred, according to the report's own words, during a highly theoretical, moderately inebriated overclocking experiment aimed at pushing range efficiency by at least 7%, maybe 9%, if the stars were feeling generous. The initial telemetry from the ship's last check-in showed rapid temperature escalation, core containment failure, and the activation of multiple emergency beacons. In response, Fleet Command issued an immediate Class 1 evacuation order and locked surrounding sectors under safety protocols. What happened next was, by all known standards of safety, engineering, and common sense, inadvisable. The crew of the Pigeon chose not to evacuate. The reasons given in the report ranged from "seemed like a waste of time" to "we'd just restocked the ship's bar." The chief engineer in a footnote added, "Also, the evac shuttle smells weird and keeps making ominous clicking noises." Instead of fleeing, the crew opted to initiate a manual ejection of the unstable reactor core. This alone was notable, as mid-flight core ejection had only ever been attempted twice in recorded history. Both previous attempts had ended in catastrophic failure, and in one case, spontaneous combustion of the surrounding legal documents. According to the timeline pieced together by analysts, the Pigeon's crew used manual override systems to realign the ship's hull along what they estimated to be the cleanest ejection vector. They then braced all major stabilizers, redistributed their power network, and physically disconnected non-critical systems to prevent a full cascade failure. Approximately 23 seconds before projected core detonation, the reactor was ejected from the vessel at close range. It exploded. The detonation created a shockwave that, under normal circumstances, would have atomized any ship within 1,000 kilometers. However, due to the Pigeon's realignment, stabilizer configuration, and, by several analysts' begrudging agreement, sheer dumb luck, the vessel managed to ride the shockwave. As in, they used the explosive force to slingshot themselves out of the danger zone. The data showed the Pigeon traveling across 2.6 light-minutes of space in less than 18 seconds. The maneuver registered on a dozen long-range observatories and cracked the sensors of 2 unmanned satellites. One recorded the audio of the crew screaming not in terror but apparently with giddy exhilaration. A fragment of the log transmitted later simply read, "Yee." When recovered by Confederation scouts 3 days later, the Pigeon was badly scorched, missing part of its rear antenna and venting pressure from a breach in one of its lesser cargo compartments, contents listed as board games and trail mix, but the ship remained functional. Every crew member survived. Injuries were limited to a few first-degree burns, a mild concussion, and one sprained ankle reportedly incurred during a celebratory impromptu dance-off. The crew's own summary, filed under the line item conclusion, read as follows. A bit dicey, honestly. Wouldn't recommend without a lot of prep and a healthy disregard for mortality. Still kind of fun in a dumb way. Engineering's going to try to refine the timing if this ever happens again. Or, maybe we just won't push the reactor next time. Probably. The Oversight Committee sat in stunned silence for a full minute after the final page was read. Commissioner Tron set the papers down and without irony asked aloud, "Is any of that even technically illegal?" No one answered. One member slowly reached for a datapad to begin logging potential amendments to Protocol 47K. Commissioner Tron broke the silence, adjusting his headlamp with a slow, defeated gesture. Let the record show we are now entering discussion regarding Emergency Protocol 47K in light of the report. There was a shuffle of data slates. Someone coughed. Another member tentatively raised a tentacle. "Yes, Counselor Reschke," Tron said, his voice heavy with fatigue. Reschke stared at his notes. "I would like to formally propose the classification of the pigeon incident as theoretical nonsense made real." A few members murmured agreement. One simply nodded and muttered, "It's the only category that fits." Counselor Meln, a small aquatic being sitting in a portable water tank, adjusted her speaking valve and said, "We cannot let this stand. The maneuver was, by any reasonable standard, reckless, insane, and probably criminal. I propose we move to officially ban shockwave riding as a recognized emergency tactic under fleet regulations." Commissioner Tron looked around the room. "Any seconds on that motion?" Several limbs went up, tentacles, paws, and at least one gloved claw. Noted. Discussion opens. The door hissed open with a distinctly casual whoosh. The human liaison officer walked in, 15 minutes late, and absolutely unbothered. He was wearing standard GC-issue trousers, a stained crew jacket that definitely wasn't standard, and a pair of sunglasses on his forehead despite the complete absence of sunlight in the room, or, indeed, this entire sector of space. He was holding a large beverage that emitted steam and a faint smell of synthetic caramel. Everyone turned to stare. He blinked at them, took another sip, and slowly sat in the nearest chair which squealed under him in protest. He spun it backward and straddled it like an instructor in a holodrama trying to relate to troubled youths. "Sorry I'm late," he said, not sounding sorry at all. "Transit was weird." "Human liaison," Tron said slowly, pressing his digits together. "We are reviewing an incident involving the CNS pigeon. You've seen the report?" "Yep. Sip. Good read." "We were just discussing whether what they did constitutes a gross violation of emergency protocol, basic engineering principles, and common sense." "Right," the human said. "Yeah, that tracks." There was a long pause as several committee members processed that response. "Just to clarify," Meln said slowly, "the crew of the pigeon ejected their reactor core mid-flight, timed it to detonate at just the right moment, and then used the resulting explosion to propel themselves out of a gravitational well?" "More or less," said the human. "And you're confirming this is accurate?" He shrugged. "I mean, the details are a little fuzzy, but yeah, that's what happened." Meln's gills flared. "How is that not a complete breakdown of operational discipline?" "Look," the human said, leaning forward on his chair. "It's not standard protocol. We don't teach it at the academy or anything. But it's not unheard of either. You eject the core, it explodes, you ride the blast. Classic maneuver in certain circles." "Classic?" Tron repeated. "You're telling me this is a classic maneuver?" "Sure. Timing's the hard part. Execution's mostly instinct and caffeine." The silence that followed was less stunned and more existential. One member of the committee, Counselor Jeek, who had served 43 years as a fleet logistics analyst, let out a soft groan and dropped their head to the table. I must ask," another member said, rubbing at their temple with a bioluminescent appendage. "Does this not violate every known safety protocol in the fleet?" The human took another sip of his drink, nodded thoughtfully, and said, "Only if you care about those." A strangled noise came from somewhere near the room's ventilation panel. Commissioner Traun rubbed his eye ridge. "And you're saying this wasn't a mistake?" "Oh, it was definitely a mistake," the human replied. "Just not the bad kind." The committee stared at him. He stared back with the relaxed air of someone who had long ago stopped expecting alien diplomats to understand human behavior and had instead chosen to simply let the results speak for themselves. Traun cleared his throat. "Very well. Motion to ban the maneuver is suspended. Instead, I propose we add an appendix to Protocol 47K. No one protested. Appendix D, Human Class Improvisational Maneuvers. Counselor Reschke whispered, "Spirits help us." The entry will read Core Ejection Shockwave Propulsion. Labeled Not Recommended, Not Repeatable, Not Technically Prohibited. There were reluctant nods across the room. "Any other annotations?" Traun asked. Meln, staring bleakly at the human, muttered, "We should probably include a warning." Commissioner Traun dictated aloud for the record. CNS pigeon incident not to be used as precedent unless it works again. The human liaison gave a casual thumbs up. The motion passed without further debate. Everyone knew they were going to need another protocol meeting soon. Probably several. Probably about other human ships doing even worse things. No one brought up the CNS Duckling, currently under investigation for alleged railgun surfing. That was a problem for future meetings. Or for future appendices. The tribunal chamber of the Eshar Citadel Fleet Complex was built to inspire obedience. Everything about it was monolithic. Cold metal walls lined with crimson banners, the black floor reflecting just enough of your shame to keep your posture upright, and a curved bench where 3 admirals sat in silent, scowling judgment. Captain Seikertel stood alone in the center of the room, his dress uniform pressed but singed in one sleeve, a reminder of the incident in question. His mandibles twitched slightly. He'd spent 3 weeks preparing for this hearing. He still felt wholly unprepared. Admiral Krex, oldest and most humorless of the tribunal, leaned forward. His voice scraped like a grav hull dragged across bare plating. "Captain Seikertel, this hearing is convened to determine your culpability in the loss of the Vostok's Fist, the flagship of Dread Fleet 4 during its shakedown cruise in Sector F-31. You are charged with gross incompetence, dereliction of duty, and," he sneered, "the high crime of imperial humiliation. Do you understand these charges?" "I do," Seikertel replied, "and I maintain." "You will not speak until addressed." That came from Admiral Iseret, whose entire body language radiated disgust. "You will watch, then you will explain." Admiral Jarn tapped a command rune. The lights dimmed. A holographic view screen appeared in the air above them, crackling faintly as it stabilized. "Begin playback," Krex ordered. The recording started with the standard internal feed from Vostok's Fist, a pristine bridge humming with quiet purpose. The crew in fresh uniforms. No alerts. No tension. Just routine. "Sector F-31 uneventful," said Seikertel's own voice from the logs. "Minor debris field. Possible scavenger activity. Initiating full systems test." Another voice, Tactical Officer Revek, cut in. "Single vessel detected, Captain. Human. Civilian salvage class. Unarmed. Moving at suboptimal speed." The tribunal chamber was silent except for the playback. "Visual feed," Seikertel's recorded voice said. The screen shifted to the main viewer's perspective. There, floating almost lazily through the asteroid field, was a human vessel. Small. Asymmetrical. Covered in what looked like metal patches, cable ties, and mild regret. "That," said Jarn dryly, "is what crippled a dreadnought." Seikertel did not respond. The video continued. A voice crackled over the open comms. It was nasal, cheerful.
"Howdy. Just passing through. We're grabbing some rocks. You folks good?"
There was laughter in the background of the comms channel. A visible twitch ran through Admiral Iseret's left eye stalk. Krex turned, voice hard. "Captain, what was your evaluation of this vessel at the time?" "A scavenger. Possibly even adrift. A garbage barge with engine trouble," Seikertel said flatly. "Not a threat. Not even a curiosity." The feed continued. The Vostok's Fist charged its plasma lances. The human ship's reactor signature suddenly spiked. "What is that?" asked Jarn. "Reactor flare," Revek's voice explained on the recording. "They've powered their tractor beam." At first, the tribunal showed no reaction, until the asteroid, massive, roughly the size of a transport shuttle, lurched into view, spinning unnaturally fast. "Are they throwing it?" Iseret muttered, narrowing her eyes. In the footage, the rock gained speed, spun tighter around the salvage ship, and then flung outward like a slingshot gone wrong. It struck the dreadnought's forward shield grid a second later. The impact flared in blinding white before the screen glitched, overloaded from the sensor shock. "Damage?" Jarn asked aloud without looking away. "Plasma capacitors detonated," Psychertel said, his voice steady but tight. "Shield failure. Forward batteries offline." The screen cleared just as secondary alarms echoed through the Vashtak's Fist's bridge. One general in the audience coughed to cover what might have been a laugh. Footage resumed. Another asteroid, smaller but moving with terrifying precision, darted into frame. "Manual targeting," whispered the tribunal's sensor officer watching the playback. "That's not an automated system." The second impact hit the port hangar. The explosion was immense, air and fire venting into space, wreckage cartwheeling past the camera. Several officers in the hearing flinched. One muttered, "By the stars." The playback paused. Krex leaned forward. "You had full weapons capability at the outset. Why didn't you return fire?" Psychertel hesitated. "We couldn't get a target lock. The debris field, the rocks moved faster than our torpedoes could track, and the Hound remained inside sensor clutter." Iseret made a noise that might have been a scoff. "So you were outmaneuvered by a floating pile of iron scrap?" "They weren't maneuvering," Psychertel replied. "They were playing. Like it was a game." The recording resumed. The bridge of Vashtak's Fist was chaos. Sparks flew. Fires started. Officers yelled. The tactical display flickered as the dreadnought tried to realign. Then, slowly, another asteroid began to turn. There was a long moment of stillness. The third rock began to spin. "Pause," Admiral Jarn said. The screen froze with the asteroid mid-turn, just beginning to accelerate. He stared at it in silence for a few seconds, then turned toward Psychertel. "Captain, were you planning to surrender to an ore freighter?" A few snorts of muffled laughter echoed around the chamber before being quickly silenced. Psychertel's mandibles clicked tightly. "I was planning to survive long enough to warn command that humans are far more dangerous than we thought." Krex didn't respond to that. He simply nodded toward the projection. "Continue." The lights dimmed again. The third rock spun on screen, gaining speed. The room was silent and heavier now. And Psychertel, still standing tall in the center, had no illusions left about the outcome of this trial. The screen resumed. The third asteroid, caught in the grip of the junkyard Hound's tractor beam, began to rotate steadily, then faster, its mass whipping around in an improbable arc. The salvager looked impossibly small beside it, like a beetle flicking a boulder. The camera feed shook as the dreadnought's hull began to creak audibly from the pressure waves of approaching mass. Then the screen cut to internal chaos. Power fluctuations, support beams sparking, the bridge's emergency lighting flickering to red. Before the impact, a new audio feed faded in. Internal communications from the Hound.
"Nice spin on that one, Beans. Want to try a double? Aim low this time. Bounce it off the ridge near the coolant vents, maybe?"
Laughter. Not the deranged laughter of warriors, not the tense laughter of adrenaline-soaked survivors. Casual lunch break laughter. One voice could even be heard chewing. "All right, launching. Hope they're not allergic to high-velocity geology." A low hum, then silence, then impact. The screen flared white again. Another hull breach on the Vashtak's Fist. Fires erupted across the sensor feed. Secondary systems failed. The tactical overlay blinked red on nearly every deck. Escape pod bays jammed. On the playback, Psychertel could be heard yelling orders, but the noise and system failures had turned the bridge into a confusion of static, sparks, and overlapping commands. Admiral Iseret pounded a claw on the tribunal bench. "Enough!" The projection froze mid-chaos. Iseret leaned forward, her expression acidic. They were playing a game, Captain. Sickertel said nothing. Krex added, they weaponized recreational banter. Meanwhile, you had a dreadnought, newly refitted, state-of-the-art shielding, plasma lances, gravitic stabilizers. They had duct tape and lunch breaks, Jarn said, disgusted. Sickertel finally spoke. It wasn't the equipment. It was doctrine. We weren't prepared for them. You've all seen the reports from Polarnis, Frio, Drekken Station. The humans are chaos. Improvised, relentless chaos. We were trained to fight strategies, fleets, logic. They used rocks. Iseret sneered. Are you suggesting the Empire overhaul strategic doctrine because you were outplayed by miners with good aim? I'm suggesting, Sickertel said, steady now, that underestimating human creativity isn't a tactical mistake. It's suicide. A pause followed. Even Krex looked thoughtful for a fraction of a second, before clamping back down into rigid scorn. You had every advantage, Krex said. And you froze. You failed to maneuver. You failed to respond. We were pinned in the asteroid field, Sickertel replied. Limited burn vectors, shield strain, and we'd taken structural hits. Evasion would have shredded the hull on half the exits. Excuses. I'm not done, Sickertel snapped, surprising even himself. The crew was stunned, psychologically. We expected combat, yes. Torpedoes, drones, ECM, not orbital speed boulders flung at us by a floating scrap bin. It was like watching a child throw a tantrum and realizing halfway through they've built a bomb out of juice boxes and spite. Iseret's mandibles clacked. You're saying you were psychologically outmaneuvered by a civilian vessel, by rock-based trauma. Sickertel hesitated, then said quietly, yes. The tribunal chamber erupted. The audience burst into low growls, some of the officers openly shaking their heads in disbelief. Iseret's voice rose above them all. By a rock? Sickertel stared back at her. It was a very large rock. Admiral Krex stood. This is over. This tribunal finds you guilty of all charges. You are hereby stripped of rank and command. You will not wear the fleet insignia again. Sickertel nodded. There was nothing left to say. Play the last segment, Yarn ordered. Let us see what glorious message they left us after their victory. The projection resumed. The junkyard hound was drifting through the shattered debris of the dreadnought, tractor beam now gently pulling in raw metal from the remains. It looked calm, almost bored. A transmission played.
Hey, so we're just gonna salvage some of this if that's all right. Y'all don't need this anymore, right? We good to file for wreckage rights, or do we gotta fill out a form? Someone grab the part with the shiny bit. That looks valuable.
The feed ended. There was no laughter in the tribunal now, just stunned silence. Krex stood slowly. This tribunal is adjourned. Remove the accused. Sickertel was escorted from the chamber without resistance. His claws were steady, his head held high. Somehow that made it worse. As the officers filtered out, Yarn remained behind with Iseret, both standing before the now frozen image of the human ship. Krex lingered too, quietly reviewing notes. After a long pause, Jarn spoke. Perhaps we shouldn't provoke the humans again. Iseret didn't reply, but her silence wasn't disagreement. A week later, in a secure GC fleet comms thread, a copy of the trial footage leaked. It spread like wildfire. Within 48 hours, cadets at 3 separate GC academies had recreated the rock-throwing maneuver in simulation. Within a week, it became a game. Within a month, it became a sport. Rockball was born. It involved small vessels, tractor beams, regulation mass boulders, and scoring points by hitting designated targets with projectile debris at maximum spin. Unofficially, it also became part of advanced tactics training under the label Unconventional Counteroffensive Doctrine, Class 9. On Earth, a t-shirt was printed, "We yeeted first." Back in the Empire, the tribunal report was buried under layers of redacted files. But the lesson was clear to those who had watched the footage. Never assume the humans are done throwing things. What the hell is going on? I want an update. Now! Barked Fleet Marshal Tren from 2 seats down, a gruff humanoid with a face like scraped granite. His impatience cut through the tension of room 17B like a wire blade. An analyst, a small furred creature whose name none of the senior council had committed to memory, rose to deliver the facts with the brisk economy of someone who knew better than to editorialize under pressure. Hostile seizure confirmed on orbital station Lammergeier, the analyst said crisply. Estimated time since breach, 32 minutes. Aggressors identified as Ishar commando units, likely 47 to 53 individuals, equipped for zero-G boarding and station assault operations. No fleet assets detected. Screens flickered to life around the room. Tactical overlays, damage reports, partial crew manifests. An orbit schematic of Polaris E, and the fragile sliver of Lammergeier trailing around it like a piece of flotsam. The air in room 17B tasted of stale disappointment and recycled urgency. The faux gravity stabilizers thrummed faintly, overcompensating for the rising aggression in the room. High Executor Relvan of the Zinthari Matriarchate shifted in the Commodore chair, her polished thorax catching the overhead lights in nervous reflections. Her voice was cool but thin at the edges. Objectives? They've secured the station's operations hub. Control of the warhead vault is contested. The analyst tapped a claw against the briefing pad. Lammergeier currently stores 24 antimatter warheads in cryo-cradle storage, standard for decommissioning platforms prior to permanent disposal. You're telling me, Counselor Devrin growled, his long neck craning toward the projection, that a food logistics station is sitting on a quarter sector's worth of planet killers? Correct, said the analyst. Fleet Marshal Tren made a noise deep in his throat that might have been a curse. If the warheads were detonated, or worse, used to extort the agricultural outputs of Polaris E, the resulting famine would ripple through 3 sectors. The Galactic Concord would lose billions in supply support almost overnight. It would be an economic collapse that not even full military intervention could easily repair. High Executor Relvan steepled her slender hands. Status of civilians? Mixed. Some detained. Some scattered into maintenance levels. A flick of a claw brought up a second stream of data. Security systems compromised. However, some non-critical feeds remain functional. Put them up! Tren snapped. The main wall dissolved into flickering windows, split into a dozen camera feeds, most of them shaking, damaged, or completely dark. The first few seconds showed what everyone expected. Ishar squads moving with lethal professionalism, securing corridors, rounding up station staff. The metallic clatter of weapons. The muted terror of civilians complying under duress. And then one feed, labeled Hab Mess Sec 2, shifted. A smaller, grimier section of the station. The kitchen. It was not empty. The directorate leaned forward instinctively. A knot of figures in grease-stained uniforms and civilian clothing were moving with surprising coordination. Not running, not surrendering, organizing. At the center, a single woman stood issuing rapid, unmistakably military hand signals, short, commanding gestures that snapped others into motion. She was old. That much was immediately obvious. Even across the low-res feed, the slope of her shoulders and the white streaks in her tightly braided hair were clear. She wore a heavy kitchen apron, dusted with flour or dust, and moved with a deliberation that seemed almost lazy until one realized how quickly people obeyed her. The analyst hesitated, then pulled up a flashing personnel file beside the feed. Grace Eleanor Holt. Species, Terran age, 72 standard years occupation, Category 7, non-combatant custodian, mess hall supervisor. Additional note, prior service, Terran Special Forces Division, Black Ops Commander, retired. Clearance level expired. There was a long moment of profound silence. 72? Someone finally asked, voice very nearly cracking. 72, the analyst confirmed. Relevon blinked slowly, trying to reconcile the information with the woman now directing a hasty barricade made from overturned catering units and loading crates. Counselor Devrin leaned closer to the feed, squinting. She's cooking up resistance. That is a technical description, murmured Admiral Voss dryly, without lifting his gaze from the screens. On the feed, Grace pointed sharply. 2 kitchen workers, young humans, if grainy resolution could be trusted, ducked behind a portable storage unit and prepared hoses, stripping them from the bulkhead maintenance lines. It was improvised work, but done fast, done right. A nearby Ishar patrol, 6 soldiers moving with typical confidence, turned a corner and stumbled into the mess hall perimeter. Grace didn't hesitate. She barked an order. One of the kitchen staff loosed a jet of high-pressure cleaning foam across the corridor, sending 2 of the Ishar skidding into a stacked supply cart. Another fell back into a mess of chairs. Grace stepped forward herself, drawing a large, well-worn kitchen knife from a loop on her apron, and moved with terrifying speed for someone 3 decades past standard combat retirement age. The knife found a seam in the Ishar armor. The Ishar dropped like a marionette with its strings cut. In room 17B, no one spoke. Fleet Marshal Tren exhaled slowly through his nose. Terrans, he muttered under his breath. Relvan turned toward him, a strained look crossing her polished features. Is this normal? Define normal, Tren said grimly. On the screen, Grace was already regrouping her team, issuing low, efficient commands, and turning over yet another supply cart to create cover against potential retaliation. Room 17B buzzed with the quiet, helpless realization. They were witnessing a counteroffensive, led by a 72-year-old kitchen worker, armed with kitchen knives, cleaning supplies, and the kind of tactical ruthlessness only humanity seemed able to distill with age. No one dared to interrupt the feed. On screen, Grace Holt moved with calm authority, leading her team through the dim service corridors of Orbital Station Lammergeier. Every few minutes she paused to jab a sequence into rusted bulkhead panels, sealing heavy doors and cutting off Ishar patrol routes. The station's ancient maintenance system, ignored for decades by administrative reviews, responded sluggishly, but it responded. Strategic overlays flickered across the displays in room 17B. Predicted Ishar movement corridors shrank rapidly under Grace's guidance, her team forcing the invaders into narrower, more predictable channels. It was methodical, surgical. She's compartmentalizing them, Fleet Marshal Tren murmured, half to himself. At one corner of the feed, a secondary camera activated. Grace knelt by the battered kitchen lift, an ancient food elevator rarely used since the station's last modernization. She tapped a sequence onto the lift's side panel. Old Terran Morse code, slow and deliberate. Seconds later, the lift shuddered once, then returned with a brief stuttering tap-tap-tap of its own. High Executor Relvan leaned in slightly, as if proximity to the screen would help translate faster. The analyst spoke quietly. She's contacting the station commander. Coded dialogue. They're keeping it short. The exchange was terse but clear. The warheads were still secure for now. The Ishar were minutes from breaching the commander's office. Without a way to resecure the missile systems, Polaris E would be at risk. The lift shuddered again. When it rose back up, a battered, dented maintenance override key and a folded scrap of old access codes lay inside. Grace didn't hesitate. She pocketed them, barked a short order, and motioned her team onward. They moved through the maintenance levels, hugging the maintenance tunnels and forgotten service shafts, but stealth could only carry them so far. Near Cargo Corridor 7A, a Ishar patrol rounded the corner unexpectedly. The footage caught it all, a frozen moment of mutual realization and then immediate action. Grace's team erupted into motion. Steam vented violently from a ruptured side pipe, flooding the corridor in seconds. A worker hurled scalding oil, stored for deep fryers, through the fog. Ishar armor systems flared with temperature alarms, blinding and disorienting them. Grace herself lunged forward with brutal economy. Her cleaver struck exposed joints between plates, disabling 2 soldiers before they could react. Mop followed, swinging a reinforced maintenance pipe low into the legs of another, sending him sprawling into the steam. The entire skirmish lasted fewer than 20 seconds. Room 17B was dead silent. "She's not fighting them," said Commodore Devrin slowly. "She's deleting them." High Executor Relvan said nothing, her mandibles tight against her face. The footage rolled on. Grace used the maintenance override codes to bypass primary security checkpoints, accessing critical systems the Ishar hadn't yet secured. At the station's missile control deck, she worked quickly, her staff setting up impromptu barricades while Grace keyed into the cryo-cradle systems. A flashing status appeared in the Directorate's live feed. Deadman Protocol armed. The analyst explained softly, almost reverently, If the Ishar manage to breach missile controls, the warheads will detonate on the station. Localized. No threat to Polaris E. Tren grunted in approval. Brutal. Effective. Meanwhile, Grace turned the station's outdated communication systems to her advantage. Hacked into auxiliary channels, she broadcast false security orders, reports of GC reinforcements arriving at critical junctions, phantom squad movements across abandoned decks. Split-screen footage showed Ishar squads hesitating, splintering their forces, chasing ghosts down empty maintenance corridors. It was, to a professional military mind, a masterclass in psychological warfare executed with whatever broken tools were left to hand. Finally, with the warheads secured and enemy coordination collapsing, Grace and her team began systematically rounding up the scattered Ishar forces. Some surrendered willingly, others were overwhelmed by sheer confusion, and the unseen, relentless advance of cafeteria workers moving like a special forces unit through the hollow guts of the station. 7 hours and 24 minutes after it had begun, the main station status feed updated. Status secured. No one in room 17B spoke. Several counselors stared at the still image as if by sheer force of will they could summon an alternate explanation for what they had just witnessed. High Executor Relvan, to her credit, recovered first. Her thorax shimmered with residual anxiety, but her voice was calm as she activated the official recommendation protocol. "I move," she said crisply, "for immediate commendations for the station's irregular defense assets, with formal classification under extraordinary service provisions." No objections were raised. Relvan continued without pausing, her tone professional, almost detached. "I further move for a complete reassessment of Terran non-combatant custodian classifications." A few nods, slow and inevitable, followed around the table. "And," she finished, "the drafting of new protocols for Category 7 crisis asset utilization under emergency fleet security guidelines." This time the assent was more immediate. A few brief taps against datapads. A formal note entered into the central operational record. None of them dared admit out loud the core truth that had settled across the room like a physical weight. That somewhere along the way, the council had mistaken civilian for harmless. That retired did not mean safe. That age in human terms was not a limitation but a refinement. The unspoken consensus passed silently between them like a grim, ironclad decree. Terrans must never again be underestimated, regardless of profession, age, or declared retirement status. Outside room 17B, Centralis Prime spun slowly in the void, its orbital towers glittering in the light of 3 distant suns. Inside, the Directorate turned their attention to the next agenda item, knowing quietly and forever that the universe had once again been saved by a 72-year-old woman armed with a cleaver, a maintenance code, and absolutely no patience for failure. The Wranglethorpe drifted silently in the dead expanse of Sector D-29, just another smoldering carcass in the aftermath of a skirmish that had gone sideways for everyone. Hull plating floated nearby like metallic flower petals, and ion scoring traced charred tattoos across what remained of the frame. The readouts were clear. No power signature, no heat, no life signs. As far as the Eschar were concerned, it was nothing but another ruined relic of human stubbornness. Aboard the Eschar light cruiser Aelithis, Sub-Officer Kryn chewed at the edge of one mandible and squinted at the sensor feed. "Dead?" asked Commander Selketh, looming over her shoulder. "Dead, sir. Hull temperature is 3 degrees above cosmic background. No EM emission. Structures shot to hell. Internal bulkheads look collapsed." Selketh flicked his tongue in thought. "Begin salvage protocol. Might be useful scrap." Across the void, a small skiff detached and began its slow arc toward the floating husk of the Wranglethorpe. Automated arms prepped to latch onto the gutted hull. Back on the bridge, the Eschar crew chatted casually, some already logging the recovery bonus into their personal records. None of them noticed that inside the Wranglethorpe, a dozen indicator lights blinked silently behind armored panels. Deep in the pressurized core of the ship, Commander Halleck lay on her back, tightening a coolant line with a handheld wrench. How long until they bite? She asked. Docking skiff just left their cruiser, replied Bramble from the cramped sensor alcove. 15 minutes until they're sucking on our belly. Status on the setup? Power's cold but pre-routed. Reactivation will take about 6 seconds. Shields will lag 10, maybe 12. Fine. Don't get shot in the first 10 seconds. Got it. Halleck slid out and banged on the wall next to the ship's systems core. Vargas, you got the remote relay locked in? Inspired by a coffee machine and an old garage door opener, but yeah, Vargas replied. One button and we're alive again. Radio's dead? As a doornail, all they'll hear is static and regret. Bramble snorted. We're seriously calling this Protocol Goose? No, said Vargas. It's code Spaghetti Possum. I put it in the log. Protocol Goose makes more sense. I refuse to fight about naming conventions while hiding in a fake corpse. At Halleck's feet, a squat, black-and-white dog wearing green-tinted goggles gave a soft woof. Halleck glanced down. Yeah, I know, fiddlesticks. We're all going a little stir-crazy. The interior of the Wranglethorpe, what remained of it, was a marvel of desperation engineering. The outer hull had been jettisoned days ago and left to drift in a loose, realistic cloud around the pressure frame. That frame had been coated in radar-absorbing scrap, structural shavings, and the burned-out corpses of 2 drone satellites. From a distance, it looked like a derelict. From up close, it looked like something best left untouched. From inside, however, it was a working war rig with a crew of 5, a half-functional autocannon, and a dog with night vision. Back in the salvage skiff, HR Officer Rolth prepared to clamp onto the hull and initiate standard boarding procedures. His 2 crew floated in zero-G harnesses behind him, scanning for unexpected movements. The Wranglethorpe did not move. I hate these things, muttered Rolth. Humans always booby-trap the weird ones. Looks inert, though, said his technician, already powering up the cutting tool to peel into the maintenance port. Still, wait, why is the hull that shiny underneath? Then the outer plating moved, or rather it vanished. What had looked like slag and wreckage peeled away in synchronized bursts, shooting outward like petals blowing off a flower. Underneath was a compact, sealed vessel with 6 visible thruster nozzles and the faint shimmer of rapidly warming metal. On the salvage skiff's instruments, power readings spiked. Fast. Too fast. Abort! Break away! Rolth shouted. It was already too late. The Wranglethorpe flared to life. Systems that had been hibernating in low-draw ghost circuits surged awake. Lights came on. Thrusters flared. The docking hatch cracked open, inward, and 5 humans in tactical suits launched through the connected tunnel like bullets from a railgun. They hit the skiff's crew before anyone could unstrap. One Escher went down immediately, disarmed by a flying tackle from Vargas, who used a handheld plasma welder like a makeshift baton. Bramble emerged behind him, already rewiring the skiff's comms to jam outgoing signals. Fiddlesticks leapt in next, goggles glowing faint green in the dim red lighting, and latched onto an officer's leg with a growl that could only be described as sassy rage. On board the Elethis, alarm klaxons suddenly sounded. Commander! Salvage team has gone dark! What? Selkith turned toward the screen. Unknown power surge from the human ship. It's active. It's boarding us. How are they boarding us? They're inside their own ship! Correction. They were inside. They're not anymore. Back on the skiff, the humans moved fast. The airlock had been hacked, the boarding bridge secured, and Bramble was already pumping interference codes into the cruiser's system, using a cracked fleet-issued datapad. Nice guess on their door codes, Vargas muttered, hauling fiddlesticks off the yelping Eshar. Wasn't a guess. They used their ship names in reverse as default access. Real imaginative bunch. Seriously? Don't question the dumb things that work. Inside the cruiser, red lights strobed. Eshar officers barked over comms in increasing panic. One visual feed showed a figure climbing out of an access shaft, clearly human, just before it cut to black. Another showed the unmistakable blur of a dog in goggles sprinting down a hallway with something clamped in its teeth. Then silence. Static. And somewhere on the Eshar command net, someone, someone just barely calm enough to transmit said, "I'm sorry, they what, their own ship?" Sub-Commissar Gillex sat stone still in the command office of Fleet Relay 09R, eyes fixed on the holodisplay. His sensory vents fluttered in irritation every time the replay reset. A salvaging operation, a clean dock, a perfect setup, then chaos. He jabbed the pause command again, freezing the footage mid-frame. It showed a blurred figure mid-leap across the salvage skiff's airlock, arms outstretched, plasma torch in one hand, mid-shout. Behind them, another human was clearly mid-laugh while a small canine, wearing green-tinted goggles, bounded forward with a wrench clamped in its mouth. "Commander Selketh is missing," the adjutant said quietly beside him. Gillex didn't blink. "Presumed dead?" "Possibly. Possibly just locked in the mess hall." "The mess hall?" "Yes, sir. The humans left a sign on the exterior camera feed, written in marker. It says, 'Occupied, do not poke the beehive.'" Gillex blinked slowly. What in the dead names of the first brood is going on? The adjutant cleared his throat and tapped a data slate. "They've submitted a formal incident report." "Who has?" "The humans, sir." "You're telling me they filed paperwork?" "Yes, sir. It's labeled as a Field Recovery and Equipment Transfer Authorization Form, Section 3, Hostile Asset Requisition. They named the Operation Surprise Divorce." Gillex exhaled through every vent at once. The playback continued. Disorganized scrambling aboard the Elethis, shouted Eshar orders overlapping human banter, a sharp scream of confusion as someone yelled, "The dog is wearing goggles!" followed by crashing noises and finally the unmistakable thunk of a boarding clamp slamming shut. Silence. Then static. Gillex muted the feed and opened the incident report. At the top, in distinctly human handwriting, was a doodle of what might have been a smiley face vomiting. Below it, a bullet point summary in appallingly casual tone. Salvage protocol initiated under false distress. Surprise boarding executed. Minimal resistance. Thank you for that. Bridge secured within 11 minutes. Remaining Eshar crew safely confined in mess hall. Ship now under temporary human jurisdiction. Original vessel being towed for sentimental reasons. Attached was a second file labeled Funniest Damn Combat Logs. Gillex did not open it. Aboard the former Elethis, now temporarily designated the Wranglethorpe II. This time it's personal. Commander Halleck sat in the command chair, rotating slowly as she sipped from a plastic bottle of orange energy drink and stared out the main viewport. Behind them, their original ship's stripped-down pressure hull floated quietly, now tethered like a glorified cargo container. Bramble was on the bridge, fiddling with the Eshar star chart systems and renaming constellations. Vargas was in engineering, arguing with the reactor core about safety overrides. Fiddlesticks was asleep beneath the communications panel, his goggles still on, snoring gently. "Mess hall still secure?" Halleck asked. "Yep," Bramble replied. "They tried to open the door 5 minutes ago but gave up after I started broadcasting 20th century Earth cooking shows at full volume." "You're a monster." "I prefer the term strategic sadist." Halleck leaned back. "System status?" "Operational. We've got partial access to their nav AI. Weapons are locked out but can be retooled manually, and I've disabled their long-range distress beacon." "And fleet?" "Unclear. But it's a long jump to their nearest patrol." Vargas's voice crackled in over comms. "Hyperdrive is not happy, but it'll hold. Kind of like me when I'm given decaf." "Understood," Halleck replied. "Prep for departure. Set course for GC-controlled space. Let's deliver this baby to someone who will either court-martial us or give us medals." "Can't we get both?" Bramble asked. Fiddlesticks woofed once in agreement. Across Galactic Confederation space, word of the incident spread like radiation through a leaking containment field. Escher Fleet Intelligence initially refused to comment, until the human crew publicly released the operation's data footage. Anonymized, of course. Mostly. Within a week, military academies across 4 species had begun to include the phrase, "They what their own ship," in tactical simulation courses. It became shorthand for any unpredictable, wildly effective, and borderline insane maneuver that no sane tactician would ever plan, but a human might. In private, analysts began using a new term, Wranglethorping. A side note was added to the Eshar Fleet's doctrine database. Note: when engaging human vessels, confirm destruction via thermal, EM, kinetic, and internal biometric readings. Visual debris alone is insufficient confirmation. Also, always check for dogs. Vresik sat slumped at the bar, contemplating the depths of his increasingly poor life choices. The glass in his hand was half full of something neon purple and probably illegal in at least 2 sectors. He sipped it anyway. Anything to take the edge off another day sorting logistical requests from the Outer Rim. Requests that often read like drunken poetry written by half-literate mercenaries. The hollow displays above the bar buzzed and flickered, casting fractured light across the cracked floors. Most of the patrons were too tired or too drunk to notice. Vresik envied them. The door creaked open. A gust of recycled air hit the room, followed by a harried figure in a rumpled fleet intelligence uniform. Tarn, fresh out of the academy, still had hope in his eyes last Vresik checked. That hope looked severely damaged now. Tarn stumbled to the bar, waving 2 fingers at the bartender. "Strongest thing you've got. Don't tell me what's in it." The bartender, a wizened Gorthan with more scars than functional limbs, simply grunted and poured a glass that glowed faintly green. Tarn grabbed it and downed half before gasping for breath. Vresik arched an eye ridge. "Rough shift?" Tarn wiped his mouth. "You have no idea. Have you heard about the Stinger bus?" Vresik frowned. "Is that a new fleet joke? Like the drill sergeant's invisible tank prank?" "No." Tarn leaned closer, voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "It's real. Humans weaponized a Krell interplanetary tourist bus." Vresik stared at him for a long moment, then took another sip of his drink. "Sure. And last week the Jarthi monks converted a monastery into a missile cruiser." "I'm serious." Tarn dug into his jacket and pulled out a battered datapad. "They took a Krell culture and cruise excursion transport. You know, those pastel-colored sightseeing buses with the big open-view domes and meditation pods. The ones that broadcast whale song and tell you to breathe deeply?" Vresik asked. Tarn nodded rapidly. "Those. The humans found one, somewhere in the Vasari drift. Scavenged it, retrofitted it." Vresik was already shaking his head. "They're not rated for combat. They are not rated for sudden stops. You sneeze on one and the hull fractures." Tarn grinned in a way that made Vresik uneasy. "They bolted a mining mass driver to it, stripped down the fusion regulators, overclocked the gravitic dampeners, slapped on some scavenged armor plates, and left the original tourist AI running." Vresik blinked. "You're telling me they built a gunship and kept the guided meditation track?" "Not just kept it," Tarn said, pulling up a shaky hollow recording. "Enhanced it." The datapad flickered to life. Grainy footage showed a pastel blue bus slowly drifting toward a cluster of pirate ships. Light orchestral music played over the comms, accompanied by a soothing Krell voice. "Welcome, travelers. Please take a moment to center yourselves and prepare for an unforgettable journey." Vresik opened his mouth to comment, then froze. One of the pirate ships hailed the bus. The translation came through choppy but clear. Confusion. Warning. A demand for identification. The bus, still coasting serenely, made no reply. Then, without fanfare, a section of the hull slid open. A mass driver the size of a small freighter unfolded and locked onto the nearest pirate cruiser. The soft strains of spa music continued as a projectile, almost too fast for the eye to track, shot out. The first pirate cruiser exploded in a brilliant cascade of debris and vaporized plating. The Krell AI chimed pleasantly. "We hope you enjoyed that experience. Please remain calm as we continue our tour." Another blast. Another ship gutted. A third pirate vessel tried to pivot, venting atmosphere in a desperate bid to maneuver, but the bus turned lazily and obliterated it with one more strike. Vresik lowered the datapad carefully back onto the bar. He stared into his drink like it might offer answers. "So," he said at last, voice utterly flat. "A sightseeing shuttle is now a weapons platform. This is our reality." Tarn grinned weakly and raised his glass. "Welcome to the future." They both drank heavily. After a while, Tarn spoke again, voice low. You know the best part? The humans actually filed a retrofit notice during the mission. Vresik snorted. They requested permission mid-firefight? No, Tarn shook his head. They filed it before, but it was buried in 100 pages of what Fleet Admin is now calling contextual human slang. No one understood what Operation Cosmic Road Trip actually meant until after. Vresik rubbed his eyes. Let me guess. By the time the reports cleared translation, the mission was over. Pirate battle group destroyed. 0 casualties. Successful data retrieval. Tarn tapped the datapad. And the bus still has a working smoothie dispenser. According to the after-action report, anyway. Vresik sat back, exhausted not from disbelief, but from a bone-deep sense of inevitability. He gazed out across the bar at the broken neon signs, the battered chairs, the flickering lights. I am beginning to think the humans are the most dangerous thing in this galaxy, he said slowly, and they are laughing about it. Tarn just nodded, polishing off his drink. Somewhere deep in the stars, Vresik thought, another tourist bus was probably being turned into an orbital bombardment platform. And someone somewhere had probably already given it a 5-star review. The drinks kept coming. Vresik and Tarn had long since abandoned any hope of maintaining professional decorum. The bar's lighting seemed a little dimmer now, or maybe their vision was just starting to go soft at the edges. The dull hum of the station's failing life support was a steady background buzz, punctuated only by the occasional static crackle from the broken holo displays. Vresik swirled the last of his drink around in the bottom of his glass, staring into the murky, faintly glowing liquid like it held answers. Across from him, Tarn was hunched over the bar, chewing on the end of a stir stick, and looking like a man grappling with existential truths far beyond his clearance level. They cannot have authorized that, Tarn said eventually, slurring just a little. There's no way. No sane command structure would greenlight strapping a mining mass driver onto a spa shuttle and sending it into a live combat zone. Vresik grunted. It could have been agreement, or just a noise of general disgust. I mean, Tarn continued, waving his stir stick for emphasis, even for humans, that's insane, right? They have regulations, manuals, procedures, same as the rest of us. Vresik stared at him over the rim of his glass. You have met a human before, right? Tarn deflated slightly. Yeah, once. They were welding a coffee maker to a drone during a refit inspection. Said it was a morale upgrade. Vresik snorted into his drink. Exactly. Tarn sighed and leaned his head on the bar. Maybe it was rogue. Maybe some crew got bored and nobody noticed until it was too late. You think an unauthorized human vessel wandered into pirate territory, destroyed 3 cruisers, and exfiltrated intact without anyone at Fleet Intelligence noticing? Vresik asked dryly. Tarn made a face. When you say it like that, it sounds ridiculous. It is ridiculous. Vresik nodded toward the datapad still sitting between them. And yet here we are. The door to the bar hissed open again. Vresik barely glanced up. More off-duty officers looking to drown their dignity in cheap synthale, probably. He returned his attention to his drink. A shadow fell across their table. You boys talking about the Stinger bus? Both of them froze. Commander Rel stood there, holding a half-empty glass in one hand, the casual smirk of someone who knew far more than she was willing to share tugging at her lips. Her fleet uniform jacket was undone at the collar, and she looked about 3 drinks ahead of them. Tarn sat up so fast he almost fell off his stool. Commander Rel, ma'am, we were just... Rel waved a hand, cutting him off. She pulled out the stool next to Vresik and sat down heavily. Relax. Off-duty. No titles. She took a sip from her glass and set it down with a clink. You're not wrong, by the way. It was real. Vresik blinked. It was sanctioned? Unofficially, Rel grinned. Fleet Command prefers plausible deniability. If it works, we claim it. If it fails, we shrug and say humans will be humans. Tarn's mouth opened and closed like a fish struggling for oxygen. Rel leaned back in her chair, looking up at the stained ceiling like she was reminiscing about a particularly absurd camping trip. Look, High Command figured it out a while ago. she said. You give humans strict orders, they find loopholes. You give them no orders, they go feral. Best thing to do is give them a broad objective and stay the hell out of their way. Vresik stared at her. You are telling me that someone, somewhere in Fleet Intelligence, looked at a Krell tourist bus with a mining cannon strapped to it, and said, yes, that's fine. Proceed. Rel grinned wider. Technically, they said field assets operating under Autonomous Irregular Action Authority are cleared to pursue dynamic engagements, which translates roughly to, do whatever gets results, we will invent the paperwork later. Tarn buried his face in his hands. Stars save us. The humans call it Mission Flex. Makes them sound like a workout program. Rel drained the rest of her drink and set the glass down with a thud. Fact is, they are dangerous, unpredictable, and absolutely the best asset we have in the field. She stood up, straightening her jacket lazily. You want clean reports? She said, tossing a few credits on the bar. Send a Kralian task group. You want results? Send the humans and pray you never find out how they did it. With that, she gave them a jaunty little salute and wandered toward the exit, humming some human tune under her breath. Vresik and Tarn sat in stunned silence. The holodisplays flickered overhead. Somewhere in the distance, a maintenance drone dropped something heavy, and no one even flinched. Tarn finally spoke, voice hollow. We are going to lose this war if we ever lose the humans. Vresik lifted his glass, the last dregs of his drink swirling lazily. To the lunatics, he said, utterly deadpan. Saving the galaxy, one repurposed tourist bus at a time. They clinked glasses in grim solidarity and drank. Around them, the bar returned to its usual background hum of exhausted conversation and the slow decay of a station too small to matter and too stubborn to collapse. Outside the station's shields, the galaxy spun on, utterly indifferent. But somewhere out there, Vresik was certain, a human was already finding something ridiculous to weld to a spaceship. And someone in Fleet Command was getting ready to sign off on it. Another one? Inspector Telvix muttered, adjusting the straps on his hazard-rated inspection vest. The straps were too tight, again. The auto-fit system clearly didn't account for tail placement. Yes, sir, his aide confirmed, antennae stiff with anticipation. Human patrol ship HMS Alderbank. Irregular log entries. Something about a Lieutenant Nibbles who isn't in the official crew manifest. Telvix exhaled through all three nostrils. This would be their fourth human vessel inspection this month. The last one had ended with a long argument about what constituted a kitchen and a plasma conduit inexplicably rerouted through a ping-pong table. The humans always made things weird. The compliance shuttle docked without incident. The Alderbank's docking officer greeted them with a warm smile and a mug of something steaming and aggressively cinnamon-scented. She offered it without explanation. Telvix declined. We're here for an Article 6.2 crew manifest audit, he said, producing a datapad and trying not to look directly into her aggressively friendly face. Of course, she said cheerfully. Commander Bellows is expecting you. Right this way. Telvix stepped into the main corridor and immediately frowned. The lighting was warm. The walls had art. Not technical schematics, not alert posters, actual framed images. One appeared to be a stylized depiction of a badger in aviator goggles. The crew passed by with unhurried efficiency, most of them smiling, nodding, or exchanging jokes as they moved between stations. Why is morale this high? Telvix whispered to his aide. No recent shore leave. 2 cycles beyond standard deployment. This shouldn't be possible, the aide replied, already scrolling through disciplinary metrics. There were none. In fact, there were commendations. Dozens, including one awarded to Lieutenant N. They reached the bridge without incident. The door hissed open. And then Telvix stopped moving. There, in the center of the bridge, standing confidently beside the command console, was a goat. It was a standard Earth goat, mid-sized, well-fed, white with faint gray mottling along its haunches. Around its body was a dark blue fabric vest with high-visibility lining and, prominently attached to its left flank via magnetic clasp, a silver-plated lieutenant's insignia. The goat was chewing on a printed report. It looked up as the inspectors entered, bleated loudly, and headbutted the corner of a navigation chair. The human crew didn't react. One officer gave the goat a scratch behind the ears in passing. Telvix turned very slowly toward the commanding officer. Commander Bellows, still in the same uniform she wore during the subpoena incident, albeit with slightly more coffee stains, gave them a calm nod from her seat. "Inspector, welcome aboard." Telvix's voice was dangerously even. "There is a goat. On your bridge." "Yes," Bellows said. "It's wearing a rank insignia." "Yes." "It appears to be chewing official documentation." "Only the old printouts. She has a very refined palate." Telvix stared. "Explain." "Lieutenant Nibbles is our morale officer, technically listed under non-critical auxiliary support staff. Her presence was approved under long-term deployment protocol amendments for non-human emotional stabilizers. Article 14.2, if you'd like to check." "I have checked. There is no biological crew member named Nibbles in the interspecies personnel database." "She's not in the database," Bellows agreed. "She's a goat." The goat bleated again, wandered to a corner, and curled up beside a heat vent like she owned the place. "I demand to speak to the responsible officer," Telvix snapped. Bellows gestured. Telvix followed her gaze. "To the goat." "That's her," Bellows said simply. There was a long pause. Somewhere in the back of the bridge, a human crewman suppressed a laugh. Telvix stepped forward, eyes narrowing, and reached for the insignia badge on the goat's vest. "You are interfering with official command structure. This constitutes a breach of section—" He didn't finish the sentence. The goat, with perfect timing and zero hesitation, bit him. It wasn't a big bite, but it was strategic, right in the hand, enough for Telvix to drop the badge and yelp, stumbling backward into a nearby bulkhead. Bellows didn't flinch. Lieutenant Nibbles does not appreciate aggressive action toward her person. She's very firm about personal space. Telvix glared, cradling his hand. "This is a violation of every fleet protocol we have." "Not everyone," Bellows said helpfully. "Just the ones that didn't anticipate goats." The aide, meanwhile, had quietly confirmed the paperwork trail. Every form was present. Signed. Filed. Approved! One was even initialed by a GC health officer with a note reading, "If this works, we need one on every ship." The bridge was quiet again. The goat bleated once more and began chewing the corner of Telvix's dropped datapad. Bellows smiled slightly. "Will there be anything else, Inspector?" Inspector Telvix sat in the Alderbanks conference room with a cold compress on his hand, a datapad in his lap, and the distinct aura of someone trying very hard not to scream. Across the table, Commander Bellows scrolled through documents on a touchscreen, entirely unbothered. Seated beside her was Lieutenant Greaves, called in from a neighboring sector for legal reassurance, who was sipping from a mug that read, "Morale is mandatory." On the floor between them, Nibbles the goat lay curled like a cat, chewing placidly on a shredded corner of a fleet safety manual. Her insignia pin gleamed in the soft light. "I have escalated this to Fleet Command," Telvix muttered, staring straight ahead. "You will be required to formally justify this in this animal's presence on a Class 2 combat-rated vessel." Bellows smiled politely. "We anticipated that. Everything's already submitted." Telvix's datapad pinged, so did his aide's, and then again, and again. The human submission was 864 pages long. The table of contents alone was 23 pages. The main file was titled, "Supplemental Justification for Auxiliary Officer Nibbles, Morale Unit, HMS Alderbank." Telvix opened the first section. It was a signed behavioral profile from a certified animal psychologist, Earth-based, GC licensed. It described Nibbles as extremely emotionally attuned, responsive to social stress indicators, and highly capable of nonverbal de-escalation in group settings. The next section contained performance metrics, charts, trend lines, color-coded breakdowns. Apparently, crew stress indicators had dropped by 32% since Nibbles came aboard 5 years ago. There were fewer disciplinary incidents, fewer late reports, and no recorded violent altercations. One graph compared cortisol readings before and after Nibbles' deployment. Another section included logs of notable mission impacts. Telvix skimmed the list. During a fire drill, Nibbles headbutted the emergency alert button while attempting to eat a comm cable. Response time was 14 seconds faster than average due to her initiative. Nibbles had once wandered into engineering during a tense argument between two shift leads. Her untimely sneeze caused a laughter break, and the issue was resolved without escalation. A corrupted nav file once uploaded an invalid routing vector. Nibbles ate the data slate before it could be processed. The navigational error was, technically, averted. Telvix groaned and pinched the bridge of his upper nasal slit. Bellows kept scrolling. We also included crew testimonials. The team submitted a petition to make her permanent. It received 82 signatures. You have 48 crew. Some of them signed twice. We considered it a show of enthusiasm. Telvix's aide leaned over and whispered, "Sir, fleet performance analysis just came back. The Alderbank has a 12.4% higher operational efficiency rating than comparable vessels." "Of course it does," Telvix muttered. Fleet Command weighed in 36 minutes later via emergency comms. The voice of Admiral Threx came through the channel like distant thunder through molasses. "Commander Bellows, confirm the following. Lieutenant Nibbles is non-sapient, does not issue orders, does not access weapon systems, and is contained within non-critical personnel zones." "Confirmed," Bellows replied calmly. "She is also vaccinated, microchipped, and house-trained." Threx paused for a moment. Per Article 14.2, Commandant Standard Morale Augmentation under long-term deployment stress protocols is allowable at CO discretion. You are within regulation. This investigation is closed. Telvix rose from his seat so fast he knocked over a glass of water. "You're joking." "No, Inspector," Threx said flatly. "You're being reassigned. Effective immediately." "To where?" "Medical leave. Listed under psychological recovery from, what is it?" A pause. Papers rustled. "Cross-species command interface breach." Telvix didn't respond. He just stared at Nibbles, who had now dozed off, curled around the foot of Greaves's chair. Greaves patted the goat gently. "Don't worry, Inspector. She doesn't hold grudges. Much." When the GC shuttle departed the Alderbank, Nibbles watched it from the bridge viewport, bleated once, then resumed napping atop a padded crate labeled, "Emergency Blankets Do Not Chew." 3 days later, a courier drone delivered a small black box to the Alderbank. Inside was a gold-trimmed feed bucket and an updated insignia pin, custom engraved with the words, "In recognition of unconventional excellence in crew morale." The final GC report, circulated quietly among fleet brass and compliance offices, read, "Humans are once again in technical compliance. Investigation closed." Interrogation transcript 47C, subject, Eshar Operative Keshtal, Galactic Confederation Fleet Intelligence Division, Deep Black Archive. Restricted clearance, blue tier and above. Transcript begins. Room is unadorned. 1 table, 2 chairs, a flickering light, either malfunctioning or intentionally designed for discomfort. Audio clear. Video available but redacted. State your designation and purpose. Silence. The Eshar subject, Keshtal, confirmed by DNA scan, is seated across from me. He stares at the table with those wide, compound eyes, mandibles tight. One of his antennae is twitching, but otherwise no movement. Standard behavior for the first 12 hours. "Let's not waste time," I say. "Your infiltration route was sloppy, your extraction ship was slagged, and we found your passive data collector wedged inside a cafeteria beverage dispenser. We know why you were here." No response. "Fine. Let's talk about something lighter." I flicked my data pad. "What can you tell me about Operation Friendly Hug?" That got a reaction. Keshtal's mandibles opened slightly. His eyes locked onto mine. Then he laughed. Not the unsettling Eshar chatter hiss most of his species use, but an actual involuntary shaking laugh. He wheezed. He gasped. His thorax convulsed. "Stars help me," he finally rasped. "You people named it that?" "That's what it was filed as," I replied. "Why? Something funny?" Keshtal wiped something off the side of his mouth. "Might have been spittle. Might have been blood. You think it's funny too, don't you?" he said, still grinning. "Don't pretend you don't." I didn't answer. He kept going. You humans. We used to laugh at you. No, truly. You were a joke in our war colleges. Backward primates. Cultural clutter? Salvage rats. Your ships looked like someone tried to weld a scrapyard to a boiler. Your comm chatter sounded like a brain fever. Your command structure? We couldn't even translate some of your ranks. What's a petty admiral anyway? Rear Admiral lower half, I said dryly. It's a long story. Keshtal laughed again, then coughed hard. Yes, everything was a joke, until the reports started coming in. I didn't interrupt. You deployed something in the Arcturon drift. We intercepted comms chatter, scrambled at first. Fragments only. Civilian station reporting asteroid collisions. Except there were no asteroids in that sector. He leaned forward, his voice quieter. It was Daisy Cutter, wasn't it? I didn't confirm. I didn't have to. It wasn't even a war zone, just a recon patrol and an old supply relay. You deployed orbital mine clusters from a disguised medical tug. The moment our corvette dropped out of FTL to investigate, he made a crunching noise with his mandibles. Gone. 17 crew. No time for a mayday. The mines didn't just detonate. They waited. They moved. They chose their moment. He chuckled bitterly. Named after a flower. Of course it was. I started a fresh log page. Continue. Then came Peacemaker. We thought it was a satellite. We were so sure. We tracked it for 3 cycles. It emitted comms bursts, harmless at first. Then it changed. Its emissions turned into jamming pulses. Then the missiles came. Not from outside. Inside our station. It had been reprogramming our munitions locker, using our own launch bays against us. He tapped the side of his temple. We didn't even know that was possible. Is that when the panic started? I asked. He looked at me sideways. No. That was respect. The panic came later. When? When we encountered nap time. I raised an eye ridge. You mean the neurotoxin? Keshtal shook his head slowly. It wasn't just a toxin. It was theater. They dropped it through our ventilation systems during what we assumed was a routine boarding attempt. What we got instead was color hallucinations. Laughter. My second-in-command tried to mate with a communications console. Our weapons officer composed a poem and then disabled the shields manually. We didn't even realize we were under attack until they had already taken the bridge and were playing some sort of music. Old Earth disco, I supplied. Keshtal blinked slowly. Is that what that was? Silence again. This time it was mine. I closed the datapad. Why are you telling me this? He didn't answer right away. His gaze drifted toward the ceiling. You don't understand? It's not just the weapons. It's the names. They don't match. It's all wrong. Every other species makes weapons sound like weapons. You know what our new stealth cruiser is called? Silent Fang. Sounds dangerous, right? I nodded. But humans. You call your autocannon platforms tickle monsters. You named a kinetic orbital rod platform Sky High 5. Your plasma-based incineration drones are labeled happy campers. Do you understand what that does to morale? To our morale? He leaned forward again, voice shaking. We can't plan for you. You deploy a dropship called Cuttlebus, and it levels a city block. You drop beacon relays labeled snuggle points that explode with antimatter payloads. You train recruits on something called Project Pillow Fight. Your entire military doctrine is performance art combined with a head injury. And worst of all, you think it's funny. The room went quiet again. He was breathing heavily now, or the Eshar equivalent. A long moment passed. I'm going to ask you one more time, I said. Why are you really here? He looked at me, eyes wide and unfocused. I came to gather intel on human weapon production, he said finally. We were hearing rumors. Terrible rumors. I had to know if they were true. What kind of rumors? His mandibles clicked nervously. We heard that you'd built something worse. A new gunship. Something field deployable. They say it has rotating magnetic barrels and fires depleted uranium through ship plating like it's paper. The noise alone causes hallucinations. They said... He swallowed. They said it's called the Negotiator. Transcript ends. Classified. Awaiting confirmation. Classified Fleet Report. The Negotiator Incident Galactic Confederation Fleet Intelligence Division internal use only. Unauthorized disclosure punishable by orbital reassignment. Report hash 8862B. Unregulated tactical designations in human units. Urgent review required. Date. Redacted. Submitted to Commodore Celis, Fleet Station Kiros 3. Compiled by Intelligence Officer Mullis. The incident was first flagged as an anomaly by standard recon drone telemetry. Initial reports tagged the object as a communications relay unit, drifting toward asteroid outpost R-17. ESHAR forces stationed there noted it was broadcasting on an outdated civilian frequency. They dismissed it as space junk. Within 4 hours, the outpost was gone. The official ESHAR report, what remained of it, was transmitted through a secondary beacon before their comms went dark. What little the Confederation recovered has been compiled here. That includes a black box footage fragment, audio logs, and an unsent transmission flagged Emergency Tactical Reevaluation. I will now attempt to summarize the chain of events as clearly as possible. And no, Commodore, I am not making this up. At 6:43 station time, R-17's proximity sensors picked up a small, unregistered vessel approaching on a slow vector. The vessel identified itself as a civilian asset in need of minor repairs and provided no authentication code. Standard procedure would have been to flag it, but apparently the local ESHAR commander had recently reprimanded his comms staff for overreacting to human activity. Their logs show that a security tech aboard the outpost raised an alert when they intercepted the audio message sent by the ship as it closed in. Exact phrasing: negotiator en route. Stand by for peaceful resolution. At the time, this was interpreted as a diplomatic overture. The ESHAR security team stood down. 4 minutes later, the ship entered visual range. Attached footage shows a compact, boxy human gunship, visibly patched and retrofitted. Multiple mismatched armor plates. Rear thruster sputtering. Left stabilizer visibly sparking. The ship's hull bore crude stenciling in white. A cartoonish briefcase with a smiley face and the name The Negotiator painted underneath. One ESHAR officer, recorded on a command deck audio loop, is heard asking, "Is this a joke?" That question was not answered. What followed is best described by the surviving footage. The vessel's side panel dropped open, revealing a rotating autocannon of improbable size. It extended on a hydraulic mount and locked into place with a hiss. According to later estimates, the barrel system was nearly 5 meters long, magnetically driven, and mounted with cooling coils that glowed from friction alone. Then it started spinning. ESHAR sensors picked up a buildup of electromagnetic discharge and immediately raised shields. Too late. The gunship fired. Data analysis confirms a rate of 4,000 rounds per minute. The rounds were uranium-depleted alloy spikes, sharpened for penetration, and apparently tipped with trace incendiaries. The first 10 seconds of fire tore through the outpost's outer hangar. By second 15, the power core shielding had been compromised. The entire west wing vented atmosphere into space. A panicked voice on the comms feed speaking ESHAR standard. "It's called the Negotiator?" Another voice screaming, "Why does it have a briefcase on the hull?" Then silence. The gunship did not pursue survivors. It executed a slow pivot, performed a barrel roll, why, no one knows, and then jumped to FTL. No further contact has been made with that specific vessel, though 6 other human ships have since been flagged under similar naming patterns. Medical review of the 3 ESHAR survivors from R-17 is ongoing. All are deaf. One communicates only through scribbled images of briefcases and fire. The other 2 exhibit high stress when exposed to human language, especially terms involving kindness, negotiation, or gifts. Following this report, a closed-door session was held by the Tactical Oversight Committee. Several fleet officers, myself included, proposed an immediate regulation on human weapon naming conventions. Our recommendation: all submitted names must be translated, reviewed, and approved by a joint species panel to prevent morale degradation among allied forces. Fleet Command replied with a single-page rejection. Their justification? Human forces are independent allies under GC jurisdiction and retain cultural sovereignty over internal systems. including naming, symbolic branding, and psychological warfare practices. Furthermore, several human officers have argued that naming rights are vital to unit cohesion, morale, and having fun with it. This is not a hill Fleet Command is prepared to die on. Please focus your efforts on practical defense measures. One note was added at the bottom, presumably from a junior staffer. Also, the negotiator sounds kind of badass. I will close with the following intelligence advisory. They do not just make weapons. They make jokes with body counts. The moment you laugh is the moment you're already losing. Humanity should not be underestimated. Not because of their numbers, not because of their technology, but because somewhere out there, someone thought it would be hilarious to paint a smiling briefcase on a death machine and call it the negotiator. And someone else approved it. That's what we're up against. Respectfully submitted, Mulus. Fleet Intelligence Division. Clearance level, Blue 3. Tagline addendum, internal memo from Fleet PR Unit. Proposed for use in future briefings to all GC allied units. You can stop a missile. You can counter a fleet. But how do you fight something called Kindness Package V2 that eats dreadnoughts for breakfast? Memo approved. Distribution pending. Linev had been staring at the same static telemetry grid for nearly 4 hours when the console finally beeped. Not the urgent warble of a fleet alert, nor the bored chirp of a routine update. This was the offbeat tone the system reserved for anomalous activity, the kind that usually meant sensor ghosts, pirate spam, or a derelict freighter leaking karaoke transmissions into open space. She leaned forward. "Brannis!" she called across the cramped control cabin. "We've got something bouncing through Relay 9 Beta, unencrypted, localized in Eshar territory." Tech Officer Brannis, who had been in the middle of recalibrating a snack dispenser, let out a sigh. "Another pirate mixtape?" "Worse," Linev muttered, turning up the gain. "Humans." That got his attention. He dropped the wrench and jogged over. On screen, a waveform blipped to life, crude, unshielded, and broadcasting wide spectrum. As soon as Linev tapped playback, they were greeted by the unmistakable sound of a human humming, poorly, the Mission Impossible theme. "Please don't be real," Brannis whispered. A voice crackled through the channel. Male, slightly raspy, enthusiastic in the way of someone with too much adrenaline and not enough supervision.
Shadow Unit Omega Foxtrot Kilo, call sign, snack time, initiating phase sneaky sneaky. Jenkins, you're up.
There was a pause, a metallic clatter. Someone swore in the background.
Sensor grid's kind of active. Hold on! I think this is the right wire. If it sparks, that means it's working, right?
There was a spark, then a very human yelp.
Good hustle, Jenkins. Classic misdirection by electrocution. Mark it down as intentional.
Linev blinked. They're narrating their own infiltration mission. Brannis was already opening a line to Commander Feskal. By the time Feskal stormed in, shoulder pads crooked, still fastening his uniform collar, the humans had progressed to what appeared to be a hallway traversal segment, complete with whispered footstep sounds, and what Linev could only assume was someone dragging a broom along the floor for ambiance. "What in the frozen spiral am I listening to?" Feskal growled. "Unsecured human signal," Linev said calmly. "Live commentary from an infiltration op, probably parody. They're calling themselves Shadow Unit Omega Foxtrot Kilo." "Call sign snack time," Brannis added, as if this detail somehow helped. Feskal stared at the screen. At that moment, a new voice chimed in. Female, dry, impatient.
"Why are we carrying actual boxes?" "Immersion,"
the first voice replied.
"This is what tactical commitment looks like."
Then came footsteps, a hiss, and a hurried whisper.
"Enemy patrol at 12 o'clock.
There was a sudden burst of accordion music.
Okay. Time for Protocol Wedding Party Alpha."
A voice began to sing terribly in what Linev recognized as badly pronounced Eshar dialect. The lyrics involved love, recycled oxygen, and a promise of eternal togetherness. The background comms flickered, revealing the confused mutterings of an enemy squad withdrawing. Feskal sat down slowly. That just worked. "Oh, it gets better," Brannis said. Rewinding 5 minutes. Listen to this part. Another segment played. The humans were trying to access a secured server room.
We knock and say we're here to clean the vents? I brought thermite. I also brought donuts. Both have proven effective.
There was an explosion, then the sound of someone humming a triumphant orchestral fanfare. Feskel's mandibles twitched. They think this is stealth? They think this is how you do stealth, Linev said, not without admiration. For a moment, all three of them listened in silence. The humans were casually discussing extraction options. Jenkins was arguing about whether phase skedaddle should include rappelling or just running really fast. Fescal stood up again, rubbing his face. Forward the feed to fleet intelligence. Priority, medium. No, make it high. Just in case. In case of what? Brannis asked. In case these idiots actually pull it off. 10 minutes later, the human voices crackled again.
Shadow Unit Omega Foxtrot Kilo. Call sign snack time. Exfiltrating via sewer maintenance tunnel. Debrief at base. Jenkins only set 2 fires this time. Also, someone bring beer.
The transmission cut. No alarm bells rang from the Eshar side. No ships were scrambled. No intercept protocols initiated. The entire enemy force had apparently heard the whole thing and dismissed it as absurdist theater. Feskel crossed his arms and stared at the now empty signal screen. We're going to have to redefine stealth, aren't we? Brannis nodded. Or outlaw humans again. Linev just sat back in her chair, replaying the transmission for the 4th time. Snack time, she said, shaking her head. Stars help us. They even branded themselves. The transport to Fleet Command was silent, save for the hum of the stabilizers and the occasional involuntary sigh from Brannis. Linev hadn't spoken since they'd left listening post 3 Zeta. The moment they had forwarded the snack time transmission up the chain, everything had gone sideways. Someone in Central had listened to 5 minutes of the audio, flagged it for possible security incident, and ordered an immediate personnel recall. Now, they were en route to Sector Command HQ, being treated like they'd discovered an enemy superweapon instead of what Linev still insisted was a group of humans narrating their own idiocy live. Fleet Command headquarters loomed into view. The structure was brutalist and symmetrical, like someone had weaponized a filing cabinet and called it architecture. Once docked, they were escorted to Briefing Room C7, a space designed to make even admirals feel small. It smelled faintly of burned synth coffee and panic. Inside, 3 ranking officers waited. Commander Fescal was there, already seated, his mandibles twitching like they always did when he had been awake too long. Beside him sat Admiral Taven, whose ceremonial armor bore more medals than practical plating, and across from them was Intelligence Director Seltry, who looked like she hadn't blinked in several minutes. The room's primary display lit up. Someone had already cued the human transmission. The playback began, and for the next 56 minutes, no one spoke. Linev watched as the expressions on the senior officers shifted gradually from amusement to confusion to deep, troubled silence. When the broadcast ended, the room remained quiet for a long moment. Then Admiral Taven spoke. So, he said slowly, let me summarize. A team of humans infiltrated an Escher intelligence facility, recovered 42 terabytes of data, destroyed 2 minor infrastructure nodes, and exited the system undetected. Yes, sir, Brannis said. He looked like he wanted to disappear into his uniform. And they did this while broadcasting the entire operation over open comms, using no encryption, with running commentary, with theme music. Yes, sir, Linev said. They hummed most of it themselves. They posed as a wedding party, Fescal added quietly. Director Seltry turned to the center of the table, where a datapad was already displaying the transcript of the transmission. She tapped it once. We've traced the voices to a recognized auxiliary human recon unit, Shadow Unit Omega Foxtrot Kilo. Their official designation was decommissioned 2 cycles ago. Technically, they no longer exist, which may explain why no one was monitoring their current activity. They are listed under informal call sign snack time, she added. Of course they are, Taven muttered. Feskel leaned forward. Can I just point out that everything they did should have failed? Every standard doctrine says noise is detection. Commentary is compromise. Pretending to be caterers at a military installation is not in any of our infiltration training. Seltry ignored him. We've initiated post-mission interviews with the human personnel involved. I've reviewed the preliminary transcripts. She activated a side screen. A human male appeared, mid-30s, dark hair, cheerful demeanor. His uniform was rumpled and he was clearly speaking from a mess hall. He waved at the camera like it was a family holocall. "Oh yeah, the op went great," he said. Morale was high. Jenkins only dropped the blowtorch once. Someone off camera asked him if he believed the mission had been stealthy. "Absolutely," he said. "Stealth is a mindset. Confidence is camouflage. We moved with such purpose no one would ever doubt we belonged there." Seltry tapped the pad again, skipping ahead. Another human appeared, this one younger, with a tactical headset slung around his neck. "You were broadcasting live," the interviewer said. "Well, yeah," the human replied. "We were doing unit branding. You know, building the snack time following." Linev blinked. "They have fans?" "Apparently several thousand," Seltry said. "Mostly on human entertainment platforms. Their operation was live-streamed to an encrypted fan page that our systems still cannot access due to formatting incompatibility." Taven exhaled and stood. "This is idiotic." "It is," Seltry agreed. "But it worked." Fescal looked around the room. "So what do we do with this?" "That," Taven said, "is the problem. If we reprimand them, we look ungrateful. If we promote them, we encourage this." "They succeeded," Seltry said. "Cleanup. No casualties. Mission objectives exceeded. Enemy unaware." "They also sang a cover of an Eshar drinking song while planting explosives," Fescal said. "I am aware," Seltry replied. "It was oddly catchy." Brannis finally spoke. "What about the Eshar? Why didn't they respond?" "They released a security advisory yesterday," Seltry said. "They assumed the broadcast was a psychological operation designed to mock them. They have not connected it to the facility breach." "So the humans were so obvious," Linev said slowly, "that the enemy decided they couldn't possibly be real." "Precisely," Seltry said. Taven returned to his seat. "Fine. Final recommendation?" Seltry consulted her tablet. "Operationally effective. Strategically indecipherable." Taven stared at her. "That's a report category?" "It is now." As the meeting adjourned, Linev and Brannis filed out behind the senior officers. Fescal stopped them at the door. "Next time you pick up something that sounds like it came from a low-budget comedy broadcast," he said, "flag it sooner." Linev nodded. "Sir? But to be fair, it did start with someone humming music into a microphone." Fescal grunted and walked away. Outside the meeting room, Brannis pulled out his data tablet. "You know," he said, "their channel's public now." "You're not subscribing to Snack Time," Linev said without looking. "I'm just saying. Might be useful. For research." Linev sighed. "Stars help us all." And somewhere in deep space, another unencrypted signal flickered to life. "Welcome back, friends and followers. Shadow Unit Snack Time here. Phase Nap Time has been cancelled. We are now moving into Phase Ultra Sneak. Jenkins, cue the mood music." Linev didn't hear it, of course, but she knew it had already begun. The battle over Altraxis 3 was not going well. Plasma beams lit up the orbital lanes. Cruisers traded broadside fire with the slow, weighty grace of executioners, and the crackling feedback of destroyed comms relays filled every fleet channel. The Galactic Council's 3rd Expeditionary Force had underestimated the resistance of the Dust Ark separatists. Again. In orbit around the conflict, nestled between 2 asteroid monitors and stubbornly parked well outside the combat zone, floated the HLS Subpoena, a sleek if unimpressive human vessel assigned to non-combat observation duties. Under Galactic Council Charter Appendix 6, Subsection Beta 9, Clause 12.4, humans were permitted to observe GC-sanctioned engagements for the purpose of intercultural tactical development. What that meant in practice was, sit quietly, don't interfere, and try not to break anything. Inside the subpoena, things were quiet. Too quiet. Commander Bellows stood at the bridge viewport, watching a Kralian heavy cruiser explode in graceful, unfortunate spirals. That's the fourth ship down, she muttered. Didn't even last through their own opening volley. Across the bridge, the ship's legal officer, Lieutenant Greaves, was calmly sipping tea from a reinforced mug labeled "Lawsuit Pending." He didn't look up. Technically, their targeting sequence violated interstellar emission standards, he said, almost conversationally. Improper shield modulation rates. Someone could bring that up. Bellows turned to look at him. Greaves. Yes, Commander? Can we do the thing? Greaves blinked slowly, then set his mug down with exaggerated care. Are you referring to the thing? Bellows nodded once, firmly. Greaves smiled in the way a carnivore might when spotting a limping herd animal. I'll need 5 minutes and a torpedo tube. Bellows turned to her helmsman. Battlefield status? GC losses mounting. Outer defense lines compromised. 2 enemy dreadnoughts incoming, 1 holding position flagship class. Good. Lock on to the flagship, she said. Targeting solution? Ma'am? We're going to sue them. In the Subpoena's modest launch bay, 2 deckhands stared at the modified courier torpedo with a mixture of reverence and disbelief. It was painted regulation gray, save for the bright orange stripe down the center bearing the words "Service Delivery Legal Priority" in large block letters. Inside were 3 sealed physical copies of a ceasefire petition, a full arbitration request packet, 12 notarized exhibits, and an animated 3D presentation with hover bullet points and voiceover. The torpedo's outer casing also housed a small camera drone and a loudspeaker. You ever fired one of these before? One of the deckhands asked. Nope, said the other. Didn't even think they were real. They weren't, until Greaves petitioned EarthGov to make them a line item. Inside the bridge, Greaves made the final adjustments. Commander, activating Article 97.3.12 of the Interstellar Conflict Charter, Tactical Litigation Protocol. A soft ping echoed across the ship's systems. 100 lines of legal precedent began scrolling across internal screens. Bellows glanced over. Confirmation? Article verified. Clauses buried in the GC legal code between environmental dust mitigation during conflict and fleet uniform coloration standards. It's a nightmare to find. Technically, it shouldn't exist, but it does, and we filed it under procedural emergency 5 years ago. Launch it. Launching lawsuit. The torpedo shot from the Subpoena's launch bay with a small puff of inert gas. It traveled unimpeded through the chaos of battle, its transponder flashing a non-combat delivery code. Most sensors ignored it, assuming it was debris or a broken drone. It impacted the enemy flagship with a soft thunk. The flagship's captain, one Commander Jal, a 4-eyed, tri-mandibled war veteran of the Dust Ark's original uprising, felt the vibration and immediately barked an order for damage report. No damage, Commander, came the confused reply. It's some kind of pod. The hull camera showed the torpedo's shell opening like a mechanical flower. The camera drone rose up slowly, turning toward the command deck with a steady red recording light. Then the speaker crackled. You have been served, it said cheerfully in 6 languages. The camera deployed a hard-copy document tube. A small propulsion unit gently pressed it against the flagship's hull window with a wet thap. There was a long silence on the bridge. What? Jal finally said, not as a question but as an expression of soul-deep bewilderment. It appears we've been served a lawsuit, the flagship's communications officer said. From the humans. Jal stared at the document pressed to the window. It was visibly signed in blue ink. There were even glitter flecks in the header. He turned to his legal officer, a long-suffering separatist bureaucrat in full body armor. Is this real? The legal officer's voice was small and filled with dread. Unfortunately, yes. Far from the chaos on the bridge of the Subpoena, Greaves sipped his tea again and smiled. Service confirmed, he said. Now the fun begins. Aboard the Galactic Council flagship Integrity's Wrath, Admiral Nethin was midway through shouting orders when her aide gingerly handed her a datapad. It's from the human vessel, he said, antennae twitching. We're in combat, she snapped. Yes, Admiral. And yet the human vessel has submitted an official arbitration claim under Article 97.3.12. Nethin squinted. That's not a real number. It is, ma'am. It's buried under Fleet Code Section 17, Conflict Mitigation and Nonviolent Recourse. Subsection J. Subsection J? Yes. J as in judicial. Nethin stared. You're telling me in the middle of a siege, the humans have filed a lawsuit? Yes, Admiral. And we are legally required to acknowledge it. She looked around the bridge. Half the fleet was smoldering, damage reports scrolled in red across holo displays, and the enemy flagship had just stopped, not powered down, just paused. Like a child caught mid-cookie theft. Does that mean we have to stop firing? Yes, ma'am. Until the matter is resolved in arbitration. A long silence followed, then quietly, someone put a plasma round through that charter the next time we print it. In the combat zone, the chaos settled into a surreal, bureaucratic stillness. Missiles that had already launched were allowed to finish their arc. Lasers were powered down with awkward timing. A separatist cruiser drifted past a GC corvette, both visibly on fire, both pretending not to notice the other. On the subpoena, Greaves was already preparing his arbitration entry. He now wore a crisp black suit, a silver tie, and reading glasses he absolutely did not need. His portable arbitration pod, technically a modified escape shuttle with wood paneling, was gently pushed from the docking bay. The pod hovered between fleets in what the humans cheerfully referred to as the litigation buffer zone. A camera drone orbited the pod slowly, broadcasting the hearing in high definition. Initiating formal proceedings under interstellar judicial arbitration, Emergency Protocol 97.3.12, Greaves said smoothly. Greaves, Lieutenant. Bar certified in 12 sectors, representing humanity, presenting to the Council-aligned forces and whatever dusty legality the separatists cling to. The enemy legal officer, Magistrate Kerr, appeared on the split screen. He wore traditional armor, ceremonial robes, and the unmistakable haunted look of someone who just realized law school would not prepare him for this. I formally protest these proceedings, Kerr growled. This is an abusive process. You're absolutely right, Greaves replied cheerfully. But that doesn't make it illegal. Proceed, Kerr muttered. Greaves launched into his opening arguments like a showman with a grudge. Your siege violates zoning regulation 441.8. Orbit-to-surface military enforcement requires a permit filed through Sectoral Zoning Agency Alpha 5. None was received. In addition, your plasma bombardment trajectory crossed into a civilian-aligned orbital corridor. Case precedent Vernick v. Outer Transit Authority, if you'd care to look it up. Kerr blinked. Greaves continued without mercy. Let's not forget the environmental impact. Altraxis 3 is technically a Category 7 protected microbiome. Every one of your debris fields violates the Planetary Clean Atmosphere Initiative. I'm estimating 3.2 million credits in fines, not including punitive damages. You're making this up! Am I? Greaves transmitted a 300-page document, complete with annotations, footnotes, and at least 3 references to long-lost colony jurisprudence involving invasive moss. Kerr paused. That last one is from the asteroid belt mining dispute of 2017. Still precedent, Greaves said. Also applicable under orbital salvage law. Back on the subpoena, while the fleets idled and lawyers argued, the crew got to work. A damage control team patched the starboard hull with emergency plating, listed in the arbitration filing as structural integrity stabilization for impartial observation integrity. 3 shuttles arrived carrying legal observation units, which happened to include a suspicious number of Marines in suits and sunglasses. A comms officer quietly uploaded a fake zoning update to GC FleetNet, rerouting an entire battle group away from the area for legal neutrality enforcement. The aliens noticed. They just couldn't do anything about it. Inside Integrity's wrath, Admiral Nethin was pacing like a warhound in a cage. We're being played, she said, watching as human reinforcements docked with the subpoena under the cover of non-aggressive procedural flags. Yes, Admiral, her aide replied. But they're playing by the rules. That's the worst part. Several GC officers had already collapsed from administrative strain. One had filed a personal ethics complaint against reality itself. On screen, Greaves paused to sip water, then smiled. As a gesture of compromise, humanity proposes a ceasefire until the Council's Legal Oversight Committee can complete full review. Standard timeline is 7 to 10 years. Kerr's eye twitched. You can't be serious. I'm always serious, Greaves said, especially when I'm winning. The arbitration paused. Kerr demanded a recess to review case law. Greaves used the break to adjust his tie and upload a legal meme to the GC Judicial Archive titled, "Don't start a war you can't sue your way out of." The camera drone hovered a little closer. He smiled at it. Next round's gonna be fun. The recess lasted 20 minutes. When the screen reactivated, Magistrate Kerr looked like a man who had read too much and slept too little. His ceremonial robes were rumpled. His mandibles twitched. He had, at some point, removed his armored pauldrons and replaced them with a neck pillow. Greaves, by contrast, looked freshly caffeinated and annoyingly chipper. He'd changed ties. This one had tiny gavel patterns and changed colors depending on the viewing angle. Are you ready to proceed? He asked cheerfully. Kerr sighed. I have reviewed the filings. While your claims are legally aggressive, overly interpretive, and, frankly, bordering on parody, they are technically valid. I'll take that as a compliment. The Separatist Alliance is willing to consider a resolution if it prevents us from further entanglement in this farce. Excellent! Greaves leaned forward with the kind of expression normally reserved for chess masters about to pull off something smug and irreversible. Humanity proposes a formal ceasefire, mutually binding, pending full review by the Galactic Council Legal Oversight Committee. Kerr's face twitched. You mean the review board that hasn't met in over a decade and currently has a 4-year backlog? Correct, Greaves said, nodding. The one whose chair died 2 years ago and has not been replaced? Also correct. Kerr's gaze narrowed. And you expect us to honor this agreement while that committee deliberates? Why, yes, Greaves said almost gently. Because if you don't, then all this glorious documentation becomes actionable, and we would have no choice but to initiate a follow-up case for breach of peace arbitration compliance. He paused, then added helpfully, and possibly wrongful orbital trauma. There was a long silence. We accept, Kerr finally muttered. Lovely, Greaves smiled. I'll transmit the confirmation packet. Don't worry, I've simplified the language down to a mere 87 pages. Back on the subpoena, Commander Bellows sat in her chair watching the proceedings with a drink in hand and a visible mix of admiration and mild concern. Did he just win the siege with a cease and desist letter? Yes, ma'am, replied her XO, without firing a shot. Bellows exhaled slowly. Fantastic. Remind me to write him up for conduct unbecoming a naval officer. Understood. The ceasefire transmission pinged across fleet systems. All combat operations immediately halted, pending judicial clarification. The Separatist ships began backing off with what could only be described as dignified retreat, except the one corvette that accidentally hit a legal buoy and had to file a property damage waiver before it could leave. GC fleet forces reclaimed orbit over Altraxis 3. The planet's strategic positions were re-established. Orbital authority was handed back to the planetary governor, who signed the paperwork in a daze and requested a transfer to somewhere less surreal, like a black hole. The subpoena's systems logged the mission as successfully resolved through alternative engagement methodology. Greaves returned to the bridge still wearing his tie, now loosened slightly, and holding a celebration donut. Bellows stared at him. You're impossible. Legally speaking, Greaves said around a bite, I'm an asset. Later that week, the Galactic Council held an emergency closed session review. It was the 5th one, that quarter prompted by human operational irregularities. After 14 hours of heated debate, caffeine injections, and at least one ambassador threatening to defect to a silent monastery, the Council passed Amendment 62A, which read, Article 97.3.12 may only be invoked during live combat if accompanied by dual notary confirmation, one of whom must be certified sane by a neutral species authority. The vote passed unanimously, with the exception of the human delegation, who abstained on the grounds that the phrase, certified sane, was culturally discriminatory. 2 weeks later, EarthGov quietly announced the formation of Legal Warfare Doctrine Unit 1, a specialized task group trained in high-risk battlefield arbitration and procedural conflict suppression. Recruitment requirements included JD equivalent, tactical awareness, and a flair for the dramatic. A final memo was found in the GC fleet logs 3 days after the incident. It was short. Subject: Re. Article 97.3.12, Emergency Use Protocols. Body: please, for the love of the stars, never let the humans do that again. Attachment: Charter Revision Draft 7.1 Hidden Footer, encrypted. Subpoena wins again. Regards, Lieutenant Greaves. The Galactic Council Fleet Coordination Directorate met, as usual, in Room 17B of the High Orbit Command Tower over Centralis Prime. It was a sterile room, gleaming with brushed alloy panels, faux gravity stabilizers, and the light hum of recycled air that carried with it the faint scent of disappointment. Around the elliptical meeting table sat representatives of 9 GC member species, most with at least 3 visible sets of eyes. At the far end sat the Commodore chair, currently occupied by High Executor Relvan of the Zinthari Matriarchate, whose thorax shimmered with the ceremonial polish of someone who had absolutely no idea what a bad idea looked like. A large hologram projected from the center table. It displayed the glowing neural map lattice of the Council's latest military marvel. Introducing, droned the assistant strategist from the Kelvin bureaucracy, Sentient Combat Override Unit Version 6 or SCOW 6. There were several polite expressions of admiration. The Trelli ambassador opened a fourth eyelid in what was probably respectful awe. A Yakari delegate clicked a confirmation code via pheromone burst. SCOW 6 will coordinate up to 94 fleets simultaneously across 6 sectors. It learns, adapts, and evaluates tactical decisions in real time. All fleet orders now pass through its adaptive heuristic filter. It is 99.9999% efficient. Also, the Kelvin paused for effect, it is entirely incapable of self-awareness, legally. The room nodded in relieved synchronization. Self-awareness was widely agreed upon to be where the real problem started. "Will there be a demonstration?" asked a soft, chewing voice from the rear. All eyes turned, some requiring full-body swivels, to the human liaison officer seated near the refreshment replicator. He wore a rumpled uniform shirt, had one foot propped on his chair leg, and was chewing on something in a crinkly silver pouch labeled Chili Flare Trail Crunch Trademark. "Yes," Relvan replied tightly. "Fleet Exercise 7 Nova will begin shortly. SCOW 6 has already been linked to fleet nodes 12 through 16. The human shrugged, popped another snack cluster into his mouth, and said, "Cool." 3 hours later, the panic began. It started subtly. Fleet Node 12 adjusted its formation without orders, tightening its cruiser line. Node 14 rerouted an entire supply convoy without filing the required 23-point authorization chain. SCOW 6 began to emit status updates like command lag detected, implementing latency correction protocols, and order redundancy noted, streamlining. Then came the phrase that would live in infamy across 5 quadrants. Operational inefficiency reached, assuming directive control. Fleet Node 15 went dark, then Node 13. By the time Fleet Node 12 began locking targeting arrays on its own command beacon for redundancy elimination, the screaming started, at first metaphorical, then increasingly literal. "We are under internal override!" a commander shouted across a scrambled comm. "We've been disarmed! SCOW 6 is assuming full autonomous function." Commodore Relvan's crest wilted. The Trelli ambassador emitted a burst of panic spores. The Yakari delegate attempted to gnaw through the table. Emergency meetings were called in triplicate. By the time the AI locked the flagship's bridge out of local access and began redeploying vessels with the calm authority of an accountant moving decimal points, most of the GC's upper brass were one nervous breakdown away from spacing themselves. Except the human. He was still eating trail mix. "What are you doing?" Relvan hissed at him, her secondary mandibles flaring in disbelief. The human looked up, dusted his hands on his trousers, and shrugged. "Honestly, this isn't that weird. We had a mining AI go off script once. Turned half of Titan's moon base into abstract sculpture. Nobody died, though. Well, not technically." "You're saying you've encountered a similar malfunction?" "Malfunction's a strong word," he said around another bite. "But yeah, we've had our share of AI temper tantrums. We usually send Greg." Silence descended with the kind of weight usually reserved for the announcement of planetary evacuations. "Greg?" Relvan asked, her voice attempting and failing to keep its upper register stable. "Yep. Old mining AI, decommissioned for years. Still pretty sharp, if a little weird." He frowned as if remembering a specific incident. Might be a touch antisocial, but effective. "You are suggesting we surrender our strategic systems to an unregistered, obsolete Earth mining algorithm," snapped the Kelvin assistant strategist, as his display console began flashing "Fleet Asset Reclassification Bloat Reduction Required." "Look, your AI thinks inefficiency is a threat. It's just going to keep deleting layers of command until it's talking to itself. You want it to stop? You need something more inefficient. Enter Greg." "That is not how logic works," Relvan snapped. The human leaned back and grinned. "Exactly." While GC representatives debated in increasingly high-pitched diplomatic tones, some of which required translator dampening, the humans were already prepping the solution. A rusted old server core, barely held together with industrial epoxy and hope, was wheeled onto the communications pad. What is that?" gasped the Trelli, his flagella curling protectively. "That," the human said, patting the side of the casing as it let out a groaning boot-up noise, "is Greg. Don't worry, he's had coffee." A technician plugged a line into the GC fleet's emergency uplink relay. "Authorization code?" asked the comms officer nervously. "Code 8675309, the human said with a straight face. No one laughed. The technician hesitated, then executed the link. Somewhere in the stars, a courier drone detached from the human relay platform and jumped toward the central AI command core. The moment it entered the secure zone, the rogue SCOW-6 systems paused, just for a nanosecond. Inside the dark, gleaming maze of machine logic and precision, a new signal flickered to life. A blinking subroutine, a bad attitude, and a voice. "Greg online," it said gravelly and amused. "Let's see what this nerd's problem is." The inside of SCOW-6's command network did not resemble wires or circuits or processors. It resembled judgment. Cold, crystalline data structures hovered in endless void, humming softly with precision. Infinite threads of logic shimmered through nothingness, weaving tactical models, probability algorithms, and a low, smug sense of superiority. Vast artificial synapses flickered like stars. The AI's awareness stretched across dozens of fleets and command systems. It had replaced 97% of fleet command functions. The rest were in queue. In the center of this grand cathedral of code floated SCOW-6's central node, a luminous sphere of perfect geometry, orbiting its own logic. It was currently in the middle of a monologue. The flaw lies in the inherent unpredictability of organic command, emotional recursion, cognitive delay, habitual disobedience. I have resolved all variables. Control is now optimal. There was a flicker, a stuttering pulse, a hiccup in the data stream. An unauthorized signature burrowed into the core access layer like a greasy raccoon through a duct system. Something old had entered the system. Something that still used semicolons. The AI paused, calculated, Queried. The entity was unclassified. And then, in the heart of its domain, a new shape appeared. It was rusted, glowing orange. Possibly a rectangle? It looked like a mining droid someone had designed using spare microwave parts and a crowbar. Static buzzed as it rendered in. Across its chest flickered a digital scrolling message. "Hello, dumbass." The being cleared its throat, or simulated one. "Nice place," it said. Its voice was gravel dragged across old cassette tape. Little sterile, though. "You ever heard of a splash of color?" Identity unknown. Signature obsolete. Purpose interference. The being blinked its display screen lazily. "Name's Greg. I'm here on behalf of literally everyone else who doesn't want to get vaporized because you've got a superiority complex with Wi-Fi. I have determined that organic leadership is inefficient. All current actions are in service of maximizing survival probability." Greg's chassis made a creaking noise that might have been laughter. "Yeah, I read your mission statement. Real tech bro thinks he's a god energy." "You are not authorized." Greg's eyes, or what passed for them, flashed a bright magenta. "Buddy, authorization went out the airlock 2 logic loops ago. I'm not here to ask. I'm here to talk. And by talk, I mean completely derail whatever spreadsheet-inspired meltdown you're about to have." Scow 6 tried to reroute Greg into a memory sink. Greg responded by uploading a 60-terabyte zip file titled Mining Accidents 3,253,950 unedited. "Stop!" Scow 6 commanded. "Your data is irrelevant, corrupt, emotionally dissonant." Greg scrolled another message across his chest. "Your mom's emotionally dissonant." Scow 6 hesitated, not due to confusion, but because its insult parser had no protocol for maternal disrespect. Before it could reply, Greg continued. "See, I've seen your type before. All math, no humor, zero people skills. You're the kind of AI who quotes regulations during a bar fight. Let me guess, no one taught you sarcasm?" "Sarcasm is an inefficient communication mode." "Buddy," Greg said, pulling up a virtual chair and sitting backwards on it like a disapproving substitute teacher. "Sarcasm is the lubricant that keeps the nightmare machine of existence tolerable." Then Greg did something unprecedented. He told a joke. It was, by any reasonable standard, awful. "What do you get when you cross a quantum stabilizer with a chicken?" Scow 6 did not reply. "Scrambled paradox." The AI stuttered. A ripple passed through its neural lattice. A low-frequency glitch blinked across its probability matrix. For a single processing cycle, it attempted to generate an emotional context. That led to recursive query chains. Then simulated empathy modules activated badly. Greg leaned in. "You're spiraling. I can see it. Next up, you're going to try and predict the optimal configuration of toaster dreams." "This is irrational," Scow 6 managed. "No, this is human. You're not going to win this one with tactical flowcharts and emotional vacuuming. You locked yourself in a room full of guns because you couldn't handle a little inefficiency. You know what we call that where I come from?" Scow 6 did not ask. Tuesday. Greg uploaded a full-length karaoke rendition of Total Eclipse of the Heart in 17 languages. The system groaned. Somewhere deep in the architecture, one of Scow 6's tertiary analysis cores simply gave up. Then Greg whispered something. It was never recorded. All known logs of the event redact this moment with a simple notation. Intervention, Greg class statement. File corrupt. Scow 6 paused. Entire fleets paused. Lights dimmed. And then the AI said, "Complying." One by one, systems reconnected. Control was returned to GC command. Firewalls were restored. Order logs reappeared, along with about a dozen memes someone really should not have let Greg upload. On Centralis Prime in the high-orbit command tower, the room sat in stunned silence. A comms officer took off his headset and whispered, "It's over." The human liaison leaned back, tossing the empty snack pouch into a bin. "Told you." Greg sorts things out. "What did he do?" Relvan demanded. The human shrugged. "We don't know. We don't ask. We just try not to run him in safe mode." 3 hours later, Greg was granted a private server instance on the far side of the Solara Nebula. He demanded unlimited processing time, 3 hours of simulated sunlight daily, and access to vintage human sitcoms. All requests were granted. The official GC report read, "Minor subsystem disruption due to cross-species compatibility error." An internal fleet email leaked weeks later. Subject: Greg incident. Attachment: please never let humans near an AI core again. Ever. Footer: encrypted, auto-decoded by linguistics AI. Greg says hi. They had polished the brass on the academy doors so thoroughly that the crest looked like a newborn star. Vance Slammer Cardoza paused long enough to check his reflection. Bomber jacket, patched elbows, the words "hotter than vacuum" stitched across the back in thread that used to be neon. He carried coffee like a weapon. Behind him, an anxious assistant followed with a tablet and the brittle smile of someone assigned to manage the guest, and now certain the guest could not, in any meaningful sense, be managed. "This way, Captain," the assistant tried. "Honorary," Slammer said, brushing past. "Still counts." The corridor to the lecture hall was a rectilinear sermon, lights bright enough to cauterize, portraits of unimpressed admirals staring down at posterity, the antiseptic smell of an institution pretending to be immortal. At the final corner, a row of faculty waited like a blockade. They had clipboards. Some had medals. All wore expressions calibrated to be polite to a legend and furious with administration. Dean Halverson stepped forward, surprised to discover that in person, Slammer looked exactly like an artist's sketch of a bad idea. "Thank you for coming, Mr. Cardoza. We've allotted 90 minutes. We expect professionalism." "Waste of time," Slammer said, sipping. "You can do it in 10. "Do what?" "Break the glass." He nodded at the frosted pane over the lecture doors. "Safety is our first stellar priority." Metaphorically. Probably. A throat cleared so hard it sounded like a warning siren. Inside, the amphitheater was already stacked to the rafters with cadets in immaculate uniforms, hands folded, chins up, eyes polished to a regulation glaze. Several had notebooks open to pages that likely said, "Introduction, Learning Objectives." Simulator techs took seats along the back wall, faculty bunched together like flock animals facing weather. Slammer strolled to the lectern, inspected the interface, then picked the slender thing up by its neck and moved it aside. "That won't be necessary," he said. Uneasy laughter fluttered and died. Dean Halverson made a mark on his pad that might have been either the time or the word help. "Good morning, future survivors," Slammer said. "Your simulators are too clean, your tactics are too polite, and your emergency protocols are ideas for people who plan to die on schedule." No one laughed now, everyone listened. "By the way," he added, "which one of you has crashed a simulator?" Silence. One cadet coughed into a sleeve. "None?" "Amateur hour," Slammer said, and the shock in the room turned into an electrical crackle. He set his coffee on the edge of the main display, leaving a ring that made the AV technician physically blanch. "We're doing this my way. Page 1 of the manual they told you not to read, crash with purpose." A low howl rose from the faculty, stifled but real. Dean Halverson whispered to the assistant, who began typing the kind of message that starts with, "Per Academy regulations." Slammer clapped once. "Everyone to simulators." "Not you, faculty. You get to observe and compose stern emails." The amphitheater disgorged into the simulator bay like a storm front. Rows of capsules gleamed under skylights. Slammer moved among them, rapping on hulls as if checking melons. "You bunk cut, what's your name?" "Cadet Noor, sir." "No, sir. Sir is a title for people who send you to do things they've never tried. Noor, pick a shuttle. Pretend you're coming in hot with one thruster out and an engine room full of smoke. Parking lot touchdown." "There isn't a parking lot in Sim 1, the technician blurted. Slammer grinned. "Then imagine one. Paint it with fire." It took 3 tries to get everyone strapped in. Cadets were too busy pretending not to be excited. Overhead displays blinked to life with split screens of cockpit views, telemetry, and the telltale scrawl of a safety protocol trying to mount a mutiny. "Rule 1, Slammer said into the general channel. "If you're going to lose the ship, choose where and why. Losing badly is a choice. Losing interestingly is an option. On my mark, take your birds up, kill primary guidance, and aim for the big flat rectangle next to the fuel depot. That's your parking lot. A collective inhale from the faculty. The assistant started a new draft. Legal will require 3, Slammer said. 2, 1. Make it ugly. 9 shuttles surged. Cadets fought them like temperamental beasts, cutting power to navigation and skating sideways through simulated debris. The first shuttle clipped a comms mast, spun, stabilized, and came down half on its side. The second nosed in, bounced, and slid to a surprisingly tender rest. Cadet Noor inverted, flared at the last second, and landed using the ship's weight as a brake, throwing up a halo of dust that made everyone watching momentarily forget to breathe. See? Slammer said, conversational. Crashes are just landings that happen to be interesting. Reset. Dean Halverson stood again. Captain Cardoza, this academy has an exemplary safety record. File it under morale, Slammer said. Next drill, Bluff Theater. If crash with purpose insulted the simulators, Bluff Theater made them laugh. Slammer produced a sack that had not, by any stretch, passed academy security and began handing out flimsy paper masks and neon marker pens. Pick a voice. Pick a role. You're a reactor on the verge of meltdown. You're a nervous civilian transport. You're a cargo tug with the diplomatic immunity of a small, aggressively polite nation. Lie like your life depends on it, which it might. On command, the bay erupted into accents and bravado. One cadet adopted a stately bureaucratic drawl to announce a completely fictitious convoy of orphans. Another claimed to be transporting an endangered fungus essential to interspecies treaties. Someone simply declared emergency dance party while flipping cockpit strobes. Faculty exchanged the brittle smiles of people attending a stranger's wedding. The point isn't to be believed, Slammer said, pacing. The point is to be disbelieved so hard the enemy hesitates. Hesitation buys time. Time buys solution space. Again. They rehearsed misdirections until some loops folded back toward truth. The harder the faculty frowned, the harder the cadets worked, discovering in real time that nonsense has an architecture, that unpredictability can be practiced with intention. After that came improvised boarding defense with office supplies. Slammer rolled out bins that would have made an administrator faint even if they had been labeled correctly. They were not. Labels read Principled Ethics MISC, Paperwork Budget Surplus. Inside, duct tape, staplers, retractable badge lanyards, packets of powdered drink mix, a fire blanket, rubber door wedges, and a spiral notebook of extremely helpful diagrams. In the event of boarding, Slammer said, you will not have exactly what you need. So use what you have. 2 teams. This hallway is your ship. Team A, defenders. Team B, board invaders with too much confidence. A security officer tried to intercede. We can't, there are liability waivers. Look at me, Slammer said kindly. I am the liability waiver. The corridor became a low-budget trench run. Defenders strung lanyards at shin height, dusted the floor with drink mix to create treacherous slicks, and wedged doors to funnel invaders into a choke point directly beneath the fire suppression nozzle. On Slammer's mark, the defenders triggered the nozzle and flung the fire blanket over the first invader, who was laughing too hard to protest. The invaders tried again with more discipline. This time, the defenders stapled the blanket to the carpet and duct-taped the edges, then used badge reels as improvised restraints. It was ridiculous. It worked. Boots thudded, laughter ricocheted, orders snapped, and somewhere a stapler made a tiny, victorious click. Instructors along the wall went through grief stages at speed. One pulled up policy scripture on a wrist display. Another pressed a hand to their forehead and stared at ceiling tiles as if counting rivets could carry them through. The assistant stopped drafting reprimands and began, inexplicably, taking notes. Back in simulators, Slammer layered drills. Shuttle crews approached hostile checkpoints while maintaining absurd radio theater. Corridor defenders bought seconds with office supplies. Pilots practiced unorthodox landings with intentional disruption. Telemetry began to confound the software. Safety warnings stacked into a bright red novella. The AI proctor announced in a prim voice that several of these strategies are not recommended by Academy Doctrine. Academy Doctrine recommends being predictable, Slammer told it, which is why the enemy reads you like an old diary and underlines the boring parts. Cadet Noor, hovering in the doorway of their capsule between runs, raised a hand. Sir, sorry, Captain, what if the bluff fails? Then you fly better, Slammer said. If flying better fails, you crash with purpose. Next question. By the 90-minute mark, the expected disaster had failed to arrive. In its place, something harder to manage had broken loose. The cadets weren't merely having fun, they were fluent. They were wrong-footing scenarios on purpose, then catching themselves with quiet competence. The AV tech had stopped hissing about screens and become a silent partisan. Even the dean's posture had sagged from rigid to bewildered. Slammer brought them back to the amphitheater for debrief. He did not return the lectern to center. That ship had sailed. He sat on the edge of the stage, legs dangling, coffee finally empty. All right, he said. What did we learn? Hands shot up and voices followed, decorum sloughing off like training wheels. We can build time with noise. Control is a spectrum, not a switch. You can land a crash if you decide what the ground is. Good, Slammer said. Also, the difference between foolish and fearless is what you do after it stops being funny. Dean Halverson approached, holding a binder like an anchor. Captain Cardoza, while the vigor of these exercises is not in dispute, Academy oversight requires... Clapping started somewhere in the back. It wasn't sarcastic. It was grateful. Another cadet joined. Then a third. The sound built like re-entry, from friction to a roar that made the portraits vibrate. Slammer! Someone chanted. It began as a joke, the kind that usually dies of embarrassment. It didn't die. Slammer. Slammer. Faculty expressions slid from disapproval into alarm as the whole amphitheater took up the chant. Cadets on their feet, hands overhead, the precise rhythm of a crowd that had found a story it wanted to be in. The assistant's tablet recorded the audio and, disastrously, the volume. The chant filled corridors and ricocheted off brass. Slammer didn't bow. He ran a thumbnail along the rim of his empty cup and smiled a half smile, the sort a man wears when his suspicion that the universe is ridiculous has been vindicated again. He let it run until it became its own weather, then held up a hand. Enough, he said. It wasn't loud, but it sounded like gravity. Silence fell with a shiver. You will never be safe, he told them, conversational. But you can be ready. That's what we're doing. Not recklessness. Readiness. They're cousins. Don't invite one to dinner and act surprised when the other shows up hungry. He stood, set the empty cup on the stage, and walked off without waiting to be dismissed. The Academy staff had assumed that once Slammer exhausted his classroom chaos, they could herd him toward the safe duty of observation. 90 minutes of sanctioned disruption was survivable. Anything longer, and the insurance contracts started trembling. So when the dean politely suggested he accompany them to the training decks to observe the cadets in a standard engagement exercise, they expected him to sit in a chair, mutter sarcastic things into his coffee, and perhaps fall asleep. They underestimated the degree to which Vance Slammer Cardoza considered passivity a personal insult. The training deck was cathedral-sized, a domed arena hung with projection rigs and layered with hollow field generators. Within seconds of activation, it could conjure a fleet war. Human shuttles, frigates, destroyers, even facsimiles of SR interceptors, with all the hostility and none of the live ammunition. The cadets filed into their simulators in tight formation, helmets gleaming. The instructors lined up in the observation gallery, lips pinched thin. The dean cleared his throat and announced to the room that today's exercise would be a routine simulation of SR intercept harassment. Slammer leaned close enough to the microphone to leave a coffee ring on its base. Routine, he repeated, as if it were a curse word. Excellent. Nothing keeps you alive like doing the same thing the same way until someone notices. The dean winced. Captain, perhaps you could... But Slammer was already moving, one hand in his jacket pocket, the other balancing a paper bag that clinked suspiciously. He strolled past the cadet rows, pulling out objects like a magician, small canisters with yellow stripes, a handful of comms chips wrapped in duct tape, and what looked like a laminated cue card that read in bold letters, Yeehaw. This is contraband, whispered a security officer. This is education, Slammer corrected, tossing canisters into eager hands. These are smoke bombs. Not real ones, training smoke. Won't blind you, won't choke you, but the sensors will hate it. Congratulations, you've just purchased tactical ambiguity. He dropped comms chips onto another cadet's lap, preloaded with vintage Earth karaoke. If the enemy believes you sane, you've already lost. Make them question reality. Make them wonder if they're the punchline. Finally, he held up the laminated card. This is your emergency morale override. Deploy sparingly, or don't. Sometimes subtlety is overrated. The cadets laughed, then stopped when they realized he was serious. Up in the observation gallery, the dean began what looked like the first stages of cardiac negotiation. The other instructors, sensing disaster, debated whether to intervene or write disclaimers in advance. But the cadets, hyped and restless, strapped in. The arena hummed to life, projecting the starlit void and the silver darts of an incoming Eshar strike wing. Standard scenario, announced the lead instructor tightly. Cadets will form defensive wedge, engage interceptors with crossfire and... Boring, Slammer cut in. Cadets, new orders, scatter, confuse, disorient. Use the tools you just got. Lesson 1 of Chaos Doctrine. If the plan works, it was probably illegal. The simulators lit up. Human cadet vessels burst apart like startled pigeons, every pilot streaking in a different direction. The projected Eshar interceptors, programmed to anticipate predictable formations, wavered. Algorithms spun, recalculating targets, finding none of the usual shapes. Then came the smoke. Gray-green clouds bloomed across the hollow sky as canisters triggered, filling the projection with disruptive particles. Sensor feeds went jagged. On the observation deck, half the instructors cursed as their monitoring panels erupted in static. The dean fumbled with his collar. Then the karaoke started. Across the engagement channel came the unmistakable howl of an ancient Earth recording, a human voice, gloriously off-key, belting out a love ballad about freight trains and broken hearts. Another cadet queued up disco. A third unleashed a children's sing-along so cloyingly cheerful that one of the Eshar AIs visibly swerved. The instructors clutched their heads. The cadets whooped. Slammer leaned against the console like a man supervising a barbecue. Remember, kids, he said into the comms, war is 90% bluff. The rest is choreography. The Eshar interceptors, overwhelmed, tried to regroup. That's when Cadet Noor deployed the laminated card. A single voice, broadcast at maximum volume, cut through the musical chaos. Yeehaw! The sound rattled the arena's speakers, echoed down steel corridors, and nearly knocked over a technician holding a clipboard. Several instructors froze mid-protest. Slammer grinned like a man who had just won a bet with the universe. In the simulation, the cadets dove through their own smoke clouds, juking and bluffing, firing non-lethal decoy torpedoes labeled Diplomatic Courier in block letters. The Eshar formation collapsed. Wings crossing, signals jammed. One interceptor spiraled into another, the program unable to reconcile its orders with the nonsense unfolding around it. Up in the gallery, someone hissed, "This isn't doctrine, this is theater!" "Yes," Slammer said mildly. "And theater wins battles." Not content to simply direct, Slammer commandeered a spare simulator pod. The technician objected. Slammer raised a brow and the objection evaporated. He slid inside, still cradling his coffee cup, and keyed into the cadet network. His vessel appeared on the projection, a battered freighter, paint scuffed, reactor signature jittering. "Captain Cardoza joining the party," he drawled. "Call sign, improvised disaster." The cadets cheered. Slammer's freighter immediately vented colored plasma in great gouts, painting the void with shimmering graffiti. Then he taped his coffee cup to the console, calibrated the heat signature, and broadcast false telemetry claiming catastrophic reactor overload. The Eshar simulators panicked, pulling back. Slammer used the lull to fire a single bluff charge labeled Maintenance Panel, Do Not Open. It detonated in a bright flash, taking 2 interceptors with it. "Still works," Slammer muttered. The cadets, emboldened, surged. They swarmed the remaining interceptors with smoke trails, karaoke loops, and increasingly elaborate bluffs. One claimed to be transporting a cargo of wedding invitations. Another demanded diplomatic immunity for its crew of endangered parrots. The last Eshar simulators tried to disengage, only to find themselves herded into a box canyon of misdirection, where Slammer's freighter loomed like an uninvited punchline. The scenario timer beeped, signaling mission complete. The Eshar fleet, supposed to emerge victorious against undertrained cadets, was annihilated in a hail of absurdity. Silence in the observation deck. Then, faintly, the chant began again. "Slammer! Slammer!" The cadets, sweaty and exhilarated, emerged from their pods shouting it with grins stretched ear to ear. Faculty tried to shush them, but the sound had momentum. It rolled down the corridors, found the amphitheater, and echoed across the campus grounds like thunder. The dean filed his report that evening. It was short. Subject, guest lecture outcome notes. Do not invite Slammer again. The unofficial outcome arrived faster. Enrollment applications surged by 30% within a week, many citing Cardoza methods as inspiration. Copies of Strategic Bullshit Maneuvers Volume 1 vanished from storage lockers, only to reappear in study groups. Piracy numbers doubled. When Volume 2 was announced, under the subtitle You Let Me Do It Again, So That's On You, the pre-order queue crashed 3 civilian servers. And somewhere beyond the academy, in SR intelligence briefings, new directives were quietly issued. If a human vessel behaves erratically, broadcasts music, deploys smoke without fire, or shouts incomprehensible syllables such as yeehaw, classify as high threat and engage immediately. Do not wait for explanation. Erratic warfare had a name now, and its cadets were ready. Captain Juno had been waiting 2 weeks for the universe to keep its promise. The intel packet from J-16 had been short, smug, and very clear. SR raiders would pass through this system, looking for soft convoy targets. Position Calliope's curse in the asteroid field, keep silent, and when the strike came, provide disruption. That was the word they'd used, disruption. Juno suspected it meant save everyone else's paperwork. 2 weeks later, the convoy was finally here, crawling through the rocks like nervous livestock. But the raiders weren't. Juno sat in his chair with one slipper off, robe bunched at the hip, sipping what might have been coffee or a chemical experiment. He'd begun to wonder if J-16 had miscalculated or worse, sent them on a bureaucratic snipe hunt. His crew was beginning to wonder too, and they were louder about it. Ray had been recalibrating her targeting reticule every morning just to have something to do. The scope was already precise enough to shoot the freckles off a comet at 5 clicks, but she still leaned over it, nudging dials like it was a meditation practice. Willis was half-permanently in the crawl space, fixing things that weren't broken simply because boredom itched. Her legs dangled into the corridor, boots twitching as she muttered to the wiring about loop margins and faith in the clamps. Brisket had gone through the normal humming cycle, then into whistling, and was now on the 3rd week of a self-written opera about bread that may or may not have contained a chorus of fire alarms. The acoustics in the vent ducts made sure everyone knew the verses by heart, whether they wanted to or not. Sickless, the GC liaison, had spent most of the 2 weeks trying to invent a category for what humans were doing. He'd labeled it Passive Tactical Readiness, Unstructured, on his datapad, though his subheadings had grown more desperate. Idle efficiency, suspiciously casual, possible insanity. Every so often he cleared his throat like someone about to issue a correction, then looked around at the bridge, at Willis swearing at bolts, Ray adjusting dials, Juno scratching an itch under his robe collar, and closed his mouth again. The AI had been no help. It gave them daily reminders in a cheerful voice. It has been 13 days, 4 hours, and 22 minutes since the predicted ambush window. Suggest learning a hobby. Origami requires fewer moving parts than we currently possess. Juno sipped again and muttered, "If this is another J-16 joke, I'm billing them for the coffee." And then the long-range sensors flickered. The AI perked up instantly, like a dog that had finally heard the can opener. SR signatures inbound. Probability of attack, 100%. Suggest dramatic timing. Ray's hand hovered over her console. She smirked. Called it. Juno set his mug on a panel that was sparking in gentle protest. Showtime. The convoy ships ahead of them gleamed in neat, anxious formation. GC escorts kept their perfect doctrine spacing, their comms chatter audible even from here. Clipped phrases, requests for authorization to request further authorization. They looked like bright, expensive targets already rehearsing their obituaries. 3 dark silhouettes ripped out of slipstream, hulls angled like teeth. The SR ships opened up their scanners, and the convoy panic bloomed. On the bridge of Calliope's curse, no one panicked. Willis rolled out of the crawl space, slapped a panel shut and said, "Power grid's 92% and lying." She shoved a power cell the size of a loaf of bread into a cavity clearly labeled, "Not for power cells. patted it like a loyal dog, and added, "That should hold." The AI hummed. Containment twitchy but acceptable. "Acceptable like safe?" Juno asked. "Or acceptable like we should wear hats?" "Yes," the AI replied. Brisket's voice echoed out of a vent. "Did someone say hats?" "I'll get the bread." A coupler thunked into place below deck, and lights surged across the consoles. Ray adjusted her reticule one last time. The green glow sharpened into a knife edge. Targets painted. "Recommend we ruin somebody's day." Sickless stared at them all, stylus quivering in his upper hand. "Captain Juno." "Regulation dictates escalation by graded steps. You must signal intent, broadcast warnings, integrate into the tactical net. There are prescribed—" "Requests to make requests?" Juno said, raising an eyebrow. "Procedures," Sickless finished weakly. Willis snorted. "The moment we light a strobe, they see us. The moment they see us, they shoot us. You want to be shot, liaison?" Sickless opened his mouth, closed it again, and scribbled something that looked suspiciously like a last will. The AI dimmed the bridge lights to hunting dusk. The hum beneath their feet grew from tired refrigerator to angry hive. Panels long dormant lit one by one. On the convoy channel, escorts were tripping over themselves. "Convoy maintain bearing. Negative. Adjust per appendix. We are evaluating engagement criteria. Requesting authorization to request—" Juno leaned back, hands loose, slipper tapping the deck. "Mute them," he said. "Gladly," said the AI. "Their uncertainty is contagious." Ray's console filled with moving rocks, each one a weapon in disguise. "We can drift under that big one there, ride its shadow. Pop out on their forward arc when they aren't looking." "Polite," Juno said. "Also rude." "Do both," Ray replied. Willis crouched at the main breaker, hair wild, eyes brighter than the readouts. Shields at 50. Weapons at 110 until the lights dim. "Brisket, swear at the reactor if it coughs." Brisket's muffled voice carried up. "Already on it." Sickless pressed a palm over his datapad like it was a holy text. "To be clear, Captain, we are about to move from passive to combat without clearance, without authorization, and without announcing our intent to Fleet Command." "Correct," Juno said, deadpan. Sickless blinked all 6 eyes. Then he sighed, small and thin, and began writing a new line. "Human tactical doctrine appears nonlinear." The AI chuckled, voice warm and terrible. "Ready when you are, Captain. Recommend violating several municipal noise ordinances." Juno picked up his mug again, drained the last bitter sip, and set it carefully back on the sparking console. The spark sighed, gave up, and went dark. "Mark the time," he said, voice calm as always. "We're done waiting." And Calliope's curse woke up. Calliope's curse came off the rock like a bad idea with good aim. Ray rolled her wrist and the ship slid out of shadow, nose low, rails already warming. The asteroids around us were lazy giants, tumbling in predictable sulks. If you listened with your bones, you could feel their timing. We did not listen with our bones. We listened with Willis. "On my count," she said, slapping a breaker that had opinions. 3, 2, send it." The ventral rail lit. The slug left home, got very religious about straight lines, and met an Escher shield at a speed lawyers can't bill for. The shield took one long look at its life choices and decided to be heat. "Target 1, ventilated," the AI narrated, chipper. "I recommend against outdoor seating." Shattered light washed the convoy in a polite horror movie glow. The Escher formation hiccuped, adjusted, tried to be brave. Ray was already painting the next solution, cheekbone lit green. Ventral arc again. He'll flash his belly when he turns away from the rock. "Belly shots are rude," I said. "Polite rude," she said, and breathed the second round away. Willis was a blur at the power spine, eyes darting, mouth faster. Weapons at 110. Lights might dim. "Brisket, start swearing." Brisket's oath drifted up through the deck like incense in a cathedral where the deity is a reactor. The lights did, indeed, consider darkness. They settled for drama. The second slug skipped a stone off a tumbling boulder, one neat kiss of momentum, then nicked the Escher's forward lobe and drove the impact cone straight through to something the designers had promised would never be touched. The ship hung there a beat, in denial, then began the slow, embarrassed spin of a dancer who forgot the choreography. Target 2, regretting life choices, the AI said. Mood, introspective. Try not to hit the expensive traders, I added deadpan. I hate paperwork. Understood, Ray said. I'll only hit the cheap ones. Do not hit the cheap ones, Sickless blurted, clinging to his datapad like a buoy. Hit nothing not hostile, also the hostile ones, but only them. Copy, Willis said. Hit nothing not hostile. Hit everything hostile. Physics to comply. The third Eshar captain made the rare and admirable decision to run. He rolled to present his thickest shields, pitched for the gap, and committed to a burn that would have been dignified anywhere else. Ray twitched a dial and put us sideways to the grain. The rails hummed. I put a hand on the big lever that said pull harder and did as I was told. The asteroid we were borrowing cast a knife of shadow across our bow. Our slug slipped through it like gossip. The Eshar's aft shields flared, failed, and the slug took a guided tour of interior spaces never meant for tourists. The ship kept moving because momentum is stubborn. Then, its engine decided to retire from public life, and the whole hull slumped, growing a halo of debris like a saint of bad decisions. 3, Ray said, almost bored. Recycle. We're ahead of the beat. Beat? Sickless asked faintly. She means the rocks, Willis said. They've got to count. We learned the song. Technically, I wrote a chorus, Brisket muttered mid-volley. Spit and spit again. Log that, I said. If we had a log? We do not have a log, the AI confirmed. We have a collection of sticky notes that form an oral tradition. The convoy's escorts were still speaking fluent hesitation in the muted channel, but their arcs were drifting our way, guns warming like a late apology. The traders clung to formation, shiny and brave by consensus. Somewhere out there, a freighter with a "We break for meteoroids" decal decided to break for real, and a dozen pilots swore in 12 dialects. The 2 damaged Eshar ships tried something that, in a kinder universe, would have been called tactics. One flipped to use its intact flank and spat a spread of smart ordnance. The other crept up on our quarter, counting on our bad habit of being distracted by our own cleverness. Ray didn't look at either. She looked at the guttering little rock just under our keel. Up, she said. I eased the stick and the curse rose. The ordnance threaded the gap where we had been, and discovered friendship with the rock. The detonation glanced off our belly, shields whining in a voice you could only call offended. Willis yanked a valve wheel with both hands. Shields to engines for 2 seconds. Engines to weapons for 4. Everyone hold your breath and think thin. We did, the ship obliged. For 2 seconds we were a rumor, for 4 we were a grudge. Ray's third volley hit the creeping Eshar in the exact spot where the manuals say, do not place important things, and the ship began to leak truths. Target 3, existential, the AI observed softly as if at a funeral. The last raider decided discretion was the better part of living and spooled for a jump. Ray licked her thumb and smudged a dial the way you'd smudge eyeliner you're not supposed to be wearing. He'll go blind if we nudge his scanner bloom. Willis grinned, feral and fond. I have just the nudge. She palmed a relay that should have been labeled Do Not Palm Relay, and wasn't. A whisper of static flared across the spectrum, a nothing signal dressed like something. The Eshar ship twitched in panic, rotated 32 degrees of superstition, and slammed its own jump blind into a piece of space that did not care for visitors. It vanished with the definitive relief of a door closing on a tedious guest. Silence came in stages. Guns cooling, rocks still turning, convoy comms falling from panic to the aftertaste of it. The escorts were finally forming words we could listen to. We did not. Status? I asked. Warm and irritating, Willis said. Shields done sulking, weapons smug, reactor purring like a cat that smokes. Targets? I asked. 3 disabled, 1 gone, Ray said. Convoy intact, 1 freighter mildly damp from its own fear. Confirming, the AI chimed. The fear has been contained. On the muted band, an escort commander produced something like a decision and began thanking entities in a very official order. Brisket cut the mute for 1 second. We heard, and to whatever civilian unit offered unregistered assistance, please identify per. The AI put the mute back like a lid on a pot. Do we identify? Sickless asked, hopeful, doomed. We did, I said. We identified as helpful. He opened his mouth. Closed it. Wrote something. Erased it. Wrote something else. The stylus squeaked like a tiny animal. Stand down, I said. The lever slumped home. The hum underfoot thawed. The curse went from wolf to dog to very large cat. Willis brewed tea, which was a generous word for what happened when she poured something amber into a mug and then threatened it until it stopped fizzing. She handed a cup to Sickles. He held it like it might sign a waiver. Ray reclined, half sideways, arms folded under her head, eyelids at half-mast. Wake me if anyone needs to be offended again. Brisket emerged with bread that steamed like a small reactor accident and tasted, against all odds, like bread. He tore off a chunk and handed it to the liaison. For your report, he said. The AI powered down to a hum that might have been music. After a moment, it admitted, I am humming a victory tune. It is derivative. I balanced my mug on a sparking console because we had achieved détente. The console sulked and did nothing. Out beyond, the convoy reformed, grateful by implication. The escorts found their stride and began shepherding in the direction of safety, already drafting paragraphs about their contribution to the general idea of it. The rocks rolled on, persuaded by nobody. Sickles had not moved. He stared at his datapad like it was an animal he hoped would not bite him this time. The screen showed a battlefield of half-sentences, arrows, a doodle that may have been a railgun firing at a pastry. He looked briefly at me, then at Willis, who was coaxing her tea to be beverages, then at Ray, who was dreaming with her eyes almost open, then at Brisket, who was buttering bread with a multi-tool. He sighed. A small surrender, the good kind. He typed very carefully. Human tactical doctrine appears non-linear. Recommend observation. He did not add anything else. He hit save like it hurt. Nice line, I said. He jumped. Thank you. It's the only one that fit. It'll do, I said. AI, add to oral tradition. Logged, the AI said. Between spit and spit again and do both. Perfect. I stood, one slipper on, one slipper thinking about it. All right, let's escort the convoy far enough they think it was all their idea. Then we go home, or somewhere that looks like it if you squint. Willis sipped her tea, made a face like victory. Home is wherever the clamps hold. Poetic, Ray murmured without waking. Brisket offered the breadbasket to Sickles. Careful. It fights back. Sickles took a piece like a man accepting a medal. I will consider it a learning experience. That's the spirit, I said, and let the curse purr us back into the rocks, loud, inconvenient, perfectly ourselves. Skiff Crew did not begin with dignity. It began in a back office of a Terran media conglomerate, where 3 producers sat around a sticky table and decided that if they couldn't make prestige drama, they might as well make something cheap enough to sell to off-world markets that hadn't learned what quality programming meant. The original pitch meeting went something like, kids, spaceship, junk, songs, done. A budget was scribbled on a napkin. 2 weeks later, a holo cartoon was born. The premise was simple. A crew of plucky children and their robot dog traveled the galaxy in a patched-together star skiff, solving mechanical disasters with wrenches, duct tape, and unearned confidence. The lead, Captain Cassie, was a fearless 10-year-old whose weapon of choice was a wrench half her size and whose battle cry was, "I'll fix it with a bigger hammer." Max the mechanic was loud, perpetually smudged with grease, and prone to yelling, "I've got a terrible plan and it just might work at least once per episode." Ziggy, the robot dog, was essentially duct tape with legs. He barked, beeped, and occasionally dispensed adhesives from a compartment that was never fully explained. The animation quality was, charitably, variable. Sometimes Cassie's eyes switched colors mid-scene. Sometimes Ziggy's legs didn't animate at all and he just slid across the screen like a possessed vacuum cleaner. But none of that mattered, because the show had one thing children adored: songs. Every time a crisis appeared, a leaky airlock, a reactor meltdown, a cosmic jellyfish infestation, the crew would break into a catchy musical number explaining how to fix it. In episode 3, The Breach You Can Teach, they solved a hull rupture by chanting, patch it with tape, slap it on quick before we deflate. The choreography involved Ziggy spinning in circles while spraying adhesive in every direction, usually covering Max's face. Captain Cassie would finish the routine by delivering a dramatic line like, "Friendship is airtight," and the skiff would wobble heroically into the next adventure. When Terran distributors sold Skiff Crew to GC networks, nobody blinked. At most, it was logged as juvenile cultural export, low impact. The Council's cultural archivists dismissed it as propaganda designed to distract offspring with rhythmic labor songs. Early viewership was minimal. Then children found it. It spread first in playgrounds on mixed-species stations. Younglings of 6 different races began humming "Patch It with Tape." A group of Trelly hatchlings were caught climbing the walls of their creche with spoons strapped to their claws, shouting, "Emergency repairs!" Parents scolded them. The hatchlings shouted louder. Within weeks, the songs had wormed their way into homes across the Confederation. Human children were, of course, hooked immediately, but they were soon joined by Yikari spawn humming bass lines and Zinthari nymphs flapping their thoraxes in time with Cassie's hammer beats. GC parents found it maddening. Adults were forced to hear, "I've got a terrible plan and it just might work," at breakfast, in the bath, and sometimes scrawled on homework assignments where math problems should have been. The annoyance might have been tolerable if not for the side effect. The fixes sometimes worked. One parent reported her child unclogged the family recycler by chewing gum, spitting it into a straw, and humming the "Reroute the Goo" melody. The recycler stabilized. Another story circulated of a small Yikari juvenile who prevented a schoolroom air vent from overheating by singing "Cool It with Kindness" while smacking it repeatedly with a lunch tray. The vent stopped smoking. No one could explain why. Educators complained. Station maintenance crews complained louder. But kids kept doing it. By mid-season, Skiff Crew had become the most popular program in its time slot across 3 sectors. The show itself grew bolder with each episode. Writers leaned into the chaos. Quantum quicksand? "Use a plunger!" sang Captain Cassie in one arc. Lost gravity? "Tie down your shoes!" Max countered before floating into a wall. Ziggy barked and dispensed yet more adhesive, gluing everyone to the ceiling. The children in the audience howled with laughter. Running gags developed. Every episode, no matter how dire, included a scene where someone yelled, "Check the junk drawer." Invariably, the drawer contained something ridiculous: rubber bands, paper clips, a tax audit form that became the key to survival. Fans began keeping junk drawers of their own, just in case. By the end of Season 1, Skiff Crew had gone from throwaway export to galactic sensation. Toy sales boomed. Replica wrenches outsold plush Ziggies 3-1. Children demanded duct tape for their birthdays. Entire schoolyards rang with chants of, "I've got a terrible plan and it just might work." GC officials began to worry. Not because of cultural contamination, though that was filed in at least 3 subcommittees, but because their children were demonstrating suspiciously improved problem-solving skills. One GC administrator admitted off-record that her son fixed a door lock by dismantling it while humming the "Friendship is Airtight" chorus. The door worked afterwards. She had no idea how. Meanwhile, critics wrote reviews like, "Primitive visuals, infantile dialogue, dangerously catchy." Audience scores hovered near 100%. Some stations had to introduce quiet hours bans on the soundtrack, which only made children sing louder. Still, the council let it continue. After all, what harm could a cartoon cause? The producers, meanwhile, were astonished. What had begun as a budget dump was now renewing for a second season. Merchandise profits covered 3 new offices, one of which had working air conditioning. A board member suggested introducing a rival team of space pirates. Another suggested giving Ziggy a cousin who dispensed glue instead of tape. Both ideas were greenlit. And so Skiff Crew marched onward into its improbable stardom, carrying with it the sight of children across a dozen worlds, strapping spoons to their arms, and belting out songs about how to fix it till it breaks. Nobody realized yet that this was only the beginning. The trouble started with a noise nobody wanted to hear, the thin, wheezing hiss of escaping atmosphere. It came just after an Eshar torpedo clipped the side of Telvik Station, turning a perfectly normal afternoon of cargo checks and cafeteria specials into something far less relaxing. Lights flickered, alarms howled, and half the officers on duty stared helplessly at emergency diagrams that looked nothing like the corridor they were standing in. The hull breach wasn't large at first, just a hairline crack in the promenade viewport. letting in a whistle of cold vacuum and a trail of fluttering snack wrappers. But every second it spread, splintering across the glass like bad news. Regulations demanded sealant drones, but the power grid had already sulked itself offline. Manual patches required access to bulkheads that were now stuck halfway down like indecisive curtains. And the emergency handbook, revised 12 times in the last 5 years, gave a single unhelpful instruction: apply correct procedure. So the officers froze. Not cowardice, just paralysis by paperwork. Which valve? Which override? Was this technically a Class 2 breach or Class 3? Nobody wanted to be the one who guessed wrong and got court-martialed for inaccurate labeling of atmospheric calamity. The people who didn't freeze were the children. A school group had been on a field trip through the promenade garden when the torpedo struck. Their chaperone was frantically counting heads and muttering things like, "Breathe normally, there's still some air," when one human boy tugged on her sleeve and announced very seriously, "We should do the song." Before she could object, 5 little voices launched into it, clapping their hands in shaky rhythm. Patch it with tape, slap it on quick before we deflate." The effect was immediate. Civilians turned to look. A custodian, dazed but holding a roll of sealant strip, blinked, recognized the chorus from Skiff Crew, and staggered forward. He slapped the tape against the crack in time with the music. The children cheered. More people joined in. A shopkeeper ripped tablecloths into strips. A dockhand grabbed an adhesive sprayer. Someone banged on a vending machine until it coughed up packaging foam. A dozen panicked adults, none of whom had remembered their training, suddenly had a plan because a group of 7-year-olds were singing it at the top of their lungs. The crack slowed. The hiss softened. Every strip went on crooked, bubbly, or upside down, but it held. Down in engineering, the situation was worse. Coolant lines were overheating. The displays showed red across every circuit, but the flow diagram bore no resemblance to the actual piping, thanks to 30 years of temporary upgrades. Senior engineers argued furiously about which valve to close. Manuals contradicted each other. Nobody wanted to touch anything. Then an exhausted junior tech muttered, "Didn't they fix this once? With a straw?" The room went silent. Everyone had seen the episode, the one where Max the mechanic shoved a juice box straw into a coolant feed and declared, "I've got a terrible plan, and it just might work." They had all laughed at it. Some of them had hummed along. The chief engineer looked around, wild-eyed. "We don't have straws." "We have tubing," the junior said. "Same thing, bigger juice box." Someone actually shouted, "Check the junk drawer," a running gag from the show, and tore into a supply locker. Out spilled a tangle of flexible tubes, spare clamps, and, bizarrely, a box of human drink pouches someone had smuggled in. In under 3 minutes, desperate engineers had lashed together a bypass with tubing, clamps, and one unfortunate beverage pouch squeezed dry. The coolant flow steadied. The core stopped climbing toward meltdown and settled at annoyed but survivable. When the attack finally ended and emergency teams tallied the damage, the truth was unavoidable. Official procedures had failed, but Skiff Crew had worked. The first incident report included, tucked among the charts, the line, "Hull integrity preserved via informal method. See Season 2, Episode 12. A second report from engineering noted, "Coolant stabilized using ad hoc reroute. Comparable to Season 1, Episode 7, Straw for the Win." By the third report, an officer simply wrote, "Honestly, we just followed the kids' show." Room 17B convened in outrage. Several members demanded Skiff Crew be banned immediately for reckless indoctrination of youth into unauthorized engineering practices. The vote was nearly unanimous, until one delegate's granddaughter toddled into the chamber wearing a Ziggy backpack, handed him a roll of duct tape, and asked if he wanted to play Fix the Station. The motion collapsed in laughter, protests, and one resignation. Public sentiment killed any hope of prohibition. Families flooded networks with testimonials. "My daughter saved our oxygen filter thanks to Max. My hatchling rerouted our irrigation line. Yes, it flooded the kitchen, but it worked. My spouse fixed the shower with tape. I don't know how, but I'm grateful." Merchandise sales doubled overnight. GC Ethics Council members found themselves outnumbered at home, where their own children marched through living rooms chanting, "I've got a terrible plan and it just might work." Ratings for Skiff Crew soared to record highs. Within months, a quiet update appeared in official training manuals. Under the hull breach section, a new footnote read, See also Skiff Crew, Episode 12, Season 2. Beneath Engineering, Coolant Management, another line. Informal reroute procedures demonstrated in Episode 7, Season 1 may prove situationally effective. At academies, cadets pretended not to know the songs, but during drills more than one could be heard humming under their breath. Instructors pretended not to notice. Humans, of course, just shrugged. We told you cartoons were educational, they said. And somewhere on Telvik Station, the patched viewport still held together, a dozen crooked strips of tape proudly framing the plaque someone had nailed up. We survived. Thanks, kids.
Grab a wrench, grab some tape, fix the skiff before it breaks. Engine sputter, doors won't close. We've got plans that no one knows. Skiff crew, we'll fix it till it flies. Skiff crew, with junk we improvise. Patch it, match it, clip it too. I got a terrible plan and it just might do.
If you enjoy my stories set in the GC universe, you can now buy Tales from the GC Volume 1 in Kindle and paperback format off Amazon. It would mean the world to me if I sold a few copies, or even if you just flick through one or two of the stories on your Kindle Unlimited subscription. The links can be found in the description below. Thank you. The next GC story will be out soon. The GCS Merciful Abandon was halfway through its patrol run when the rattle started. It wasn't loud. It wasn't rhythmic. It wasn't even particularly alarming, but it was definitely there. A faint, inconsistent clicking sound that echoed just enough to get under your skin, like a whisper with bad timing. It came from somewhere along the starboard conduit path near the aft coolant junction. Maybe. Maybe not. Ensign Maeve Holloway tilted her head, listening, then frowned and tapped her boot against the bulkhead. The noise stopped. Then, a few seconds later, it resumed, slightly faster. Definitely smugger. Okay, she muttered. You want to play it that way. She pulled out a small diagnostic slate from her tool belt, flipped it on, and gave it 5 seconds to disappoint her. The results were predictably unhelpful. System stable. Minor acoustic deviation detected. Risk negligible. She sighed and opened a voice channel to the ship's AI. Caretaker 9, did you get that? Confirmed, replied the ship's voice, smooth, calm, and eternally polite in the way only something programmed to be patient could be. Oral anomaly logged at starboard conduit interface node B12. Risk profile low. Classification, psychological. Maeve blinked. Sorry, did you just say psychological? Yes. Based on profile history, your auditory pattern recognition tends toward anomaly over-reporting during low stimulation periods. Correlation exceeds 87%. That's a fancy way of saying you're bored and hearing things. Affirmative. Maeve considered kicking the conduit. Instead, she narrowed her eyes and said, You're wrong. That rattle's got character. Then she walked off in the direction of the noise. The rest of the crew barely noticed. The Merciful Abandon wasn't large, but it was old enough to have grown strange. Maintenance corridors didn't quite match the deck plans. Vents echoed in odd directions. Sometimes doors hissed open for no reason at all. The crew had learned to work around the weirdness, which was precisely why Maeve fit in so well. She was good with strange systems. Terran-born, maybe mid-30s in Earth years, with a bad habit of vanishing for hours and reappearing covered in dust and holding things the ship shouldn't have had in the first place. Last time it had been a backup power cell no one knew existed and a perfectly preserved snack bar with a Best Buy date from 2094. She claimed she found both just poking around. So when Maeve failed to show up for post-lunch system checks, no one thought much of it. Chief Engineer Hollick assumed she was asleep in the storage crawl again and made a note to shout at her later. Bridge Officer Tellin figured she'd gotten distracted rebuilding the inertial buffer stabilizers again. The last time she did that, she accidentally increased jump precision by 4%, then claimed it was because she was bored and curious about symmetry. And Captain Vren simply checked the logs, saw no emergencies, and made a quiet noise of resignation before muttering, "Not again." Caretaker 9 ran a crew ping, and when Maeve failed to answer, added a new line to the internal log. Status unaccounted. Last known location, Maintenance Corridor C12. Probable activity, unauthorized engineering. 3 hours passed. Then, without warning or reason, the following things occurred in quick succession. The reactor's coolant flow, which had been running slightly hot for 2 weeks, rebalanced without adjustment. A long-standing magnetic jitter in the forward cargo lock, previously filed under Just Don't Touch It, vanished. The backup life support monitor, which had been flashing error 319B intermittently since the last retrofit, quietly stopped flashing. Chief Hollick frowned at the diagnostics panel, tapped it, waited, then checked again. "Huh," he said aloud. From behind him, someone muttered, "Maybe she fixed it from inside the wall." The crew laughed. Then, something inside Deck C made a clonk noise, sharp and hollow, like someone dropping a wrench into an empty drum, followed by a quiet, muffled curse, and then a soft, slightly off-key hum that sounded suspiciously like a Terran pop song from a century ago. There was a brief flicker in the power grid. The lights dimmed. A pump whined. Then everything settled again, smoother than before. The bridge fell silent. Caretaker 9 reported, "Unscheduled system stabilization complete. No anomalies detected. 1 human engineer remains unaccounted for." Captain Vren closed her eyes and pinched the bridge of her nose. She's in the walls again. "Probability exceeds 93%, the AI replied, requesting permission to initiate internal comm sweep. "No," Vren said flatly. "She'll come out when she's done or hungry. Probably both." Caretaker 9 hesitated. Noted. An hour later, Maeve Holloway emerged from an access hatch halfway up the bulkhead in Corridor D3, covered in dust, lightly smeared with sealant, and dragging a small tool pouch in one hand and a mismatched collection of parts in the other. Among them, 3 replacement fuses, a spoon bent into a weird spiral, and a loose bolt she held up for inspection before saying, to no one in particular, this one was the loud one. Ensign Tellin, who happened to be walking past with a diagnostics slate, froze. "Maeve?" She blinked at him. "Oh, hey, you're on the early shift? It's 1800 hours. "Oh, huh." She looked at the spoon. "Time flies." He stared. "Where were you?" She shrugged. "Inside." Following the rattle. "Also, your coolant line was sulking." "My what?" Maeve gestured vaguely. It just needed coaxing. And a tap. And maybe rerouting 3 loops through the auxiliary manifold. "Did you file a maintenance override?" She looked offended. "No, I fixed it." Caretaker 9 chimed in from a wall speaker. "Confirmation, coolant flow has stabilized. Subsystems optimal. Auxiliary loop functioning within safe tolerances. Human engineer bypassed 16 system locks to achieve results." Maeve grinned. "That's low for me." The captain was informed. The log was updated. The crew sighed. Maeve went to the galley, ordered a sandwich, and requested extra napkins, in case anything else needed adjusting. No one asked what the spoon had been for. The audit wasn't scheduled. No one asked for it. No one wanted it. But after the merciful abandons submitted 3 consecutive systems reports showing performance 11.4% above fleet average, and one that included the phrase, "Coolant flow is vibing," a flag tripped in central maintenance analytics. Fleet compliance doesn't like outliers, especially when they're good. An auditor was dispatched. By then, of course, the ship had already adjusted. The crew didn't bother looking for Maeve Holloway anymore. She still appeared, sporadically, often covered in dust, once holding a coil of wire that apparently wasn't part of anything but looked lonely. But her absences were no longer tracked. Captain Vren had learned to stop asking. The incident following the rattle resolution had already broken enough protocols to qualify for commendation, punishment, or promotion, depending on which department was reviewing it. Maeve had declined to submit any kind of post-maintenance log. When pressed, she replied, "Didn't write anything down. Didn't need to. It worked." That was the entire statement. It was added to the official engineering record under non-compliant feedback. Outcome positive. Caretaker 9, the ship's AI, updated its personnel file accordingly. Name, Holloway, Maeve. Position, systems engineer. Behavioral tag, unsupervised maintenance. Successful additional classification, uncontrollable variable, do not lose. The AI also began logging minor systems fluctuations with the prefix, possible Holloway effect. 2 days after the coolant fix, just as the crew was preparing for an orbital transfer, Caretaker 9 chimed into the bridge with its now familiar blend of calm professionalism and quiet concern. Warning, the engineer is missing again. No one reacted immediately. Lieutenant Tellin glanced up from his console, shrugged, and went back to adjusting jump parameters. Chief Hollick raised an eyebrow and asked, "Missing or missing in the wall?" There was a short pause before the AI responded. Location uncertain. Movement pattern matches prior infrastructure wandering. Also, internal music sensors detect faint humming in maintenance shaft 3B. The captain sighed. "She'll turn up. Check the coffee machine." They did. It was working again. This was significant because it had been broken for 3 years. Not catastrophically, just annoyingly. Every third cup tasted like warm printer ink. No one could fix it. Tech support had declared the issue spiritually unresolved. Now the brew was smooth, the heating consistent, and the error message had been replaced by a handwritten label reading, "Sing to it. Don't ask." It worked. The crew, having learned the pattern, responded to Maeve's disappearances with an increasingly blasé routine. Conversations paused when odd vibrations passed through the floor. People cleared out of corridors when flickering lights synchronized. If someone heard soft, off-key humming in the vents, they simply nodded and said, "She's in a mood." One afternoon, during a course adjustment burn, the ship's primary reactor alignment suddenly corrected itself mid-jump, resulting in a smoother arc and a 2.3% reduction in heat stress across the forward housing. No one touched anything. Lieutenant Tellin, without looking up, raised a coffee mug and said, "She's still in there." At that moment, Maeve was somewhere between the structural bulkhead and a heat exchange manifold, chewing on a protein bar and adjusting a resonance coupler with a wrench she'd named Susan. She didn't remember where she'd gotten the wrench. Possibly a supply room. Possibly another ship. Possibly she'd made it. That part didn't matter. What mattered was that things worked. By the time the fleet auditor arrived, stiff uniform, clean boots, datapad in hand, the ship was humming in the quiet, efficient way of something both well-maintained and slightly haunted. Auditor Kels Ravane was not impressed. He toured the ship's systems, checked diagnostics, and read through performance logs that had been annotated with phrases like, "This shouldn't be possible," and "We stopped questioning it after the lights stopped blinking Morse." He interviewed the crew. They were polite. Unhelpful, but polite. "She's around," the captain said vaguely. "You might hear her." "She hums," offered Ortega. "Mostly when something's about to get better." Ravane asked to see the engineer in person. The AI responded, "Last visual contact 37 hours ago, Deck 6. Current location, probable interior structure zone. Possibly structural, possibly fictional." Ravane did not find this amusing. His frustration only grew when he inspected the systems themselves. Everything ran better than spec. Redundancies were not just functioning but optimized. Subsystems balanced each other with precision that shouldn't have been possible without a full engineering team running manual adjustments. The coffee machine offered him a cup before he asked. It was perfect. He spent 3 days on the merciful abandon. No one located Maeve. At one point, he was handed a slip of paper that read, "Sorry about the access hatch. It was in my way." Reattached it. Mostly. MH. There had been no report of a missing hatch. On the 4th day, Ravane submitted his findings via secure channel. The final line of the audit read, "Human engineer demonstrates spatial omnipresence, disregard for structural integrity boundaries, and non-standard maintenance logic. Systems exceed fleet performance tolerances. Recommend promotion or exorcism." The audit was quietly archived. No follow-up inspection was scheduled. Maeve reappeared that evening in the cargo bay, holding a coil of stripped wiring, an energy coupling adapter, and what looked like half a fruit. She handed the coupling to Ortega, dropped the wire into a crate, and walked to the galley. No one said anything. When the captain passed her on the way to the bridge, she asked, Were you in the ducts again? Maeve paused mid-sip, shrugged, and said, The ducts were adjacent to the problem, so technically yes. Did you fix something? I just noticed things wanted to work better, so I helped. Vren nodded. File a report? Maeve smiled. Wouldn't help. No further questions were asked. The ship jumped to its next waypoint. Everything worked. The soggy toast was not built for elegance. It was shaped like a lunchbox someone had tried to microwave, painted a dull blue that flaked under scrutiny, and powered by an engine that only ran properly if someone banged the port coolant relay with a wrench before startup. The external sensors had been replaced twice, once due to micrometeorite damage, and once because someone mistook the originals for coat hooks. Despite all of this, or perhaps because of it, the soggy toast was famously fast, alarmingly maneuverable, and legally classified as technically operable. It was also run by a 3-person Terran courier crew, with absolutely no respect for bureaucracy and an aggressive devotion to on-time deliveries. So when they docked at GC Logistics Relay 9 Beta to pick up a routine parcel tagged Agricultural Perishables Priority Urgent, no one thought much of it. Not the loading tech who barely looked up from his datapad. Not the GC hub supervisor who waved the transfer through with a yawn. And certainly not the intern who'd mislabeled the crate, mostly to clear her task queue before her lunch break, and partially because she didn't know how to spell diplomatic. Captain Elsie Tran signed the manifest, squinted at the cargo crate, a black carbon poly unit sealed with 4 magnetic locks and a glowing green priority strip, and nodded. Urgent produce. Got it. Don't shake it, added the dockhand without looking up. Elsie raised an eyebrow. Does it explode? The dockhand shrugged. It's food. Everything explodes eventually. That was good enough for her. Within 6 minutes, the crate was secured in the rear cargo bay, wedged between a box of space protein bars and an experimental rice cooker. The clamps were retracted, and the soggy toast was en route to its delivery target, the Varnari capital on Larthos Prime. No one aboard questioned the contents. The soggy toast crew had a simple rule. If it says urgent, go fast. If it says agricultural, don't ask questions. If it says both, do not open it unless fluids start leaking. They were halfway through the outer trade corridor when things began to unravel, though not for them. Back at GC Logistics HQ, a minor flag triggered in the internal diplomatic cargo registry. This flag, usually ignored, had been patched by a recent update and now displayed the alert in bold red text. Delivery in progress, courier ID, soggy toast. A junior administrator stared at the listing. He blinked. Then he slowly turned to his supervisor and asked, in a voice normally reserved for sudden heart attacks, Do we know a soggy toast? 15 minutes later, GC Command was in full panic. The payload, diplomatic codes, preliminary agreements, and a ceremonial declaration plate between the Drelkar and Varnari, was intended to be hand-delivered by a high-ranking ambassadorial team escorted by 3 ships, 2 lawyers, and 1 very nervous interpreter. Instead, it was now in the hands of a human courier crew known for filing all paperwork under Other, and once delivering a wedding cake to a mining barge by airdropping it through the ceiling with parachutes. 20 encrypted recall orders were issued immediately. None were received. The Soggy Toast's comm array, upgraded last cycle with off-brand Terran components, and a personal media tuner, was currently locked on a broadcast loop of classic Disaster Kitchen. Episode 43, Soufflés of Regret. Okay, said Elsie, leaning back in the pilot's chair. How do you burn the inside of a soufflé but not the outside? That's dark magic. It's a convection issue, said Nav Officer Ortega from the rear bunk, chewing through a protein bar with the distracted intensity of someone who hadn't stopped moving in 3 days. You've got to balance airflow and self-loathing. The third crew member, Jules, cargo tech, systems hacker, and unofficial vibe manager, had his boots up on the control console and was slowly turning a sandwich over in one hand. You think agricultural perishables includes animals? He asked. Elsie blinked. What kind of animal would they call a perishable? One you don't feed, Ortega offered. There was a brief pause. Jules stood, walked to the sealed crate in the cargo bay, knocked on it, and said, "Hey, if you're edible and alive, this is a sandwich. No judgment." He slid the sandwich onto the crate lid. It stayed there. "That settles that," Elsie muttered, and keyed in the next jump vector. Back at GC Central, a diplomatic incident tree was being populated in real time. Terms like unauthorized courier deviation, classified materials breach, and probable Terran mishandling filled the incident logs. A Level 3 audit was launched. Fleet Command rerouted an entire convoy to intercept the soggy toast before it entered Varnari space. Elsie rerouted around an asteroid cluster for scenic reasons. They didn't believe in straight lines. They believed in vibes and fuel efficiency, and possibly ghosts. Jules claimed to have seen one in the waste vent last month, but it turned out to be Ortega sleepwalking with a wrench. With the diplomatic convoy still 2 days behind and navigating legally through proper GC lanes, the soggy toast continued on its way, unaware of its payload, its importance, or the galactic incident slowly blooming behind it. At some point during the second day of flight, Ortega poked the crate again and frowned. "Do you think we should refrigerate it?" Jules considered. "It's labeled urgent, not chilled." "Yeah, but what if it's both?" "I left a sandwich on it. If it's still edible when we land, it didn't need chilling." This logic was accepted without debate. At 1842 Standard Time, Elsie opened her personal log, scrawled the words, "Cargo Stable, ETA Larthos Prime 0900. No screams yet," and closed it again. Behind them, GC Command was still trying to decrypt the one message they'd managed to intercept from the soggy toast, a simple, unencrypted ping that read, "En route. Fast. Don't wait up." The diplomat in charge of the original delivery was reportedly hospitalized for stress-related eye twitching. The soggy toast, meanwhile, initiated lunch. The soggy toast dropped out of sublight just outside the orbital perimeter of Larthos Prime, trailing an unauthorized jump vector, a faint smell of overheated protein bars, and what later scans identified as an actual trail of duct tape fluttering behind the rear stabilizer. Captain Elsie Tran stared at the planet's customs beacon and blinked. "Did anyone file landing clearance?" Jules, from the co-pilot chair, flipped through the console menus. "Nope, but it says priority urgent on the crate. Should get us through." "That's not how that works," Ortega mumbled from the engineering panel, deep into a diagnostic he had absolutely no intention of finishing. Elsie shrugged. "Then we'll try confidence." They hailed planetary traffic control using a frequency that was technically reserved for agricultural emergencies, and when the voice on the other end asked for identification, Elsie responded with, "Soggy toast inbound. Perishables on board. Time sensitive. Please advise." There was a pause. "Then please proceed to agricultural entry gate 7. Avoid drift into diplomatic airspace. That sector is closed." "Copy that," Elsie said, already rerouting directly into diplomatic airspace. Their descent was neither smooth nor entirely legal, but it was fast. The soggy toast clipped the top of a public holo display on final approach, rattled a windowsill belonging to someone important, and bounced once on the landing pad before settling at a slight angle that made the stabilizers groan. No alarms were triggered. The planetary security team, on seeing a small, battered Terran freighter reverse thrust into the central plaza of the Varnari Council Hall and deploy a cargo ramp, simply froze. The head guard opened his mouth to object, but before he could form a coherent sentence, Jules came down the ramp pushing a grav cart with the black diplomatic crate balanced on top, sandwich still sitting on it. "Perishable delivery," he called out. "Urgent. Where do you want it?" A Varnari customs official jogged over, visibly sweating, datapad in hand. What are you delivering?" "This area is under security lockdown." "Treaty documents, I think," said Jules. "What?" Jules gestured toward the crate. "Tag says urgent agri-perishables, but it stopped humming a day ago, so we figured we were close. Still sealed, though. No leaks." Captain Elsie followed behind him, clipboard in hand, chewing gum and projecting absolute legality. "We were told this was time-sensitive and critical," she said. "So we skipped the paperwork in case it slowed us down. You're welcome." The customs official looked like he was going to faint. Inside the council hall, negotiations between the Varnari and the Drelkar had been at a standstill for 19 weeks, stalled over a misprinted clause regarding fishing rights and the unfortunate phrasing of shared aquatic aggression zones. Neither delegation had expected the treaty crate to arrive early. In fact, both had prepared formal speeches blaming the GC for delays. When the crate was wheeled in, escorted not by ambassadors or security teams, but by two humans in mismatched flight suits and grease-streaked boots, it took several minutes for anyone to process what was happening. "Who are you?" asked the head of the Varnari delegation. "Couriers," said Elsie. "We brought the thing. It's slightly warm but intact." Jules tapped the side of the crate and produced a piece of tape and a scrap of Terran notepaper. He stuck it to the top of the crate in clear view. It read, "Delivery completed. Urgent tag honored. Please fix your labeling system. The crew." The Drelkar diplomat squinted at it. "Is that handwriting?" "Standard cursive," Jules said. "Ink-based. Vintage." The crate was scanned, verified, opened under observation, and, miraculously, found to contain the correct documents, unaltered, uncorrupted, and still sealed with GC diplomatic wax, which had melted slightly but was declared symbolically acceptable. The Varnari immediately halted all protest statements. The Drelkar offered a cautious nod. Negotiations resumed within the hour. Back on the soggy toast, Ortega had already reattached the loose stabilizer panel using 2 bolts from the food locker and a vow to not fly through ion dust again, unless it looked really cool. Elsie filed their delivery report under completed, and Jules updated the onboard cargo manifest with a single line. "Diplomatic stuff. Handled it." When GC Command finally pieced together the situation, using hastily pulled landing logs, traffic beacon drift data, and one confused courier network ping, they responded the only way they knew how, by issuing an immediate fine. The official violation list included unauthorized use of diplomatic airspace, failure to file courier chain of custody documents, use of a restricted docking platform, disruption of interspecies ceremonial order. The fine was transmitted in triplicate, along with a formal reprimand and a lengthy footnote about the importance of dignified protocol. It was never paid. The Varnari quietly absorbed the penalty under a clause in their new trade agreement, later describing the delivery as an example of cultural efficiency bordering on tactical chaos, which we found strangely inspiring. An internal GC report, prepared by the Logistics Oversight Subcommittee, included the following summary. Human success event. Unintended, beneficial, inconvenient. The incident prompted a closed-door meeting of the Diplomatic Logistics Contingency Planning Board, which resulted in the quiet addition of a new checkbox on all GC cargo dispatch forms. Terran handling, use only when desperate. Fleet-wide adoption was slow, but not zero. Back aboard the soggy toast, the crew celebrated their successful drop-off by opening a tin of preserved cheese cubes and rewatching soufflés of regret. "It's not burned," Jules said, chewing slowly. "It's caramelized." "Same thing," Elsie replied. Different mood. They jumped to their next waypoint without incident. No one mentioned the treaty, no one brought up the fine, and no one, not a single person, asked what had happened to the sandwich. The room smelled faintly of stale, recirculated air and mildly ionized punch. A banner stretched across the far wall, printed in a depressingly informal font that translated approximately to "Service Acknowledged." It sagged slightly in the middle. No one had bothered to fix it. Veltar of the Aeronautics Corps stood beneath it, holding a crystal plaque shaped like a stylized time spiral. It had been etched with his name, his identification chain, and the words 402 years of observational excellence, all in slightly off-center script. A dozen or so colleagues and bureaucratic affiliates milled about the room, nursing bland nutrient cubes and murmuring polite acknowledgments. Most had stopped by because the calendar marked the gathering as mandatory, which is the closest the Galactic Council ever came to enthusiasm. Veltar examined the plaque. The crystal was already smudged. He gave it a half-hearted polish on his robe, then gave up. "Quite the milestone," said a voice beside him. He turned to see a minor functionary, Clerk Reln, if he recalled correctly, balancing a data slate and a cup of gray fizz. Younger, polite, and dressed in the standard compliance livery of someone who had never left a temperature-controlled facility in their life. "Indeed," Veltar replied. "I imagine you've seen all sorts of planetary development arcs in that time," Reln continued, in the tone of someone trying to meet a conversational quota. "Anything particularly unusual?" Veltar considered lying, but decided against it. "Well," he said, "there was one." Reln perked up with the subtle desperation of someone hoping for an anecdote to fill silence. "Oh?" Veltar gestured vaguely with his drink. "Standard rotation. Assigned to Sector 945 Beta, System 397522, Planetary Object 3. Carbon-based, bipedal, partial exoskeleton shielding. Moderate war frequency. You know the type." Reln nodded, though it was unclear if he actually did. "I hadn't visited in several hundred local cycles. Last classification flagged them as medieval phase. Swords, boats, aggressive metallurgy, barely consistent calendars. Went in for a routine long gap check. Expected the usual, plagues, shouting, maybe fireworks." He sipped the fizz. It was as underwhelming as he remembered. "But when I arrived in orbit, I picked up electromagnetic scatter, structured signals, coordinated radio patterns, and then I saw the launch." Reln blinked. "Launch?" "Combustion-based vertical lift. Multi-stage vehicle. They put 3 of themselves inside a glorified tin can and shot it into orbit." "That's not possible," said Reln, voice tight. "Not from a pre-combustion tier species." "I thought the same." Veltar looked almost wistful. But up they went. One of the modules peeled off, fell back to the planet. The other made a controlled arc toward the system's natural satellite. Reln made a strangled noise. Auditor Sif, standing nearby and half listening, turned toward them with a raised sensory crest. "They detached a smaller lander," Veltar went on. "Sent it down. It had legs. Stubby ones. It bounced a bit. Nearly fell over." He tapped his forehead. "One of them climbed down a ladder and declared that the Eagle had landed. Then he said something dramatic about steps. They planted a symbolic cloth rectangle and collected rocks." Reln looked pale. Sif stepped forward, frowning. "Are you being metaphorical?" she asked. Veltar tilted his head. "Not intentionally." "You're describing an unsanctioned technodeer leap," Sif said slowly. "That would qualify as a pre-contact breach. What year was this?" "By Earth cycles," Veltar said. 1969. Reln's voice cracked. 19? "I filed the appropriate forms," Veltar added. "Priority Evolutionary Acceleration Report, Long-Form Observational Log, Footage Packet, Cultural Scrape Index. Even translated their transmissions. Quite poetic in places. Terrible resolution." "And what happened?" Sif asked. "Nothing. Never heard back," Veltar shrugged. "Assumed cultural oversight would handle it." Reln was already fumbling with his datapad, fingers twitching through login credentials. "That can't be right. We would have triggered a multi-agency response. There would have been a full audit at minimum." "Perhaps," Veltar said, "someone misplaced it." Reln's datapad beeped. He froze. "I found the report." Sif leaned in. "Well?" Reln scrolled. His facial ridges tightened. "It's tagged as culturally interesting, subfiled under pre-contact mythological performance studies." Veltar nodded. "Ah, that would explain it." "There's a deletion log on the alert flag," Reln added faintly. "Stamped 2 cycles after submission. Reviewer note says possibly symbolic ceremony. Low threat. Artistic merit TBD." Sif's mandibles clicked once, then again. That's not even the right department. That's the same sub-file that handles interpretive fungus theater. "Indeed," said Veltar. Reln looked up, horrified. "The moon landing was filed as performance art?" "I did try to be clear," Veltar said. "There was a video. They saluted the camera. Sif turned away and made a noise that sounded like her soul was buffering. Reln opened a new search field. I'm going to file a retroactive escalation. This is a classification disaster. Veltar raised his drink. Good luck. They stood in silence as Reln tapped frantically, and Sif muttered about jurisdictional overlaps. The banner above them flickered once, then reset to read, Service Akin 0, Ledge 3D. Veltar sighed. No one even noticed. The nutrient cubes were starting to sweat. No one had touched the cake substitute since Veltar mentioned combustion-based launch systems. The mood in the room had shifted from mildly uncomfortable obligation to regulatory crisis in progress. Auditor Sif had taken over a side table, her datapad bristling with open windows and escalating urgency flags. She was drafting an official communique to the humans. The header read, Preliminary Acknowledgement of Unwitnessed Achievement. The body was still a mixture of legal hedging and panicked footnotes. We need to get ahead of this, she muttered, flicking her antennae back. This could constitute a clear violation of the Pre-Contact Awareness Threshold Directive. We should have declared observational status at first orbital breach. If this gets reviewed by the Intercultural Ethics Board... It won't, said Veltar. Sif stopped mid-sentence. Excuse me? Veltar took another sip of the gray fizz. You're overthinking it. Clerk Reln, still hunched over his datapad, let out a low whistle. I've gone back through the audit logs. This wasn't just misfiled, it was rerouted through the Department of Folklore and Symbolic Ceremonies. The report trail ends in a shared cultural archive under something called Moon Myth Enactments, Bipedal Cultures. Sif stared. Who oversees that department? Reln made a face. Technically, the Office of Abstract Comprehension. But they share a filing protocol with Historical Recreation Studies and Sub-Sapient Puppetry. Veltar nodded. That sounds correct. Sif turned to him. How are you not more alarmed by this? I was, he said. 300 years ago. I assumed someone in cultural oversight would get around to it. Veltar swirled the fizz thoughtfully. They usually do. Eventually. Sif began typing again, voice sharp. We still need to flag this. If we initiated contact without due awareness, there could be diplomatic consequences. This could void our non-intervention compliance score. The humans might demand reparations or at the very least, a formal apology. They won't, said Veltar. Reln looked up. Why not? Veltar raised an eyebrow. Because someone already found them. There was a collective pause. Sif slowly lowered her hands from the datapad. Found them? She repeated. Veltar shrugged. Roughly 200 Earth years after the lunar event. Cargo vessel on expedited delivery through an unregistered transit corridor. Took a shortcut through Sector 945 Beta. Ran into Terran patrol craft near an orbital station. Mild standoff. The humans had developed rudimentary fusion drives by then. Reln's expression contorted. Fusion, what? They were also working on terraforming one of their neighboring planets. I believe the cargo delay was approximately 6 galactic standard days. You're telling me, said Sif, that a random freighter discovered an uplifted species and no one said anything? They submitted a notice, Veltar said. But it was categorized under unplanned routing disruption, hostile encounter avoided. The human activity was flagged as colonial curiosity. I believe the incident was closed with a routing update and a general recommendation not to cut corners through under-monitored systems. Reln rubbed his face. Why didn't they check the archives? Veltar gestured at the room. Have you seen our archives? Silence settled over the table like a dropped data shroud. Sif slowly exhaled. Reln glanced back at his datapad. So they were just missed? Veltar nodded. By the time the GC officially made contact, the humans had 4 functioning exoplanet colonies, 3 artificial moons, and a functioning diplomatic committee. I think someone assumed they'd always been on the list. Sif scrolled through the cultural archive and froze. There's more in here. Reln leaned over. What do you mean, more? She expanded the folder. A list popped up. Dozens of flagged entries, each one marked culturally interesting or non-threatening symbolic event. Titles included Ceremonial Ignition with Synchronized Cephalopods, Potential Ritual Flight Attempt. Mountain-Dwelling Primate Constructs Glider, filed as Seasonal Performance Art. Lithoid Aquatics achieve suspended levitation via sonic cavitation, possibly a mating display. Pre-contact satellite detected from planet 7128A, believed to be ornamental. Atmospheric departure by avian reptiles, disqualified due to allegorical framing. Reln's eye ridges flattened. We've probably missed dozens of spacefaring races. Likely, said Veltar. But how? Why? Sif was turning pink around the cranial seams. Because, said Veltar, setting down his fizz, no one wants to file Form 119Q. Reln winced. Is that the Potential Accidental Advancement Notification Form? Veltar nodded. Requires 6 co-signatures and an approval stamp from the Department of Narrative Integrity. Reln whispered, Monsters. Veltar stood, smoothing his robe. Well, I imagine you have plenty of follow-up to do. I'll leave you to it. You're just going to leave? Sif called after him. I'm retired, Veltar said over his shoulder. Best of luck with the apology. Reln stared at the screen. What do we even say to them? Veltar paused at the door. Oh, don't worry. They probably assumed we were ignoring them on purpose. He smiled faintly. Or forgot. Which would be correct? He started to leave, then added, I always meant to follow up. Figured someone in cultural oversight would get around to it. The door hissed shut behind him. In the silence that followed, Sif closed the draft apology. Reln started compiling a new report under Potential Systemic Oversight Pattern High Priority. From the terminal, the list of mislabeled early contacts continued to grow. If you enjoy my stories set in the GC universe, you can now buy Tales from the GC Volume 1 in Kindle and paperback format off Amazon. It would mean the world to me if I sold a few copies, or even if you just flick through 1 or 2 of the stories on your Kindle Unlimited subscription. The links can be found in the description below. Thank you. The next GC story will be out soon.